not whether it needs to or not doesn't. I mean, it's like whether we need chemistry trade or
Right,
whatever.
Right. It's something, yes.
Yeah. Oh yes. I've got all the questions right again. I wonder why. You know, so it has to be done.
I see.
Yeah, so I didn't even think about it. It stopped up the stairs.
Oh, don't worry. Did you know that he was going to?
No,
That was going to happen?
no. When I got there, John did the form. We did went for it together.
Yeah.
He didn't stay. So he gave it to me. He said, "You sign it. I'll put your name on the form."
Yes.
So
Yeah. So
you know what
you have
John's
to sign
like.
it. Yeah.
I won't get the blame.
Right.
No. So yeah. Well, yeah. So.
He says he can't stay all day. Well, we probably stayed all day if he's doing stuff like that.
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. He stayed down last night. Yeah. I'll still do it for him.
Oh, I thought he said I've walked from somewhere, and I assumed he said I've walked from the station, but he obviously didn't say that.
Probably the evening.
Right. And they said, what a nice walk-in he had or whatever. And we were standing praising there, obviously.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here.
Well, I walked down.
Yeah.
You weren't down there, and you weren't up there.
I've been down there.
We stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in cricket or whatsoever. We will embrace and celebrate differences.
Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to another day in paradise. My name's Dan Whiting and today I'll be joined by Kevin Hand and Rita Green. The excellent Rita Green will be joining us throughout the day as well. So a fantastic morning lined up, and crucially the new ball is due in 4 overs time. Middlesex will resume on 222 for 6. That's a lead of 226. And firstly, a very good morning to you, Kevin.
Why does Rita get an excellent and I don't?
Well, I've worked with you for 3 days now. I've had far more
Figured it
time
out.
to appraise your work.
Morning, Dan. Morning, everyone. Yeah, great to have Rita with us today as well, and it should be a really good day. We did wonder at one point whether there would be a third day. There could well be a fourth. I think all that will hinge on this second new ball. They've picked up Jack Davies before the close last night. Night watch in Blake Cullen. Over to the new ball, really, and Ben Geddes. He's got batters to come with him. Zafa Gohar, Toby Rowland-Jones, then Henry Brooks will be the number 11. Everybody chopping down one, but Blake Cullen showed in the first innings he can bat too. So, yeah, Middlesex will have aspirations of still being there this afternoon. Kent will have aspirations of, well, probably an hour before lunch, batting themselves.
Yeah, I see Rita's got her name on the side of her cap there as well. I think, you know, they know what you like, Kev. They know, like, if she leaves a cap around, you're going to half-inch it. So, you know, Rita's just made sure that no one can nick her hat. So, there you go. Right, the players just walked out onto the pitch, and what a fantastic morning it's going to be. This has been a really good game of hard attritional cricket. And speaking to Grant Stewart last night, he said to me that Kent wouldn't mind chasing 300. The wickets flattened out. I thought they were quite interesting words.
Yeah, a big part of it for the chase will be Zafa Gohar would be my call on that. It's turned since the first day, hasn't it? If it seems, it spins, and yeah, it's been a good cricket wicket, hasn't it? 16 wickets on the first day. You know, it was probably a fair reflection. I don't think you'd look at it and say, oh, you know, somebody should have got in, somebody should have stayed in, somebody should have done this, or, you know, the bowlers bowled well on that first day, and yesterday the batters batted well. So let's see how it goes today. But yeah, I think 300 would be a tall order. I do, against Zafa Gohar. Of course, they've got to talk it up. I think if Middlesex were to get a lead, what is it now? 2-6. They've got 4 wickets. That second new ball. Even if they get to 280, I think Middlesex will be disappointed to lose the game from that position.
Yeah, well, I think what's the beautiful thing about it is Kent fans think they can win it from there. Middlesex fans think they can win it from there. Anyway, Nathan Gilchrist is going to take us away from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling to... Oh, that's a good start. He's going to be bowling to Blake Cullen, who's in as the night watcher. Not Henry Brooks, who was up on the scoreboard for ages we were sure it's Blake Cullen, yet Brooks stayed on the scoreboard for about 10 minutes, didn't he?
It's bugging me that. I was sure it was Cullen.
Yeah.
This is midway through and over, of course, isn't it? Because we came off a bad light yesterday evening.
Of course.
Artificial light overtaking natural.
Good job you're on the ball on a Sunday morning, Kev. Here's Gilchrist. Oh, that's a little bit of a leading edge. Little bit hints of a waist swing there for Gilchrist.
Wow.
And leading edge.
76th over and that.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud cover this morning.
A bit, didn't it? Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, we've day one we saw a lot of swing and there was no cloud cover at all. So it's one of those games at Canterbury.
Yeah, it's Gilchrist, 5th ball the over. In past umpire Jack Shantry, and that's squirted out into the onside by Cullen. A little bit late on that. Geddes will resume this morning on 73. He's batted fantastically.
It's
he
amazing.
looks a really good player.
It's amazing, isn't it? The great conundrum of cricket, the physics of cricket. Why does it do these things? A long time listener, maybe I'll be tuned in this morning if he is. Good morning, Mark. Wrote a book, The Physics of Cricket. But why does it swing on some days and why does it not on others? Why did it swing on day one with under blue skies here at Canterbury, not a cloud in the sky?
Gilchrist, last ball the over. That's down the leg side. That might be deliberate actually, so they could have 6 balls at Cullen possibly.
Then there's the theory that it's too cold to swing. You know, you might have the leaden skies over Lords, but a cold wind blowing in and it doesn't swing. You know, the theory being that it's too cold to swing. So, yeah, there's so many theories, isn't there? But that ball this morning, which has drawn us to that subject, that really did swing big.
Hoop.
Yep.
Yep.
It really did. And Cullen lucky to get away with it, close in the face. Understandably, the leading edge found. But here's Jack Leaning. This for me is the big one. We saw that ball from Jack Leaning last night, which really turned past Davies.
Yeah, the over 8's 1 under now. Little bit like your golf score, Kev.
Where is it? Where's 1 under? On
Just
the
under
there it is,
the
yeah.
time.
So -1 they are.
Yeah.
-1. So I've got to get that down to 0. They usually -1 you usually get away with it.
Yeah,
you usually manage to convince the umpires. He's Leaning. He's right arm round from the Nackington Road end, the off spinner. He bowls to Cullen, who tickles to square leg, and a single is taken deep square. Collecting mid wicket roll to his right. Couldn't stop it.
Yeah, it's a lovely day here. There's blue skies over us. There's cloud all around. We can see in the distance over towards the Isle of Thanet. A little bit murky over there.
Leg slip for Ben Geddes. He's on 73. Leaning's around the wicket to him. He's got a short mid wicket as well. And it's short mid wicket who will fall to his left to stop that one. Long on back.
Is that Crawley in there?
The long ons to give him the single. I can't see him going over the top at this stage with the new ball around the corner as Leaning's in, bowls, and this is worked to deep mid-wicket for a single. So there's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. I think they're all just to give him the single. You've then got it's either close catches or give him the single, basically, is the field. How I'd read what Bell Drummond's setup is, because he's now got Cullen on strike, although he leaves the long on back for Cullen, which is interesting.
Is he quite agricultural, Cullen?
I wouldn't expect him to be at this point. It's his Leaning to Cullen. It's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. Cullen's job is to support Geddes right now, so yeah, you wouldn't expect him to be. Whether it's attempt to just float it up there, he might shuffle out his crease and think about just pushing a gentle single to long on. As Leaning's in, bowls, and Cullen plods forward, pushing back to mid-wicket, no run.
I've just got to do an update in a minute for BBC Radio Kent.
Last ball of the over. Leaning around the wicket, bowls, and this is clipped away nicely for a single to deep mid-wicket. It means Cullen will keep the strike for the new over. 2-2, 6 for 6, the lead's 230.
Yeah, well, a very good morning from a sunny Canterbury. Middlesex finished up overnight on 222 for 6. They've added 4 to their overnight total, so they're 230 in front. The new ball is due in a few overs, so that will be interesting to see how that goes. Kent are making serene progress. They said last night to us on BBC Radio Kent that they'd be happy to chase 300 if needed, but I think they'd like to chase a lot less than that. You can keep up to date with all the action, ball by ball commentary here from all those games, because we're covering Surrey, we're covering Sussex as well. Surrey are 136 for 1, Sussex lead by 339. You can see commentary from all those games here, available on the BBC Sport app and website. That's just played into the onside. It is a lovely morning.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's a little bit warmer, I think, than yesterday. That cold wind has dropped. Got to change of bowling, actually. Joey Everson is now on from the pavilion end, wobbling it about.
That swung again, didn't it?
Yeah. Had a chat this morning, lovely couple who were listening to us yesterday, enjoying our political gags yesterday, Kevin. A couple called David and Emma. They're down by the sight screen over there. Give us a wave, I'm sure they will in a second. And a couple who made me feel very welcome my time in Kent. Here's Everson. That's crunched through the offside. Is that going to go all the way? No, Mie's out there, he's quick. And cuts off the boundary. 2 runs. Nice shot from Cullen. Batted very well in the first innings. Got 33 before he
lost his head.
He had an aberration, didn't he? And lost his wicket to Jazz Singh, who again I saw by the lift this morning.
Is his finger all right?
His finger's fine. Yeah, we had a good little chat about. He said, "What were you talking about? Seeing me in the lift yesterday?" Because he was watching his bowling back last night, and said, "Yeah." Said it led to some very amusing exchanges from our listeners. Here's Everson. That's just tickled into the onside. I think about 2. Geddes wants it. Cullen doesn't. It's quite a short boundary there. We saw Kashif Ali Perish taking on a quick one yesterday. A flat throw from Zafa Gohar was his undoing. So 233 now the lead. Joey Everson. That's driven out to Mier.
Yeah, he got struck on the tip of his fingers, didn't he? Fielding a ball off his own bowling.
He did. I did say that I'd be pressing the buttons in the lift if he needed, which he found quite amusing, I think. So, yeah. If you want to get in touch with us, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Little hint of swing again. Cullen equal to it.
Well, this new ball will be interesting.
Yeah.
Will it swing from the off? It took 8 or so overs in the first innings, didn't it, before it started to swing?
Yeah, it needs the lacquer to come off, doesn't it? Like your nails, Kev.
I know. Too busy painting them all day, aren't I? Pleased with my work.
So, decent night last night, was it, Kevin?
Always a decent night. Very civilised.
Was
a
it?
Good cricket chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Learn a few things about cricket as well. It's always good at the close of players, and it just had to sit down with some of the coaches and natter through bits. So it was mainly the Masters golf, really, but
yeah. Rory McIlroy going well in that.
He's leaning, right arm around the wicket, bowls to Ben Geddes, who's forward, pushing back up the track. Stopped him in slightly, that, didn't it? He was there early. Just had to check the pushback. That was the ooh and the ah from around the bat.
Final day today for Augusta. Will it be the final day here at Canterbury?
Leaning for the Nackington Road end, he bowls, and that's leg side, it's swept in the air, cry of catch, deep backward square, holds on, falling backwards, tumbling backwards, Geddes can't believe it. He's gone for 75. He holds out on the sweep. I don't think he was looking for that particularly. I think he was just looking to jab it more around the corner, but he's jabbed it in the air with the leading edge. And Sun was somewhat playing a part in that, I think, as deep backward square fell backwards to hold on. But Geddes falls for 75, 141 deliveries. He's helped Middlesex to 230 for 6. 234 is the lead. Not quite enough just yet for Middlesex, and that second new ball is button over away after this. Everson holding on to the catch, leading with the wicket. Geddes falling for 75.
Yeah, excellent captaincy. We've spoken about Daniel Bell-Drummond's captaincy all through this game. And again, there's a plan that's worked. Leaning around the wicket, he's not giving Geddes too much room to swing his arms. He's working him around middle and leg, or even leg stump. Geddes goes for the sweep. We saw him top edge of sweep last night. So he's got a leg slip in there for the little one tickled round the corner, and he's got a deep square. Geddes goes sweeping, gets a top edge, and it goes straight, well, not straight down deep square's throat. Everson did very well and had to make some ground. Coming out the sun as well. It's never easy, but that is the end of the dangerous Ben Geddes for 75.
Yeah, I was hesitating there because I was just looking at the shadows, but up in the air as it was, that's generally where the sun is. So even though it may not have been directly into the sun for Geddes, you still, it's a very bright sky you're looking up to, and a low-ish sun, although not too low this morning, is it?
No.
We're getting there. Second week of April, sun rising higher, ever higher in the sky. 2:30 for 7. Zafa Gohar comes out to bat with Roland Jones and Brooks still to come. A bit of work to do for Middlesex. I fancy they want 50 more here. And that 50 looks a little bit further away now.
Zafa, he can play.
He's got 2 slips behind him, and he's got 3 because 2 are orthodox, and then he's got a leg slip as his, leading to Gohar, who pushes back up the track. He'll be determined not to get out to the off spinner.
Leaning 2 for 16 off 8.3.
Well, again, the Middlesex dressing room should be just as excited about that with Zafa Gohar in their ranks. He's forward now, the left-hander driving out to deep cover. 2-3-1 for 7. Cullen comes on to strike. You got the bubbly on the go already.
You know me, Kev.
Champagne's on ice.
Yeah.
Other posh bubbly wines are available.
I find it one of those strange things in life. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Round the wicket comes leaning, bowls, and forward goes Cullen, tickling into the onside just fine of the mid-wicket, and a single's taken to the sweeper in the deep.
Why is it when you go to Lord's, it's perfectly acceptable to have a glass of champagne at 11:30 in the morning, but when I drink cider on a park bench at the same time, people look at me in a funny manner?
Well, that's because you haven't gone to bed yet, Dan.
Fair enough. 2:31 for 7.
Leg slip comes out for Zafa Gohar. 2 slips, and there's 2 short catches on the offside now, as this is gently eased to point by Gohar.
Again, Daniel's captaincy there, just trying things, looking to work a batsman out, and it's innovative, isn't it? It's creative.
That's the end of the 79th over. 2-3-1 for 7, so there is 1 over left until the second new ball is available. Now it's swinging. Leaning's picked up a couple of wickets. Do you take the second new ball? The answer's undoubtedly yes. But the swing that Everson's getting, we saw from Gilchrist first thing this morning, it will whet the appetite, I think, to bring that second new ball into play.
Joey Everson, the man who took that catch, bowling to Blake Cullen. He's a man from Berkshire, isn't he? Reading that way, sort of Wokingham. Rita Green is BBC Radio Berkshire.
Isleworth.
He's Isleworth born, but I think he played his club cricket out, sort of Reading that way, Blake Cullen. Yeah, Jack Davis, another one. As Everson comes in, and that's just worked off his legs down to fine leg for a single. Martin Anderson was another who's now gone to Derbyshire. He's from that neck of the
Richard
woods.
Johnson played
Was
for
he-
Berkshire.
Was he from the west?
Coached them for a bit.
Yeah, Middlesex have got their tentacles out. You know, they've got them out to the west, out to the north into Hertfordshire, even out to, you know, Max Holden's Cambridge.
Yes, they swing their tentacles far and wide, don't they, Middlesex, in their search for players?
Yes, I came very close to saying something else there.
Excuse me, I was not.
No, I did. Just a field change going on here. Everson to the left-handed Zafa, who shuns that one. Doesn't fancy it, does he? Just refuses to have anything to do with it.
Yep, speaking of swinging them, that's what Kent are doing this morning, swinging them around corners in this match. It's been interesting to watch, and again, it will be very interesting to see how that goes. And the second new ball becomes available at the end of this over.
Everson, the big shout for LBW, pitches outside leg, surely.
I think doing too much as well, don't you?
I think it's pitched outside leg stump there.
Didn't look good, is the point.
No. Jack Chantry's a good umpire as well. Joe Denley was talking about him yesterday on air, and said it makes him feel very old, because obviously he's played against him for a number of years. But Joe Denley saying how he's got a very good reputation on the circuit, Jack Chantry. Everson just nibbles one around Zafa. I wonder if it's worth Jack leaning having another one here. I don't know. I don't know. Just one perhaps.
One with the new ball for the spinner.
Yeah,
Although
it
don't
does.
give Middlesex ideas.
It does turn sharply then, doesn't it? That's edged and just short of. Is that Daniel Bill? Is it leaning? It's leaning there, isn't it? Or is it Daniel Bill Drummond? I can't see. Got the sun in my
it's
eyes.
leaning.
Yeah. 4 runs. Runs away. 237 for 7. 241 the lead. Zafa's got 5. Cullen's got 9. But the big wicket this morning was Ben Geddes for 75, who was a real thorn in Middlesex, in Kent's side, as he was caught out deep square leg, sweeping off a top edge by Joey Everson off the bowling of Jack Leaning. Using Dan Whiting, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, as Leaning does in fact continue.
No second new ball either. He's going to be right arm around the wicket with a leg slip, a short leg, a short mid wicket and an orthodox mid wicket. And he's in now from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Cullen. Right-hander dabs forward defensively. Feel like you're poised, Dan. What's up with you? You haven't got an update, have you? Here's Leaning bowls, and this is turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 237 for 7. It makes me nervous when you're quiet.
Well, I've got a different, I've got a different
Not used
type
to
of
it.
update. We had a few of the ladies from the Kent women's side. They've got a warm-up game against University of Exeter today.
Leaning bowls, and forward goes Cullen, easing into the offside. Quick single, just fine off mid-off. 238 for 7.
And they are 57 for 1 off 4 overs. Play yourself in, ladies. That's going some.
Leaning, he's got 2 slips behind the left-handed Zafa Gohar. 2 short catches in the offside as well. So here's Leaning in the off spinner around the wicket. He bowls and Gohar drives between the two pleasantly for 4. Mid-off's giving chase. Actually, there's a sweeper at cover. My apologies. I've missed him in the stanchion of the window there where he was positioned. I did think that was a bit of a tame chase from mid-off, but that was because cover was going to get there to sweep up. They've taken 2. Nice for Gohar though, driving his fellow spinner and through a very narrow gap between a short cover and a short extra cover. Cover's just giving himself a little bit of room now. Short extra still there on the catch as leaning bowls outside off. Oh, look at that turn and bounce. That's climbed up out of the gloves of the keeper and runs away down below us, and it may well run away for 4 byes. We had a great view of that one, and again, as the umpire raises his hands and signals the byes in the 4, it will be Zafa Gohar on strike and all of his Middlesex colleagues in the dressing room. The ball's been rolled by Daniel Bell-Drummond from the boundary rope all along the floor, very, very sensibly. And someone shouted to Mier, "Watch out, here's the ball." And he's ducked for cover, thinking it's coming in as a projectile. And he's taken him, quite rightly, taken emergency action there. He's tumbled in a heap to his right, dived for cover, covering his head, and the ball's just trickling behind him all along the floor. Either they've done him like a kipper or as his leading bowls. This is edged, is it? No, it's not. It bounces back out of the gloves, I think, that one. But end of the over. It's 244 for 7. Zafa has 7. Cullen has 10. And Mier is still in one piece.
The old ones are the best, aren't they? The old ones.
Do you think they did him?
Yeah, of course.
It could have been. It could have been an innocent one, just because it was rolling towards his feet, so it was almost a Glenn McGrath moment. It's like, don't step back. So it could have been just as simple as watch the ball, Mier. But he's
heads.
Yeah, it was his heel that was in trouble. But
yeah.
Yeah, it was whatever you do, don't step back, because he'd have stepped right onto the ball. New ball signalled by Jack Chantry, and Grant Stewart's going to take it, and Mier has the old ball in hand. He's going to throw it to the sideline now. He doesn't roll it as tamely as Bell-Drummond rolled it to him. But, yeah, it was just a little bit of bowling club there from Bell-Drummond, wasn't it? But he took evasive action, dived into the dirt, covering his head.
It's like Francis Drake when Paulie Armada turned up, wasn't it? Grant Stewart's going to take us away. The other old chestnut is we'll get one of your teammates to lie down behind on all fours behind someone and push them backwards so they stumble over you. All these old cricketing japes of yonder. Stewart. There was a twinkle in his eye last night when I mentioned the good battle he had with his fellow Western Australian Stevie Eskenazi yesterday. His eyes lit up. Here he comes, bowling to Blake Cullen, who leaves that one alone.
Yeah, all eyes on this second new ball now. What does it do? Everybody will have great interest in this. 248 is the lead. I reckon bare minimum Middlesex want 280 here. Ideally, you'd want something beginning with a 3. It's a psychological milestone, of course, but...
Stewart in. Oh, that's a drive and a half there from Cullen. Unluckily for him, Daniel Bell-Drummond, who is one of the finest fielders in this Kent side, was at mid-off, who threw himself to his left and parried it. And I hope he's all right. He's just feeling his knee a little bit. The ground is bone hard here at Canterbury. But that would have been 4. That'd have been 4 in, you know, in the on really sort of pampas grass outfield, wouldn't it? Cullen absolutely nailed that one straight out the screws.
Yeah, he's in a nice position. Play that one away.
We'll keep you updated with scores from around the country as well. Stewart bowls to Zafa, who tickles that one around the corner on the leg side. 2 fielders converging on the ball, and Zafa just walks through a single. Some scores from around the country. Opening scores: Durham against Warwickshire, 387 all out, plays 302 for 8. So pretty much even Stevens. Warwickshire trailing by 85, but Durham probably slightly in the ascendancy. Nottinghamshire 347, Essex 314 for 6. So Essex probably again slightly in the ascendancy, as that's just defended into the offside. Surrey 146 for 1. They're leading Hampshire by 180 runs, looking to build a commanding lead at the Oval. Sussex are marmalising Somerset. They're leading by 358 runs at the moment, 265 for 1. And Somerset not enjoying their trip to the seaside. Yorkshire 100 for 2. They're leading Worcestershire by 394 as Stewart comes in. That's down the leg side. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 146 for 4 in response to Northamptonshire's 496. Ooh, who'd have thought that? They should be all right because we're right through the game. But you'd have thought Lancashire would beat Northamptonshire, having seen Northamptonshire last week against Kent, as that's just defended. Leicestershire 484, Derbyshire 356 for 9, and at Bristol, Gloucestershire got a whopping 546, Glamorgan 163 for 3. But remember, day 3 is often moving day. You know, in golfing terms, it's described as moving day. In county championship terms, it's described as moving day, and you can listen to them all on the BBC website and on the BBC Sport app.
Yeah, it's funny because this one really, it was day 2 was the moving day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, so much happened on day 1, 16 wickets. It kind of set up to this situation yesterday, weren't it? It was either going to be a, the third innings is basically the moving innings, isn't it? You'd say moving day. So the game's usually dictated, and at the moment we're set for a pretty decent chase here. As here will be Gilchrist from the Nackington Road end. 2 slips behind the left-handed Zafa Gohar, who's batting middle and leg with his back foot, but he has quite an open stance as solid forward defence meets the first ball from the right-arm seamer.
Off day 1, I thought you'd be, sitting out in the sunshine on your boat in the Thames, Kev,
Oh no, I booked him for 4 days at Canterbury, come what may. Lovely little stroll through town each morning on the way to the ground. You peer through the alleys and see the cathedral. It's an incredible sight when you just look up one of those tight little narrow Tudor alleys. As here's Gilchrist in bowls, and this is worked backward a square on the leg side for a single by Zafa Gohar. He moves to 9, and yes, ornate but extraordinary, and it's huge. It's just so overbearing, but in a good way. It's
a lovely city.
Yeah, it's an incredible sight to see. Quite the landmark. Canterbury Cathedral. Got a chance to actually wander across to it, just peered at it. Who's off? Is it you or me first? I can't remember which one this is going. You're off.
Yeah.
You haven't got an 11:30?
No, I've got 12 o'clock, or 12:03, so I'll come back on about 11:58.
Gilchrist is in, bowls outside the off stump. That dies on the way through to the keeper, that.
I'll come and relieve you, Kev.
Two slips, deep third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, deep square and long leg. Gilchrist turns again in his 17th over, 2 for 54. Past the umpire, he bowls and dabbing at this one. The ball's defended at cover. Well, Drummond. There's the fielder to collect. It is scorching this morning. We've got the windows wide open. It's a little bit too hot. Breathless, airless. When it's been a breathless game, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sun just needs to climb a little bit more in the sky, which gives us some relief here in the commentary boxes. It's a length ball from Gilchrist to Cullen, who's comfortably in behind it again. And straight away, it's not swinging as much as the older ball was. So.
No, it's not. Just before I go, I'm going to read out an email from John Maxted, because I'm sure he goes to bed soon. He's the guy who's been loyally listening to us in the morning session from New Zealand. And he's saying about meeting cricketers in unusual places. He once met Jeremy Coney in a Pizza Hut in Wellington. Well, there you go. There you go.
Gilchrist in bowls, and that's clipped away out to deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs. Shot boy was the shout from the sideline, the Middlesex dressing room not too far away from us. on the left. They'll have been pleased with that. Another 4 brings Middlesex to 250 runs. Is that right? I don't know. The scoreboards are in complete disagreement here. Maybe one of them's gone awry.
Yeah, it's 251.
Yeah, 251.
I'm going to make way for Rita.
Cheers, Dan. Dan Whiting will be back with us for BBC Radio Kent in a little while. You're listening to the BBC Sport website and app, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Myself, Kevin Hand, Rita Green is our third voice for this one. Our Berkshire Blue from BBC Radio Berkshire. And had a better arm than me down on the boundary rope this morning when we were doing a lap of the ground and the ball rolled towards us. I think I'd still be looking for the Masseuse now if I'd have thrown that ball back in, but Rita saves my arm. So here's Stewart, right arm over the wicket, left-handed Zafa Gohar. This ball's onto the pad, swinging too much though, doing too much down the leg side. So there's that little bit of movement through the air we were waiting for. 251 for 7 it is, so the lead is 255. Daddy Longlegs, in fact 2 Daddy Longlegs. Oh goodness me. We might not linger on this, Rita. I thought there was a Daddy Longlegs on the window in front of us. There's 2 of them.
This could be my shortest stint ever in the commentary.
Is Dan thinking he has got an 11:30 now? Here's a full ball from Stewart to Zafa.
No, I meant regarding the Daddy Longlegs rather than it upset.
Well,
good morning, everyone.
Well, yes, but I think they may be preoccupied. If that's what Daddy Longlegs do.
I can't actually see them, so that's a good thing.
They're
on
my window.
Oh, okay, please stay away. Not you, Kevin.
I think that may be what one of the Daddy Longlegs is saying to the other one. Here's Stewart in bowls and in dipper. And it's dug out to mid-on. 251 for 7. You don't quite see Daddy Longlegs flying in, fortunately. You get surrounded by a load of wasps or flies. You often have it in the outfield, don't you, at cricket ground? The flies around. Ah, go away. Here's Stewart bowls and onto the hip of Zafa Gohar. This is worked down to long leg. 252 for 7. Was it the Locusts? Was it the Cricket World Cup or was it the Champions Trophy? I'm trying to remember now. Or maybe it was the Caribbean T20 World Cup. Didn't they all have to hit the ground because a swarm of locusts descended on the ground?
I remember the moment, but I can't remember when it was. But yes, they all sort of threw themselves onto the ground dramatically, didn't they?
Locusts at play.
And also Ronaldo as well in the Euros, I think, as well had a.
Here comes Stewart. It's pushed back by Cullen. It was South Africa, wasn't it? They were the weird ones that they bury themselves. They descend on the ground and then they drop off their wings and they bury themselves in the ground. These particular whatever they are.
Sneaky. With all my research of today's game, that is not Daddy Longlegs and insects disturbing play was not something I investigated. Terrible, isn't it? God.
Here goes Stewart bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. You do see it occasionally in this country, don't you? A swarm of bees. I think over the years I've seen, I've seen the players hit the dirt as the bees go by.
But certainly many a time in the outfield and also batting as well, having a wasp annoyingly hang around. It's so distracting. I know it sounds very minor, but it just puts you off your game quite quick, as many people are. Well, yes. Okay, now
you see what I'm saying.
Now I see it. Anyway, good morning, Kevin. How are you doing? Are you doing okay?
I expected to see an eventful morning on the field, not quite on the window in front.
And the start of a fresh new over from the Nackington Road end. Here comes Gilchrist in, and lovely drive into the offside. What a first ball for me to commentate on. A lovely cover drive into the deep. 4 runs on the board. Zafa has got his eye in here. He's one of those players, it looks like, that if it's there to be hit, he will hit it. And the scoreboard just ticks over a little bit further. 256 for 7. Which scoreboard shall I trust? I think is the word.
They're together now, aren't they? They're together now.
Okay,
2, 5,
good.
6 for 7. They're in agreement at last.
But beautiful drive. Bit of a chat going on here between the bowler and is that Crawley?
I think
And definitely
so.
Bell Drummond is shepherding the troops into the onside. So there's a man in the deep now, giving a bit of cover onto the cover boundary area. And with this slope as well, I'm sure we bang on and on about the slope here at Canterbury. But that slope really helping Zafa. Waiting for the next delivery. 77 on his back. Here it comes, in and bowls. Oh, and squared up on this one. Much better delivery, just short of a length. And squirms out into the third man area. And they go through for a single. But after that early wicket, Kevin, you think that Kent really need to get their tails up. Actually, I'm asking the wrong person here, but from a Kent perspective, they'll be looking to just skittle out Middlesex here. But on this wicket, it doesn't seem like one of those wickets at all. And after that early swing, predominant swing actually in the first couple of overs, haven't seen much of that since. In and bowls, and this one's driven back past the bowler. Lovely on drive. Save your legs. 4 more to the total. Lovely. Oh, do you know, I love an on drive. I really do. 2-6-1 for 7, the scoreline. Middlesex are definitely trooping on. More importantly, the lead is now 2-6-5.
Yeah, gorgeous shot that straight back down the ground. Interesting, as you say, it's not doing as much as the older ball just yet. It was a seaming surface on day 1. It still was on day 2. Stephen Eskenazi in the overnight interview talked about divots out there where perhaps this pitch is hardening up, so Middlesex will hope that plays a part. But as you can see from the drives this morning so far, if you overpitch on this one, the batters have had full trust driving, particularly down the ground. You often see early season batters not doing that.
Blake Cullen on strike. And this one, he ducks under. Shorter delivery from Gilchrist and through to the keeper. No run.
But they're closing on that 280, which is, it's just, you muse about these things across the game, don't you? Who knows what Middlesex are saying in the dressing room or saying to themselves? But you get a lead of 280. I think you're going to be pretty disappointed not to defend that on a pitch that's offered so much to the bowlers throughout, and indeed to the spinner. Zafa Gohar, you'd expect to play a big part in this, but if they do get it up and over 300, they would feel very confident, I think.
Next ball in. This one's driven again, but straight to the fielder at mid on, no run.
But Kent do have Middlesex's bogeyman in Grant Stewart. He always does well against Middlesex.
There's certain sides, aren't there? Whether you're playing the club game, the county game, even international as well. There's certain sides, grounds that you, for some reason, just fancy a little bit more. Sometimes no rhyme or reason to it, but it just shows how psychologically strong the scene can be. Next delivery in. This one's cut into the offside and really nicely fielded by skipper Bell Drummond. Skip to his left-hand side and there's no run. Probably feel a little bit aggrieved there that Cullen didn't get more runs than, any runs on that final ball of the over. And end of the over, so the lead now 2-6-5. You've got to think, though, anywhere near 300, that's going to be a tall order for Kent, isn't it?
I think, the bowling attack they have, Roland Jones, Higgins, Cullen, Brooks, and then Zafa Gohar, I think they'll be expecting. They bowled the first innings against Lancashire last week. It was the best I'd seen them bowl as a unit for nearly a decade, which is, everybody was in agreement. It was a really good performance, that first innings at Lords with the ball. Didn't bowl as well this week, but you'd expect that they put it right a little bit. Here is the aforementioned Grant Stewart with the ball first. He's got 1 for 49 in this innings as he's in, bowls a bumper, swaying down and inside it. Zafa Gohar allowing it through to the keeper.
So match drawn last weekend. First round 1. Disappointed not to get the win?
It was from 7 for 3 when they were still 90 runs behind. Middlesex were facing a 3-day defeat, and then to be 2 runs shy of victory at stumps. Yeah, it was a strange game. Not a strange game. It was an excellent game as his Stewart bowls and forward goes Gohar and there's no run. The strange bit was that neither side capitulated at any side. They both kept going at each other. They'd go and they'd go and they'd go, and one would get on top and the other one would come back. And that's what Lancashire did in the end, coming back for the draw.
Good advertisement for the county game. You just never know what's going to happen.
Well, it was excellent, and similarly this one here now. Fortunately, the weather's played its part, 'cause we didn't lose a single over of that match at Lord's last week, and it obviously went to the wire for the draw in the end, as Stuart bowls a swinging delivery in to Zafa Gohar. He's tucked up on the back foot. Are you about to be?
I've saved you. Oh no, it's back.
What is it? The daddy long legs?
Oh, it's a spider.
Oh.
Sorry, everyone.
Use your cup upside down.
Oh.
Run. Has it gone under the desk? Sit back. Go on, you step away, Rita. You're jumpy. You don't like it.
It's literally smaller than a 5p piece, but I'm petrified.
But it's a spider.
Yeah.
You might have to stand
I'm grown
up.
up, really.
You might have to stand up for this stint, maybe. Incy Wincy's after you. Here's Stuart. He's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. Did you get it? You got the cup down on top of it? Well done.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to take a moment. I used to be terrified of them, but
yeah.
I'm all right now.
Are you? Okay. Have you had any intervention? Because I definitely suffer from arachnophobia. I think is the official
I
term.
can't understand how you still sat there, because I can see how triggered by it you are. Here's no, I know the fear is real for sure. Here's Stuart bowls and flaying at that one. Zafa Gohar will get a single down to deep third, the left-hander. Just looking to flash at a cut as he did early in the over, and then got tucked up by it coming back into him. That one he had the room to free up the arms.
Thankfully, there's a cracking game of cricket going on in front of me, and I'm hoping you'll distract me by our friend that has entered the commentary box. And I don't mean Dan.
He's not our friend.
He's lovely, ladies and gentlemen. But what I mean, the first round last weekend, normally you have your big, snow coat, wouldn't you? Your winter coat on. It was absolutely glorious for the main part of it, wasn't it?
Here's Stuart. He's in bowls and swings that one away from Cullen, who defends to point, and there's no run. Yes, usually this time of the year in April it's no joke for cricket fans.
Oh.
It's a Sunday morning. Sneak these ones through.
I was going to say he's here all week, but not quite. Yeah, got to sneak it in. But end of the over there. And if you don't mind me finishing off your over. By the way, lovely snazzy new trainers. Like it.
Yeah, I did think probably I shouldn't walk around the outfield in these. They're nice pristine white, aren't they? But I think we got away with it. Mercer was rolling cricket balls towards me while I was doing my piece to camera this morning. I did go and kick one back at him. I thought, oh no, I'll scuff my trainers.
Can't have that. Definitely. Was that on purpose?
Yes,
take it? Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he was having great fun. He was playing bowls. A bit like Bell Drummond to Mier a couple of overs back. He was rolling balls towards me.
Nathan Gilchrist in. This one's defended by Zafa Gohar, who I'm looking forward to watching with the bat as well as the ball. It's my first day down here. I was on football duty yesterday. But
who is?
You probably
did they win?
The mighty Reading FC.
Yeah.
Of course. They did not win. 0-0 draw. Some may say a ball draw at Northampton.
Was Tim Deller on duty for that one?
He was, yes.
He'll be in position next week, one of the days of the Middlesex game at Lord's.
Indeed. Gilchrist in. This one a full delivery and punched straight, though, to mid off, and there's no run. Nicely. Zafa loves a full delivery. And we've seen this. It is really strong on the drives, but just short of a length. This is where he gets a little bit in trouble. Slightly edges back onto the back foot and is a little bit more uncertain, in my opinion. But the left-hander on 16 from 25 so far. Gilchrist in. This one shorter delivery. Yeah, got high on him there. The slightly shorter of the two batters out there. Zafa pushed into the mid-wicket region. There's no run. But yes, Tim was on duty yesterday. Could have pushed Reading far more into the playoff positions if Reading had got a win yesterday, but wasn't to be. But a point on the board. Sorry, by the way, we will go back to the cricket, but I am a Reading fan, and Reading has been in the Reading FC has been in the news very much recently. Gilchrist in. And this one's defended by Zafa, but they go through for a quick single. Easy single in the end. In comes round Zach Crawley, Creepy Crawley, I think he's known by his teammates, I believe.
Creepy Crawleys around here.
Oh, don't.
Commentary box.
I'd just forgotten, although our friends on the window have departed now.
I know.
So that entertainment has gone.
Gone and got a room, those two.
Rita Green, by the way, with Kevin Hand in the commentary box. What a beautiful day it is here in Canterbury. It really is. I know that we bang on and on about the weather, and if you're listening to us around the world on the BBC Sport app, hello. Next one. This one's defended by Cullen, and there's no run. These are sort of Simpsons clouds, don't they? Are you a Simpsons fan? Not sure if you're a Simpsons
I'm
fan.
more a Family Guy, man.
Oh, that's funny, isn't it?
Can't repeat any of those jokes. You can tell a few Simpsons jokes, you can't repeat Family Guy.
Yeah, that might be a step too far. Might curtail your broadcasting career. But the game is beautifully poised. 267 is the lead. 263 for 7 Middlesex in their second innings. Kent searching for more wickets. 1 wicket down this morning. Ben Giddy's holing out. In bowls is Gilchrist. And this one's got into the rib cage of Cullen, but nicely pushed into the offside. Nicely played. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. 263 for 7. Yeah, if you're just joining us, Giddy's on 75 in the end and hold out in the deep on the onside. Big, thick edge, wasn't it, off the bat into the arms of Joey Everson in the deep. Nicely taken, actually. Those ones can be a little bit tricky because they dip, actually, quite viciously, but nicely done by Joey Everson and the man out. But that feels like a long time ago. It is, in terms of timeline. Half an hour ago now, and Zafa is just ploughing on with his game. Yeah,
Grant Stewart turning his ball. Well, you look at it overnight, you think, oh, can Geddes get that century? Will he be able to steer the tail against the new ball? They're doing a fine job without him. As Stewart's in, bowls and swings this in to Gohar, turning to mid-on, and there's no run. But what we must read from this as well, every time we see a ball turn big, we'll think, oh, that looks good for Jack Leading, but it looks even better for Middlesex. They've got Zafa Gohar. Equally, every time that Zafa Gohar or Blake Cullen get a drive away at the moment, say, well, that looks good for Middlesex, but it does look good for Kent as well. Because all of a sudden, they shouldn't have any great fear. There's no fear in this pitch, but on any given surface, chasing 300's a lot of runs. Under the pressure of 2 quick wickets at any given stage, as Stewart is in, bowls, and a bouncer again, which Gohar sways inside the line of.
Even the bouncer there didn't really go miles through, didn't it, to the keeper? It came to chest height. But there's no gremlins, I don't think, at the pitch, are there? I mean, it looks a little bit green and tinged. It looks like a decent wicket. But is it a 300-run 4th innings wicket? That's the question.
Stewart. 2 slips in bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Gohar. There's no run. I cheekily, on the first evening, said to Jack Davies, when we were discussing the pitch, the amount of grass that was on the top, I said, a 4-dayer, Jack? No chance, he said with a laugh. But here we are, another Middlesex dig themselves into lunch, then actually, if Kent were to win the game, it probably would take to the 4th day. If Middlesex can keep going, what are we, 11:45 now? Let's say it takes until lunch to get them. Well, it might be that, if Kent are to win the game, it will be the 4th day as forward goes Zafa Gohar pushing back and there's no. But that's the nature of how things have changed in that 222, which was 150 for 8 at one point, but they recovered to 222. But similarly, Kent then in return, and they'll be very disappointed that they allowed Middlesex to recover with Cullen and Davies. Oh, that's Zafa Gohar after something from the dressing room, but similarly then 79 for 6 Kent, and they recovered to 218. So here goes Stewart, one of the men who led the recovery of the bat. He bumps Gohar, who just about gets underneath this one. I remember Nick Compton explaining it to me once when I think Moeen Ali was getting himself into a bit of trouble with, ducking at international level. Nick Compton was saying to me, if the ball's swinging around in England, you can't really sway inside it because it will, yeah, exactly. So you have to get down. You have to duck a bouncer in England. If you're in Australia or in South Africa and someone's banging it in, you can sway inside or outside of it. As here's Stewart into Gohar, dabs that one back, and that's nearly what he did there. Zafa was sway backwards and the ball nearly followed him, and made no from Stewart. 19 gone from him, 3 maidens, 1 for 50. Whatever it was that Zafa Gohar had to change the gloves. It is a hot morning even in the commentary box here, it just feels like you need a breeze to come through this window. We need the windows on the side to open as well as the windows on the front, so let a breeze flow through.
Just looking around for that. There used to be a fan. Oh, there's a fan here, right behind me. Oh dear.
Silly me.
We should maybe put it on. Should we put it on as long as it doesn't distract the listeners or ourselves? But yeah, beautiful day here. It's the only commentary box that I know of, and you know far more than me, of course, Kevin. Where wearing a cap indoors is the right thing to do. And I did bring my club cap with me, yes, which has my name on it. Just in case anyone wanted to nick it, why would they do that? Scoreline in terms of 267 is the lead. I feel like we've been on that for a little while, of course, with that maiden over. This one's pushed into the onside to third man. And there's a bit of a chase on here for Ben Compton, who nicely comes round and cuts off the boundary. 2 more to the total. 269 is the lead. 265 for 7, the scoreline for Middlesex. Nicely done by Compton there. But in terms of Zafa, you may or may not know this. You probably do, Kevin. You know everything. In terms of Zafa's only test, how did he get on for Pakistan? Anyway, Gilchrist in. This one's pushed into the onside. Plenty of room there. Through for a single. The bowler was feeling like there could have been a little bit of movement there. Got the batter a bit uncomfortable, sort of jagged into him a little bit. But through for a single and rotating the strike. But do you know about Zafar's only test against New Zealand?
It was a batting paradise for him, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. No wickets. But, a 33 and a 37 in that test match. And that to be your only test match when you are pretty much a bowler is, I think, quite something. But to play for your country, massive achievement. Here he is on strike, Zafa. Gilchrist in. This one's defended into the offside. There's no run. I think they're doing a good job here, Middlesex. Just taking their time and being hugely watchful. I think this is a patience game, isn't it? Plenty of time in the game. A day and, pretty much 3 quarters to go. Kent looking for those wickets so they can get their gloves on, have the bat in hand. But as you say, Kevin, if there's a bit of movement and great drives, etc., it's good for both sides. In. And this one's a bit short of a length. Nicely played by Zafa to Crawley, but there's no run. Nicely poised, this game, definitely. And if you're thinking about coming along today, do come along. There's a spattering of a lovely crowd here. There's some early birds in, actually, wanting to get their prime position. I don't blame you. Just behind the bowler's arm, for instance. Where would you be in the ground? Where would you be, Kevin, if you weren't in this commentary box? Where would you prefer to watch the game? I'll ask you that in a moment. Zafa on strike. Gilchrist in. Full delivery and given the treatment. A beautiful cover drive past Crawley. Save your legs. No need to get to do too much with that, Zach, apart from go and retrieve the balls. 4 more to the total. Lovely cover drive. Just lent into that one. You can tell I love a cover drive and an on drive. 4 more to the total. 270 for 7.
Well, we're blessed, aren't we? Because more often than not, we're sat almost perfectly in line. Not quite. If the bowling's right arm over, then right arm over to a left-hander in particular, we've got a great line at the moment from the pavilion end. Elevation's quite nice as well, isn't it? So it is a bit odd for us when we then do go and sit at square leg, or it's so strange for us to see it from side on. You do have to commentate side on at some grounds. To do it over the years. Horsham was one. Square leg doing the commentary.
Right then, Gilchrist in. Shorter delivery in and punched into the offside by Zafa, and he goes through for a single. Just changed his orientation there, Gilchrist. Decided to go round the wicket for that last delivery of the over. Looks a little bit disappointed with that over. End of the over, 271 for 7. As you say, yeah, when you're at sort of square leg and watching the game, it's like, oh, this is a bit odd, isn't it? But it's nice to get a different perspective, I think, though, in terms of the speed of the delivery.
No, you see the depth of the crease for the batters as well. How they're playing it in terms of inside, outside the crease, moving forward. Beckenham's another one, indeed, over the years, where we used to be squared on. We're now more towards the bowler's arm, at least, anyway, maybe at a wide, long off or long arm.
You ever done the Cheltenham Cricket Festival as well? You normally sort of
square
on that one as well.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably the most famous of the square-on views. Here's Stewart beginning the over. In bowls, and this is worked away back on a square on the leg side. for a single. Zafa Gohar moves to 23, 272 for 7. But in answer to your question, yeah, I think probably at the far end, at the Nathan Road end, that little nest of seats in between the corporate boxes and the sight screen, that would have to be the spot if you couldn't be in line where we are at the moment, of which there are a few vantage points to our right as well, stand to our right, but if you couldn't be in line there, then I think just to the side of the sight screen. So here's Stewart, he's in bowls, and a bumper again, which ducking underneath it didn't really have to, just ducked his head into his shoulders really, Cullen. He's a tall man as well, but yeah, you need you like a bit of elevation as well, don't you, which you wouldn't have over there, but that'll be the spot. And the other reason being for sitting over there in that spot is because you'll be able to look back on this this side of the ground, the pavilion end. It's quite a lovely old wooden pavilion, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice. I thought you were going to say it's closer to the ice cream van as well, which is handy. Definitely handy.
There's an ice cream van.
Oh, yes.
Stewart's in bowls, and this is eased into the offside, and there's no run. We were teasing Jamie about that the other day, how we get free ice cream at New Road, Wantage Road. Where else gives us ice cream?
Free ice cream, wow.
Yeah, the commentary box, they usually get sent up an ice cream on a sunny afternoon. Bradders started that tradition, I think. Then Radders at New Road. Here goes Stewart, bowls, and this is pushed back into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Stewart's digging it, isn't it? Either short deliveries or fuller deliveries. So slightly surprising Cullen there, didn't he? Didn't really have a straight bat on that one, but managed to defend it nicely.
Did you ever get the benefit of the carvery here at Canterbury?
No, I never
used to be
did.
the
Carvery?
Yeah.
Wow.
Stewart, he's in bowls and edged and taken at slip. Cullen falls. A Jaffa from Stewart. That's what Cullen will hope to be delivering himself at some point. Lovely ball, just straightening on him. Line and length, top of the off stump, and a nick through to slip, where leaning, held on, might have had 2 grabs at that there. 272 for 8 now, Middlesex. And Roland Jones and Brooks to come. Zafa Gohar still there on 23. It's been a good match, aggregate of over 50 for Cullen in this game. Night watch in the second innings and a rescue act in the first. Bell Drummond it was at slip who took the catch. Cullen departs for 22. Stewart, the bowler. And, well, how much damage will Stewart, the batter, do? Cullen has done a little bit this morning. He's pushed Middlesex along. The lead is now 276. They're very nearly at what I think psychologically was a bare minimum they'd have wanted to have come out and set this morning 280. But they're not far from that 300 mark. Can the captain get them there? It's Roland Jones who's going to walk out. And again, the Middlesex bowlers won't mind too much seeing that little bit of seam movement there, which just squared up. Took a fine tickle through to slippers. Cullen wasn't in a bad position to play it on the back foot. Top of off stump, it was there or thereabouts. He tried to get in behind it. Just couldn't quite do so, and the edge taken.
A beautiful delivery. Just seen the replay as well. Wow. Beautiful swing. Gave it a full length to give it that chance to swing, and then probably pitched on the off stump and then just moved away beautifully into the arms of Bell Drummond. Regulation catch for the skipper for Kent, and another wicket down. But Grant Stewart has played a blinder here. He's really varied up the over. And with that wicket, it's not. I think we've got one ball, haven't we, of the over to come. But really varied it up, didn't he? The short delivery, the full delivery, just keeping Blake Cullen guessing. And he looked absolutely gutted, didn't he, as he came off? Really looked disappointed, but nicely played up until then. But I think credit where it's due. Grant Stewart did a great job in that over.
He did indeed. End of the over, I'll make way for Dan. It's just coming up towards 12 o'clock now. We've had, 5 balls of this, the 90th over of the innings. Here's Roland Jones taking guard first of all. 2 slips in place. Deep third, point covering a mid-off, mid-on. Deep square and long leg, just protecting those runs on the onside as Stewart bowls to Roland Jones. He's right arm over and the tall Middlesex captain awaits, defending into the offside. It is the end of the over, so Cullen falls for 22. Gohar still there on 23. Roland Jones 0 from 1 delivery, and Middlesex leading by 276. They're 272 for 8, and after a few words from Rita Green, it'll be Dan Whiting.
Thank you, Kevin. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered from a Kent perspective. But Middlesex going along nicely. 276 is the lead. And Kent cannot wait, I'm sure, to get the gloves on, the pads on, the bat in hand. And Middlesex just trotting along pretty nicely. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets so far this morning. Giddies out for 75 after a beautiful innings. Absolutely gutted. Man in the deep. And caught by Everson. And that one just a moment ago from Grant Stewart. Really engineered that wicket from Blake Cullen. The 23-year-old trudging off the pitch. Disappointed to be out, but Grant Stewart, lovely swing and a little nick and through to the skipper, Bell Drummond. And welcome back, Dan Whiting. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Rita. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Here is... Who's that, Stewart? No.
Oh, it's Zafar Ali, actually.
Zafar Ali, Catcher Ali's come on.
I've given you the brand new bowler and the Nackington roller. Sorry, should have eased you in nicely, shouldn't I?
That'll teach me to concentrate, won't it? So, 272 for 8. Blake Cullen, I thought, was batted very well. I think he's put on 55 very valuable runs in this match for his side. And Daniel Bell Drummond picks up his 3rd catch of the innings. I think he had 2 grabs there as well, didn't he? I think it was a bit of a juggling effort.
Didn't spot that actually. I thought it went straight into his midriff, and that was that. Oh, okay.
You've got the stream there in front of you.
I do. I just thought it was in, and that was it. But
okay.
let me roll it back.
You're right. Here's Kashi Ali. As that's Zafa gets up on his toes. Kashif Ali played 1 test for Pakistan. I think Zafa Gohar's played 2 tests for Pakistan. So they'll know each other. A couple of messages on X. John Duffield, we were talking about swing earlier, and he said swing is due to moisture content in the air. The ball can swing in sunny conditions if moisture is being evaporated from the pitch, which it will on a hot and sunny day in April. So thank you very much for your message there, John. And Pete Finch also has been in touch, as that's just pushed into the offside. Pete fancies Kent to take a few early wickets here, and if Zach can get himself in, who knows, Kent may win. Good to hear Kevin Hand on comms. Not me or you, Rita, but Kevin. He quite likes Kevin, but Pete Finch.
Is it relative?
Yeah, cheers, Pete. Yeah, he's his cousin.
Hello, Pete.
Kevin met him down here on a hot picking holiday. You know, Londoners do that sort of thing down here in Kent. He's a Child Athletic fan. And their media man as well. Kashif Ali comes in and Zafa prods that. Sort of gropes at that a little bit outside off stump. 272 for 8. Zafa Gohar, 23. Roland Jones yet to score. But Zafa Gohar and Blake Cullen for the 8th wicket there put on 42 valuable runs. And in the context of this game, who knows how useful they'll be.
Indeed. Charlton Athletic, though, very much in the playoff positions in League One.
Yeah.
May face my beloved Reading Football Club in the playoffs, you never know.
Kashif Ali as Zafa Gohar pushes that back. Yeah, I've got to do an update for BBC Radio Kent in a second. Kashif in. Just pushed into the offside, no run.
Well, just over an hour gone here at Canterbury, and it's pretty much even Stevens this morning. Middlesex have added 50 exactly to their overnight total of 222 for 6, but they've lost 2 wickets. They lost the dangerous Ben Geddes for 75. He was caught by Joey Everson. Well, the ball coming out of the sun out on the deep square leg boundary off the bowling of Jack Leaning. And just a moment ago, Blake Cullen nicked off to Daniel Bell Drummond at slip off the bowling of Grant Stewart. All the sides in action today in the South East, and you can listen to them all. Ball by ball commentary here from all those games are available via the BBC Sport app and website. But meanwhile, here at Canterbury, Middlesex 272 for 8. Good job the feed cut off there, because we were going to listen to a bit of Wham again. They seem to like Wham after my updates for some reason. Yesterday we had a bit of I'm Your Man, and there was a bit of Wake Me Up Before You Go going on there.
I'm going to have that tune going through my head now for at least an hour, probably. But there we go. Here's Grant Stewart, by the way, who continues from the pavilion end, who's coming steamy in the Italian-Australian with Roland Jones. Oh, and this is wrapped on the pads, and the finger goes up. That looked out from the minute the pads were hit. Roland Jones out for a duck. And that's exactly what Kent wanted, and the Middlesex skipper trudges back. But that was a beautiful delivery. Really gave it loads of time to swing that one. And Grant Stewart has been getting the swing from the pavilion end, using the slope here in Canterbury really, really nicely. Hit on the pads, out for a duck, and another wicket goes down. And what will the total be in the end? Who knows? But at the moment, it's 272 for 9.
Yeah, Grant Stewart. He's Daniel Bell Drummond's man, isn't he? Yeah. He definitely is. As that looked absolutely plumb from here. Oh. Meanwhile, in the ladies' game, in the women's game, Megan Sturge, the loan signing back from Hampshire. Went to Hampshire, and she's now back at Kent on loan. She's got 50 off 38 balls as the ladies are playing up at Polo Farm.
50 off 38? Brilliant.
They've got 181 for 3 off 17 overs. I tell you what, I'm glad I'm not commentating on that game. I'd be working. I'd ask for double the money, Rita. I'd ask for double the money.
Oh, that'd be hard work, but brilliant work if you're on the right side of that scoreline.
Yeah. Here is Henry Brooks. We had a couple of daddy long legs on the window earlier, didn't we? And,
please don't remind me. But yeah, they were having fun.
Henry Brooks has got the longest.
In the sunshine.
Yeah, I'm not sure the mummy long legs was overly happy about it, if I'm honest with you. But there you go. But we've been referring to Henry Brooks as daddy long legs. He's got the longest legs in cricket, I think. He's exactly. I think there's about an inch between him and Cullen, but Brooks is sort of leggy, isn't he?
Yeah, indeed, and Zach Crawley as well. Pretty tall guy with long legs. So I saw Brooks in the nets this morning. He's quite distinctive, isn't he, in his appearance? And here he is waiting for Grant Stewart. That one, by the way, the wicket delivery beforehand, it just swung into the pads, and Roland Jones thought it was going down leg side, tried to push it into the offside, but no, the swing made it plumb. And Grant Stewart with a dot ball there as well. And every delivery feels like an ooh and ah delivery. 272 for 9 is the scoreline for Middlesex. More importantly, a lead of 276.
Where's your pocket money, Rita? Gamble responsibly, kids, if you're listening in. But where do you see this one going?
Well, that's a difficult one. I'm here on behalf of BBC Sport today, so I am a full neutral, even though I happen to have links to both Middlesex and to Kent.
Where were you brought up, Rita?
Yes, indeed. But I was actually born in the Middlesex region. So can I just say it'll be a draw? Which it probably won't be with a game.
No, it won't be.
I'll sit on that fence. Here's Stewart in. Thankfully, he's delivered the next delivery to get me out of that one. And it's going to be a wicket maiden for Grant Stewart. Really lovely over for Stewart. Grant Stewart, and the over 4 as well, I believe, was a maiden. So really building up the pressure here from the pavilion. And honestly, 50-50. I think it really depends. How quickly, obviously, Kent can get their pads on, but also how the probably opening 2 or 3 batters do for Kent. So if they start to build a nice big partnership in that early stages, you think, oh, they might have it. Because the wicket's doing really well. It's a good wicket. Not really many gremlins out there. Yes, the ball is turning. That's probably what you've got to look out for in that fourth innings, I think.
Yeah, as I said, I'm working for BBC Radio Kent. I live in North London. I've got splinters in my derriere. Here's Kashif Ali, as that's covered up there by Zafa Gohar and pushed back. But no, I can't pick it really. I think I just fancy Kent slightly, but not by much. 51-49, just because the wicket has sort of it's become a little bit not benign, but it's become a lot more placid. I mean, it's not one of those Canterbury wickets, you know, that's as placid as the Dalai Lama, Mother Teresa, you know, that sort of stuff. But John Lennon. But here's Kashif Ali. But there's no demons in it, as you said. They're turning down the single here. There's a little bit of kidology going. There's 2 slips in place with everyone else out on the boundary. But I just fancy Kent slightly on that basis alone. But they're going to have to bat well. And this game could go anyway. Why don't you drop us a line? Tell us where you think it's going to go. Drop us a line, bbckentcricket@gmail.com, and let us know your thoughts on where this is going to go. And Rita, angle your questions to Rita. She'll take all the difficult ones, and I'll take the easy ones, all right?
As long as it's not on spiders.
You're not a fan of spiders then, Rita?
I don't remember this commentary box having that many spiders, but there we go.
Kashif Ali in, and that's flicked, and they do decide to take the single this time. They amble through, they walk through for a single. Yeah, we've had these flies. I don't know if they're dropping out the light above us, but I've had these flies, dead flies dropping down on my sort of scorebook over the last few days. First game of the season, you've got to put up with this sort of thing, haven't you?
At least we haven't got our big coats on. Beautiful weather here, probably 17, 18 degrees.
Yeah.
We're in the bright sunshine here in the commentary box. And here's Brooks, who's... has he faced a ball yet? He's faced 2 deliveries so far. And Ali coming in from the Nackington Road end. This is your over, of course.
Sorry.
Dan, I'm not taking over.
No,
promise.
No.
She's only been here 5 minutes and she's taken over. Gosh.
Don't worry, I'm on a day rate, Rita. I get paid the same amount anyway. It's Kashif Ali in, as that's full of length and just pushed out into the covers. Yeah, it's interesting this time of year, isn't it, where, you know, it's sort of club cricketers as well, they have to go back into score boxes that have been, you know, empty all winter, and there's all sorts of fauna and flora and all sorts in there, isn't there? You know, probably having to wake up the local vagrant who's made it his home over his winter and remove him for the summer.
Cheap rent, was it?
Free. Ali in, Brooks just pushes it to Bill Drummond at mid-wicket. So you've been covering BBC Radio Berkshire, that's your home station, isn't it? And you do, is it a sports show you do on that as well?
Yeah, indeed, every Saturday.
Yeah.
Part of the sport team there, or watching Maidenhead United or Rams Rugby.
Okay.
So I do a variety of things, but 0-0 draw yesterday.
For Maidenhead or for Reading?
No, for Reading actually, in League One.
Who were they playing?
Playing Northampton Town.
Okay.
So if it got a win, it could have pushed more into the playoffs, but for a club that's...
Ali. That's driven nicely, but they refuse the single. End of the over. Middlesex 273 for 9, leading by 277. Zafa's 24. Brooks yet to score. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Rita Green. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, and on the BBC Sport app, and on the Kent YouTube channel.
Right, I'll just mention it one more time because I don't want to bore everyone with the Reading plight. But if Reading are in existence within the next month, I'll be delighted. You know, there's a lot of off-field activity going on. 22nd of April.
Yeah, I've heard.
The deal needs to be done.
I've heard,
and unbelievably on the pitch doing a brilliant job. But yeah, delighted to be here though, Dan. I must admit, it's really nice to be back in Kent, a place I know rather well. I'm a former county cricketer myself for Berkshire, but used to play Kent many times with a certain Charlotte Edwards against us. Know that name? Yes, you do. Grant Stewart with a beautiful delivery, but nicely pulled into the onside. Little flick.
Did she
and
pan your bowling all around the Garden of England?
And she did a little bit, but but I did hit her for definitely a few fours off her own bowling, actually.
Okay.
But as a batter, just a beautiful batter. The timing and the way that she hit the ball with such finesse, and when she hit it, it flew a mile.
Yeah.
So as a player, I was always in awe of her. She actually used to live in the Berkshire area as well. So she's got Berkshire links as well. Sorry, everyone. All these Berkshire links coming. Kevin always sort of rolls his eyes at mine. The Berkshire links I find. But Grant Stewart in from the pavilion end. Nice full delivery and left alone this time by Brooks, who's yet to get off the mark. 6 deliveries so far. But yeah, Charlotte Edwards, congratulations to her. Lottie, as we all knew her and know her. Has turned into a magnificent coach as well, and that's what the Reading Conference, sorry, the women's game, England women's game, they really need. She probably doesn't want anything to do with Reading Football Club, but there we go. But delighted to see her taking on the role. A big job for her to do. Stewart in, and this one's a short delivery, and even Brooks with his 6'3" stature had to duck under that one, but that he did, and through to the keeper, no run.
I think he's taller than 6'3", isn't he, Brooks?
Well, I did it, but well, that's according to my extensive research on a Saturday night, which is quite depressing, isn't it? Yeah.
Meticulous research, actually. It's puts Kev and I to shame.
Well, it's what I need. But Grant Stewart in, bowling pretty much wicket to wicket. This one's punched into the offside, not convincingly by Brooks. Just trying to see out the over, probably. And Compton does the of the next over, and they trudge on. Middlesex 274 for 9, and the lead 278.
Yeah, he's bowled really well in this game. He might have a degree in civil engineering, but I'm sure Grant Stewart should have a first-class honours in swing bowling. So, Rita Reading, there's a friend of mine's a Carlisle fan, and they think the only way that they can stay up, they think they're doomed, but the only way they can stay up is finishing second from bottom and Reading going under, which, you know, no one wants to see a football club do that, but sort of straws and all that, clutching at straws. Kashi Valley wide and screamed by Zafa out to long off. In a bit of a stalemate here, with games just drifting a little bit. All the men on the boundary. Batters refusing the single, and who's going to blink first?
Yeah, indeed. It's a bit of a waiting game, isn't it? You're going to get to the 4th, 5th, 6th ball of the over for proper action, you think?
Kashi Valley to Zafa, who tries to swing that one over towards the ice cream van.
Yeah, what do I know? He was going for it there, wasn't he?
Yeah. That was... Now, if he'd have connected with that, all the sprinkles would have gone everywhere in that ice cream van, I tell you.
Oh, don't. I walked past the ice cream van before play and was very tempted to have an ice cream.
Yeah.
Are you talking about maybe a drink before 11, etc. earlier on? Is it, I don't know, is it cricket to have an ice cream before 11? Probably.
Yeah. Just not to have a alcoholic drink, really, as I was talking about. That'll probably be frowned upon. Well, it'll be frowned upon by having one whilst working, actually. Kashi Valley screams that one, Zafa, through extra cover, but only picks out Joey Everson out on the boundary down there.
I'm enjoying Zafar's play. No matter if he's not going to take a run, I'm going to play the shot.
Love him. I love him. I've known him quite a while, obviously with my Gloucestershire connections. And he seemed very pleased to see me. Gave me a big hug and then said, "What are you doing here?"
That's a sign of affection, though.
Yeah, well, I think so. I think so, yeah. Kashi Valley's going to go round the wicket to him. Probably try and spear one in its toes. And Zafa screams that one down to long off. And they amble through for single. And that's one ball left for Brooks to negotiate from Kashif. Kashif Ali, he's had a very good debut. Kent, though, have missed Keith Dudgeon. 7th on debut last week in Northampton. And he's a big blow. He looks a absolute thoroughbred.
A massive blow, and so close to the start of play.
Yeah.
That's not what Kent wanted, but I think they've bowled pretty well. I mean, they've done their best, I think, haven't they? I don't think they've been... They've kept in it, you know, at times when Middlesex have been ploughing on and getting the partnerships. They've kept going.
Yeah, 279 the lead, 280 to win. As Brooks jams the bat down on that. They won't take the single, that'll be the over. And no, it won't.
No, you got one more bonus ball there.
Can you get me an abacus for Easter, please, Rita? You're with us next Sunday.
You don't
as well,
want an Easter egg? I prefer an Easter egg personally.
I definitely don't need an Easter egg, and I could do with an abacus. I think so. I'm struggling to count to 6.
And yes, I will see you next Sunday if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Week today, back here. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, Easter Sunday. Short ball. I'm sure we'll be going through our Easter 11. People like Matthew Cross, Scottish wicketkeeper. Kevin St Peterson. And there's one playing in this, Nathan Kilchrist. I'll get my coat.
Right, I've got a week to come up with quite a few more. Better or worse, I can't guarantee. So you've got a substitute fielder coming on. Zach Crawley's going off for a moment.
Yes, we've had Mikey Cohen on the pitch yesterday. Which was good to see.
We're also going to have a change of bowler, and Jasing with 19 on his back from the pavilion end. He's going to take over from Stewart, who bowled beautifully, but probably time for a little bit of a change here. They're just in 1 wicket, Kent. And Middlesex just looking to get as close as possible, I think, to 300. Zafa on strike, the left-handed batter. Singh in, full delivery. And punch to the long-on region. And guess what? No run taken. So I think it's always this game, isn't it? The tail end. Waiting for the 4th or 5th ball of the over. Yeah, and even the 6th one as well.
That's Ekansh Singh on 12th as duties there. Young lad on a rookie contract. He's from Blackheath Cricket Club, isn't he?
Jasing in, wider from the crease, and this one's a shorter delivery and punch to the offside. They go through for a single, nicely rocked back. He was looking for 2, was Zafar, and didn't get it. So Brooke has got to face, well, at least 4 deliveries. And we shall see how Brooke gets on. And there's a little bit of a chat between the two of them. Brooke's come a long way down the wicket. Bit of encouragement there from Zafar. He's giving him some encouragement.
Sorry, Ekansh, I've done you a massive disservice. You've actually played for Dartford Cricket Club, who are probably quite big rivals of Blackheath, so I do apologise, Ekansh. Jasing
started at Bexley. Nice club there. In and bowls. Full delivery, pushed to mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, just 22 years old. I feel like he's been around in the game a little bit longer than that. Born in Cambridge, but certainly a Bexley cricket fan. I'm coming out with all the facts today, chaps. I'm here for one day and here to tell you that he's a Chelsea fan. If you didn't know that already, you probably did.
He is, yeah.
There's a few of those around, for sure.
Been my neighbour down the corridor from me in the same hotel.
Brooke on strike, and this one full delivery again, and a swipe into the offside. Not where he wanted it to go, did Brooke, but goes out to the 3rd man region, and they go through for a single. A thick edge, I think, all along the ground though, and Zafar back on strike. So that was the 4th delivery of the over. 2 more in the over. So what will Zafar do? And that was not the greatest of of throw-outs to the substitute fielder.
Meanwhile, Megan Sturge is out. She's got 74 or 47. The Kent women 208 for 5.
Great innings. Past Chantry is Singh. Short delivery and up in the air, but safe. And through for 4 runs. Nicely played. A sort of very late ramp shot there from Zafar. Nicely. He's a flamboyant player, isn't he, Zafar? To 31 now from 56. 281 for 9 is the scoreline, and this will not be helping Kent. But short delivery took it on. 4 runs. There was a man in the deep. Looks like Bell Drummond all the way out there. But the ball won the battle.
Yeah, he likes to back away and crash it through the offside. Wavy Davy, he's been in touch. Hi folks, loving the commentary. Thinks 280 will be a tough challenge.
Last ball of the over and pushed into the offside, and they go through for a single. I'm surprised actually the field didn't come in there. And Zafar does nick the strike. And Brooke goes to the non-striker's end. End of the over, 282 for 9. 286 is the total. I think your correspondence was probably onto something there. But Kent will fancy this. Flat wicket, sunny day. I can see Compton just keeping warm in the deep, doing a bit of stretching. I saw him actually having a coffee with Jack Leaney this morning at the Lime Tree Cafe. Nice spot first thing in the morning. And all day today for sure, just having a chat probably about today's play. And he knows he's going to have to play a big part today for sure, Dan, isn't he?
Yes, certainly is. And I think there's been two guys who are quality players who haven't had the best of starts to the season. Haven't been easy to bat on these wickets either. But Zach Crawley and Daniel Bell Drummond, I think, will have a part to play. And remember, class is permanent, form is temporary. As Kashif Ali comes in and Zafa punches into the offside, no run.
So Ali's here till what, May time, isn't that? End of May time. And Wes Agar coming back as well.
That's correct. Yeah.
Popular guy around these parts.
Keith Dudgeon as well till the end of May. We'll have an update on his injury probably tomorrow, I should imagine. I think he's had to see a specialist, but you know these scans take time now, don't they? And I think with injuries, they always need a couple of days just to calm down, etc. So I think the club will probably put an update out tomorrow or Tuesday regarding him, as Zafa absolutely screams that one into the offside, but can't get it past Tawenda Mayeye on the deep cover point boundary. Oh,
sounded nice, didn't it? Off the back foot, cut into the offside for no run whatsoever, but felt good. If you're Ali, if you're Kent, you just want to get this last wicket.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? It's like going for a walk when you've got a stone in your shoe. You know, that sort of stuff. That's what 10th wicket partnerships are like. As that's cut backwards. Is he going to get 4? No, great work by Mier. He gets 2 though and retains the strike. But that was good placement there by Zafa Gohar.
Yeah, he likes it out there very much. Likes to rock onto the back foot and cut it into the offside. He's pretty good on the drive as well today.
Yeah, he sort of gained cult hero status down at Bristol. The Gloucestershire fans absolutely adored him. They used to sing "Ooh Ah Zafa Gohar" and "Just sold my car to Zafa Gohar" was the other one. Here's Kashif Ali coming around the wicket to Zafa, who hoiks that one. He's played some very attractive shots. That wasn't one of them.
Well, this is the.
In comes the field, so
the conundrum, isn't it? Take the run or not?
Fifth ball. Fifth ball. In fact, only Daniel Bell Drummond is. In fact, no, they're not coming in. Bell Drummond's just come across to talk to Kashif Ali.
I'm surprised the field aren't coming in.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to give him 2 bumpers and say, right, you try and hit those.
And you see what Zafar did there? Replicated the stroke he'd like to play, which would pretty much be a 6 to the manual scoreboard. Yeah, bring it on, huh?
We were talking about shadow batting the other day, and a couple of winters ago I saw a chap on the tube platform on the underground, shadow batting, and then an imaginary leave to the imaginary ball in January. Wonderful. Great to see. 284 for 9, Zafa 34. Brooks 1 as Kashif Ali comes steaming in from the Nackington Road end and doesn't bowl a bouncer, and there's one out to deep point, and they just amble through for a single. Ah, bit strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, it's easy to say from the commentary box, but a little bit of pressure on Zafar there, and Brooks now has just, one delivery to navigate. And I'll leave you in peace, by the way, Dan, in a few moments' time, Kevin Hand, to rejoin you.
No, you stay. We'll leave Kevin out there, mate.
No, easy.
We love Kevin Hand.
He's a
First
marvellous
time I've
chap.
ever worked with Kevin. I've listened to him.
No.
Years and
Are you
years and
kidding?
years. No.
Wow.
I've listened to him for years. Oh, that's a beamer. Down the leg side and a no ball. And probably a warning. So you're on for another ball. Yeah, it will be a warning. Yeah, he's giving him a warning. As he has to do now. Next one, Kashif will be off. Don't know what he was attempting there.
Maybe a slower ball, probably trying to wrap his fingers around it, and came out all wrong. But a quick apology from the bowler, and Brooks didn't seem to well. It was going down leg side as well, so that helped it not to be a dangerous ball. But yeah, he was trying something different there, I think. Ali.
Here he comes. Full. Brooks digs out a Yorker, goes out to long on, and that completes the over. 287 for 9. So we're going to have a change in the commentary box where Rita's going to make way and Kevin Hand is going to come back in. Beamers are an interesting concept, aren't they? You always get, when club cricketers go back to have indoor nets, you always get some idiot who tears in, doesn't just ease his way into the season, he tears in and will steam in off about 16 yards and slip you a beamer, generally out of a sort of maroon background, which you pick up not overly well out of a maroon wall. And it's welcome to the new season. Meanwhile, welcome to the new season here at Canterbury as Zafa Gohar's on 35 and Jazz Singh is going to be bowling to him, as that's an edge. That's going to run away, but only for... No, they're going to come back for 2. Zafa's quick and makes it back. That's well run by the man from Lahore. 289 for 9, so Kent will have to get in the 290s now. 293 the lead, as we welcome Mr. Kevin Hand back to the commentary box.
Where's your money, Dan?
In a biscuit tin under my bed. I'm not having a bet on this game, mate.
Well, you're not going to be able to buy me an ice cream with it left there, are you?
I can't bet on this game, as that's on Zafa's leg stump and he refuses a single. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on this. I think it's 50-50. I can't pick a
I was
winner.
talking about you buying me an ice cream.
Oh, okay. I'll buy you an ice cream. I'll happily buy you an ice cream.
No. Body's a temple. What are you laughing at?
Temple Tube Station, maybe, in, on the district
Temple
line.
of Doom.
Jazz Singh coming in past umpire Jack Chantry. Full on, and Zafa drives. Only to pick out Bell Drummond out on the deep cover boundary. That's 3 balls the over gone. Kent seemed quite happy to just let this one roll and roll and roll. They're not bringing in the field on the 5th ball. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, it's a sort of curious passage of play, this. Singh into Zafa, who hoiks that one out to deep mid wicket, where Compton does the fielding, but they again shun the single. Right, is the field coming in now? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Compton's
Sort
not
of.
sure.
Yeah, Daniel's just marshalling his troops there. So, but square the wicket here. You've still got the boundary runners. Got a deep square leg and a deep cover point. So I wonder if Zafa will just try and open the face a little bit. He likes to back away, give himself a little bit of room to carve through the offside. Sing in, good bouncer. That's what you want. Try and hit those. It's a game of cat and mouse here, isn't it, Kevin?
It is, yeah. Interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
The way they're going about it, hard to really put your finger on it, but yeah, Middlesex very nearly at that 300 mark to set the visitors for what should be a fascinating final innings of this match. You wouldn't bet against Kent for a moment, but you'd just prefer to be Middlesex, I'd suggest.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kent don't want an awkward 10 minutes before lunch. Sing to Zafa, who farms the strike with one off his hip out to deep square. They amble through for a single, and he'll retain it, and he'll be facing Kashif Ali. 290 for 9 now, lead of 294. You listen to Dan White and Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, on the Kent YouTube channel, on the BBC app.
Yeah, what are we, 24 minutes from lunch on the third day. So you have the huge celebration. Yeah, you've got the final wicket. Oh no, we've got 10 minutes before lunch.
Yeah. Jack Leaney's coming into the attack. Yeah. Daniel Bell-Drummond just shuffling his bowlers, getting his overs in as well. I can't see that over rate. Can you?
Over 8 level.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. I think.
You've got better eyes than me, Kevin.
So leaning. He's got a slip. I think that's what it says. Over 8. Yeah. LVL. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Over 8 level. Here is leading around the wicket from the Nackington Road end, and the left-handed Gohar pushes defensively back to the off-spinner. 290 for 9. Gohar 38 from 69, and leaning in bowls. That's driven down to long off, where Gohar rejects the single again. So he's got his mind on his 50, 300 for Middlesex, 320. I own every little at this stage now. If there was to be a dash from Gohar, gives himself room and dashes that one down the ground. Long on won't get there to stop it. All along the carpet, that lovely shot, full-blooded swing of the bat, but all along the floor for 4, and popping back over the advertising hoardings and into the sight screen at the far end. It's retrieved now by Crawley, I think, at long on. He's just hopped over the advertising board to get it. That was a nice shot, and he's on to 42. Middlesex are 249 for 9, and the lead is 298. So they very nearly got that mythical, magical 300 mark. And there's Gohar driving out to deep cover, just fine of the fielder, and they do take the single off the 4th ball of the over, so 2 for Brooks to face. And Kent will now have to score 300 if they're to win the match.
You make 300 sound like a griffin or a phoenix. But Zafa Gohar absolutely nailed that, and he absolutely bullied it down to the Nackington Road boundary.
And I think Middlesex will be delighted that they've got it to 300.
Yeah, I think so.
They are milestones. They do get into the, because then teams work out and they, right, let's get it below 250, let's get it below 200, let's get it down to double figures. You're going about a chasers. Around the wicket comes leaning to Brooks, and the right-hander backs up and cuts into the offside. There's no run. Now at 300 for Middlesex. From here, honestly, 320, 330, everything now is a real bonus. This was, I'd say 280 was the minimum they'd have had in mind this morning. 300 would be nice. They'd know that the second new ball could have gone through them quickly. And it nearly did. Especially when Geddes fell just before it. As here's a full ball outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. 295 for 9.
Yeah, this partnership now 23. And it is a real pain, as I said to Rita.
I think it's quite valuable, this. I think if they'd have gone bang, bang,
valuable.
9 and 10,
Yeah.
I think psychologically Kent would have had their tails up. Can you psychologically have your tail up?
Well, yeah, because if you're tigers put their tail up as a form of aggression, and
well, I guess they can't literally have their tails up unless they're
giving it a marking their territory somewhat. But yeah, as I said to Rita, these 10th wicket partnerships are such a pain for the fielding side, aren't they? It's like going for a walk with a stone in your shoe. Nathan Gilchrist is going to come in, see if he can just finish it off. But do Kent want one naughty over before lunch? Probably not. I think Kent will probably be quite happy to finish this off in about 6 or 7 minutes. Gilchrist to Zafa. Short, pulled, clothed to Crawley. The real test, the real crunch time's going to come after lunch though, isn't it? New ball against Kent's top order. That will be the defining moment of this game, I think. Gilchrist around the wicket. Zafa defends. Although saying that, we've talked about a plethora of defining moments, and it just continues to confound us, this game of cricket, doesn't it? Kev's got a little bit of cramp here. Obviously needs some sugar. Get him an ice cream, someone. The guys from the office are listening into this. He'll have a flake with sprinkles and a little bit of strawberry sauce, I think he's ordered as well. Best thing for cramp.
strawberry sauce. Abdominal cramp. I didn't even know I had muscles there anymore.
Maybe it was a dodgy glass of wine at the end of the night last night. Short and crunched by Zafa. Only to go down to third. So my sources tell me. I mean,
Speaking of sauces.
Wild horses wouldn't drag the name of Tim Murter out of my mouth. That's one of my sources.
Oh, you know, selling fibs then, because he was tucked up in bed early, mate. Straight to bed after the
Of course.
movie on.
Cup of cocoa, good book. Maybe match of the day if he's pushing it. Gilchrist around the wicket, short, and is that wide? No, it's just one over the shoulder.
He was a very happy Mercer last night. Arsenal dropping points. Big Liverpool fan, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he is a big
He and
Liverpool
Angus
fan.
Fraser.
He's Liverpool's one, isn't he?
Yeah, they were driving back from a Champions League final.
So you got one from
Listening to a T20 commentary, neither of them involved in the T20 side.
So you got one
Years
from
back.
Pinner, one from Croydon, both Liverpool fans.
Well, he's a Lancastrian, isn't he? Gus. Born in... where was he born again now? I forget, but Lancashire somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Stanmore Cricket Club grew up at 295 for 9. Gilchrist around the wicket, short, pulled. That's gone up in the air, and it's gone all the way over the boundary and into the Freeman Flats. Big shot from Zafa Gohar, and that takes Middlesex past the 300 mark. And this is a really good innings from the new signing from Gloucestershire. He moves one shy of his 50, and these runs are vital to the visitors' cause. Gilchrist around the wicket, ambling in, full. Zafa again farms the strike. There's his 50. Well batted, Zafa Gohar. 78 balls, 5 fours, 1 6. He's been out there an hour and 35 minutes, and it's a really good innings. And are Middlesex declared? No, there's just a change of gloves.
Well, I was going to say the next psychological milestone. I don't think is a number. I think it's time. If Middlesex could actually bring Kent back out there again this afternoon, hot day like this, keep them out there, even if it's 20 minutes, half an hour after lunch. One, it cuts down Middlesex's time in the field themselves, so that they'd have a good hard hour and a half before tea on the third day at the host, and then the evening session. Just break up the play a little bit rather than done at lunch. You can see it being done in the next 5 minutes now, especially Zafa's got his 50. Will he start to open up a little more now?
But I thought they were just going to go off there and have just one awkward over at Kent before lunch, but no.
Yeah, I think probably now, obviously if they're out there for 20, 30 more minutes after lunch, then that's another 20 or so runs from where you are. So you are up to that 3:30 mark then, as he's leaning around the wicket to Gohar with a slip in place. Does his mentality change? Yes, it does. He heaves that one. Gohar looks to swing hard at it.
I think
it's deep square. It's a dot ball though, because they reject the single.
I think it's like those adverts you see for those furniture stores just after Christmas. Everything must go here.
And comes leading again outside the off stump. It's left alone by Gohar on this occasion. Well, that's the thing. Has he got to his 50 and then mentally now he thinks, right, go on, I'm just going to open it up and then we'll get at them this afternoon. But what would Kent really not like right now? They'd obviously not like another 20 or 30 more to chase. As in comes leaning, and Gohar drives this one out to deep cover for a single. 3 to come of the over. Will Brooks get his head down? But like I say, for so many reasons, you've got to go back out again and try and get this final wicket after lunch. But every run, Middlesex, there's so much time left in the game as well that you think, can Middlesex go back out there after lunch and eke it out to a 3:30 lead? It's 3:07 at the moment. But Kent have to get themselves up again to go out there after lunch.
Yeah,
then they have to come off and quick run off whereas the wicket goes now. The Kent openers have all of lunchtime to prepare themselves, don't they?
Yeah.
Whereas if you can hang on in there through until lunch, this pairing now, never mind if they didn't score another run for the next 13 minutes, just to take Kent back out there again after lunch, psychologically, I think would be quite a difficult one for the Kent openers.
Well, there would be at the moment, because it's 12:47, so they'd come out 12:57. There'd be one over, wouldn't there? But I wonder if Brooks is going to swing the willow here.
Well, like I said, I'd like to see them just dig into lunch now. Take them. I think from a cricketing perspective, it's easy set up here, isn't it? But I think it would be really cute of this pair to say, do you know what? Hang on in there now through till lunch and make them go back out there after, because they're bowlers as well. The pair of them, they'd know that. Bowlers have got to get themselves up to go out there again after lunch. Yeah. And like I say, for the Kent openers, they then don't have that full lunch interval to prepare themselves. He's leaning with 3 around the bat, a slip, a leg slip and a short leg, and he's in now. Bowls to Brooks, who just drives this one to one of 2 in on the single, who is at Crawley. Falls to his left to stop it, but he doesn't, and they get a single down to long on, so Gohar back on strike with 2 to come of the over.
Kent were just killing time there, weren't they, changing the field, because Kent don't want that awkward over now before lunch. So they'll be quite happy to see that clock roll round to 12:50. So if the wicket does fall, we'll go in early.
I mean, they'd love to pick up the wicket now for 2 reasons. One is that no more runs, that's it, done. This is what we're chasing. But 2, just means openers go in, put your feet up for a bit, take your time. Whereas you come back out after lunch, they've got that 10-minute turnaround. The openers sprint off when the 10th wicket falls, and they've got to get back out there. And yeah, I think it would be really, really cute right now of Middlesex to block all these balls back and then say, yeah, go back out, we're doing this again this afternoon. He's leaning, right arm around the wicket. He's got Bell Drummond at slip and Zafa Gohar on strike, pushing defensively to mid-on. And there's no run. 1 to come of the over, 1 to find that single. But yeah, now it's ticked to 12:50, as you say, Daniel. Desperately, Kent want to wrap this up for so many reasons. It is.
Still 12:49 on that board over on the left.
Yeah, but that'd be lunch. That'd be lunch now, wouldn't it? I think. As he's leading around the wicket. He bowls and Gohar heaves him away into the onside. That'll be 4. The field had come up to stop the single. So Gohar takes the boundary, swept in between backward square leg and mid-wicket, and Middlesex moved to 308 for 9. The lead is 312. Gohar's 55. Brooks will have strike on 2, and the time is 12:50.
Yeah, Middlesex just eking out a little bit of an advantage here. I thought it was slightly in favour of Kent at 272 for 9. I thought it was Kent slightly in the ascendancy, but I think at 308 for 9, Peter Snow's swingometer has just gone slightly towards Middlesex.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you had to put money on one or the other here, it would be Middlesex. But there's too much talent in that Kent lineup, and as we've seen in this innings, 308 for 9. It's not quite the pitch of the first day, is it? That fresh, grassy surface that we saw on day one, seaming here, there, and everywhere. It hasn't been the same.
Gilchrist to Brooks. Nice shot by Brooks. He can bat, this guy.
He absolutely can. I said it, I think, in the Lancashire match. You'll do well to find a better number 11. But I mean, teams do bat all the way down there. It's a cliche to say now, isn't it? But the game has certainly changed in that sense. But even at 11, sometimes it's like, well, they bat, but they don't really. But yeah, Brooks can bat.
The days of Kevin Jarvis being here are long gone, aren't they? As that's played nicely. Nice clip off the legs. Misfield. It was a good stop, but it couldn't quite get it cleanly. And they scamper through for a single.
Second ball of the over. Go harder strike. Go on, head down, Zafa. Pass it back. They're taking their time now, Bell Drummond and Gilchrist, but in that sense they may be missing a trick themselves. I almost wonder, is there a second spinner somewhere just to say, spread the field fully and see if Gohar sends one up in the air. Brooks might himself.
Here's Gilchrist around the wicket. Zafa screams that one through the offside. Is that going to go all the way? It's well fielded out in the deep there. I think that's Daniel Bell Drummond out there. And keeps them down to 2, but Zafa will crucially retain the strike.
Head drop there, didn't it, Gilchrist? That was carved away through the covers.
Yeah, you don't want to give too much width, do you?
Well, the fact that he gave him 2 as well. So I think
yeah.
I was like, oh no, has he managed to find 2 there? Because it's a relatively short boundary, as we've seen on that offside. In fact, it was Zafa Gohar who executed the throw for the run out in the Kent first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, Gilchrist. This game is a wonderful game of cricket, though, isn't it? It's really proper cricket. That's up in the air and gone. That's the end there. Zafa Gohar carves one to third, where Daniel Bell Drummond takes his 4th catch of the innings.
See Gohar's disappointment there?
Yeah.
He leant forward onto his bat.
Actually, it's Compton and Mier who's taken that. Zafa goes for a bright and breezy 57. And Middlesex's innings finishes up on 311. Kent will need 316 to win. So it should be an intriguing afternoon's cricket. It really will. We'll take a small break. I'm going to do an update in 5 minutes back to BBC Radio Kent, but I suggest you guys go and get yourself some lunch. Not too much. Don't do a Sunday lunch, because you need to be back in 40 minutes, because you don't want to miss a ball of this afternoon. Join Kevin, Rita and I will be back at just after 1:30. We'll see you then.
Lunch will now be taking resumption just after 1:30, around about 1:34. We'll give you bowling for this second innings in just a moment. second innings, Native Gilchrist 21.4 overs, 2 remainers, 3 wickets for 86. Grant Stewart 22 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 52. Cashier Valley 19 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 56. Jazz Singh 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 46. Joey Ellison 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 30. And Jack Leading 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 32. Middlesex second innings total of 311 all out from 101.4 overs, including 23 extras or 12 no balls, 2 wides, 8 byes, and 1 leg bye. So lead for Middlesex 315 runs. After lunch, Kent will begin their pursuit of the victory target of 316. During this lunch break, you are welcome onto the outfield. Please stay on the square, but if you want to venture onto the outfield, you are more than welcome.
You can't get out that end because that's the player's bit. Oh, right, okay. Just go around this. Yeah.
Right, let's check out the scores going on in the other games. The first individual one of the Rothesay County Championship, Durham, Warwickshire. Durham 307, Warwickshire 325 without a reply. Durham in their second innings are 52 for 1, so leading Warwickshire by 114 runs. Very little in it to the game between Nottinghamshire and Essex. Nottinghamshire 347 without Essex 367 in reply. Nottinghamshire second time round 14 without loss, just 6 runs behind. Surrey against Hampshire. Surrey 253, Hampshire 219 in reply. Surrey their second innings 224 for 2. Leading by 258 runs, and yet more runs for Dom Sidley, 88 not out currently. Surrey 224 for 2. Leading Hampshire by 258 runs. Sussex, Somerset, Sussex 294, Somerset 201. Sussex in their second innings are 327 for 4. Tom Hayes, top scorer there, 141. So Sussex leading currently by 420 runs, moving into a strong position. Yorkshire, Worcestershire, Yorkshire 456 all out. Worcestershire 162. Yorkshire did opt to bat again, second time around 243 for 4. Huge lead for Yorkshire currently 537 runs into Division 2. Gloucestershire 546 all out. Glamorgan 249 for 5. Still 297 runs behind. Lancashire, Northampton 496, Lancashire 216 for 8. So a long way off, 280 runs behind. Just a couple of wickets left in the first innings. Lancashire and Leicestershire, Derbyshire. Leicestershire 484 all out. Derbyshire 393. And Leicestershire second time around 83 without loss. Leading Derbyshire by 174 runs. winning score after 20 overs there. And University of Exeter would in reply coming up to the end of the 6th over are 39 for 2. That's a T20 friendly going on polo from Kevin over 209 for 5. The University of Exeter would in reply 39 for 2, just coming up to the end of the 6th over.
One. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, lovely. Well, this game continues to intrigue us. Middlesex started overnight on 222 for 6. That was a lead of 226. And then Ben Geddes was out early. He was out for 75. He was the danger man. And when Roland Jones was out for naught, Kent had Middlesex 272 for 9 and were looking in the ascendancy. But the Middlesex tail wagged and Zafa Gohar with 57. Henry Brooks with 3 saw Middlesex all out for 311. So in this wonderful Canterbury tail, Kent are going to need 316 to win. At the Oval, Surrey are 2 218 for 2. They lead by 252. Dominic Sibley closing in on his second 100 of the match. And meanwhile at Hove, Somerset really on it, enjoying their trip to the seaside. Sussex 327 for 4. Tom Haynes 141. Sussex currently lead by 417. And remember, ball-by-ball commentary from all these games are available via the BBC Sport app and website. There you go. Is that all right? Well, a very good afternoon back here in Canterbury as Kent and Middlesex continue to play out this wonderful Canterbury tale. Middlesex all out 311. That means Kent will need 316 to win. I'm just going to do the intro, and Rita Green and Kevin Hand will be your commentators this afternoon as Ben Compton and Zach Crawley walk out to the wicket. And Rita, this should be a fascinating contest, shouldn't it?
Good afternoon, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody. Indeed, I think this session is going to be absolutely critical, really, to the decision as to where the game will go. So Kent finally get Middlesex out just before lunch. Well, actually, it's probably early lunch for many. And the target, all you need to know is the target is 316. Kevin, I think Middlesex will be delighted to get over the 300 mark, won't they? And a little bit more.
Yeah, in that last wicket partnership would have really been frustrating for Kent. Excellent from Zafa Gohar. Now, how excellent will Middlesex be with the ball? It's a brilliant game of cricket we've got on here. Time's out of the equation fully. Kent can go about this as quickly or as slowly as they like. We won't expect it to be a draw with the full 5 sessions remaining of the game. Can they chase the 316 today? Will we go into a 4th day? If we go into a 4th day, then you'd imagine it's Kent that are closing on victory. But Zach Crawley at the top, he can give it a real lick to begin with. 3 slips go down. Toby Rowland-Jones from the Nackington Road end. He begins the final innings of the match with a full ball on and around middle, and it's defended on the front foot by Crawley, fielded at mid-on. There's 3 slips, a deep third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and it's a glorious, glorious Sunday afternoon here. But who will be covered in glory come 6 p.m. this evening? Well, maybe nobody. We'll still be wondering at that point this evening. There are 70 overs. Goodness me, 70 overs still remaining of the day. It's going to be a late tea. Here's Rowland-Jones, bowls a lifting ball outside the off stump. That will have infused the bowlers greatly, and indeed Zafa Gohar. There's bounce in this surface which the spinner will enjoy. We've talked about the turn with the grass on the top. There's turn there. If it seems it'll spin, we've seen that, but the bounce as well. Crawley, tall man, he's just gone down and prodded away at the surface. Rowland-Jones turns at the top of his run up, and off he goes, running in towards us. Bowls now outside the off stump. That's just a little bit of shape away. That's what Middlesex will look for as well. That first ball that jags, bit of seam movement. The swing has been there all match long as well. Our correspondent, and quite rightly, was saying, you know, if there's grass, well, you know, if there's moisture below on a sunny day, that moisture will come up and that will cause the ball to swing. You often see that. I was going to say, you know, often see that with the grassy surface, that the ball will swing, which, you know, quite eruditely put by our contributor that Dan read out earlier, as this ball's struck somewhere up around the thigh guard of Crawley as he's prodding forward. It falls safely into the onside and into the offside. There's no one who's trying to flick off his hip towards the vacant deep square boundary. Long leg. It's Blake Cullen having a natter with somebody down below. 12th man maybe. But yes, you do often see when there's a bit of a green top that it will swing as well. That green, that grass, meaning there's probably a fair bit of moisture below it, especially this kind of early season condition as well, with hot temperatures overhead as Rowland-Jones is in, bowls, and this ball's onto the hip of Crawley once more. Just falls into the onside this time.
I went for a wander at lunchtime, Kev.
How hot was it?
Yeah, pretty warm actually. For me, if it gets over sort of 19 degrees, 18, 19 degrees, I'm sort of passed out somewhere. So it's verging on that level. Yeah, I'm not great in hot conditions.
Is there much of a wind? I'm looking for a flag around the ground.
There was a little breeze out there, but actually I was out there pretty near the wicket, actually, as you say. Quite green.
Rowland-Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this is edged and short. Is it short or put down? Rolling to his left is Higgins. We'll have to scramble for the replay on the live feed. His back was turned to us. It was tight. I think it's just short, wasn't it? Yeah. Just short. pops up into the hands of Higgins, who takes off his sweater and his cap and hands it to the umpire, Jack Chantry, at this end, because he's about to open the bowling from the pavilion end. A maiden to begin for Roland Jones. Kent's target to win remains 316.
Yeah, really lovely over there. First over of the innings for Roland Jones. He really arches his back, doesn't he, as he delivers the ball. Hits the deck nicely. Has some in-swingers, and then that out-swinger. Thought they were in business there, didn't they, Middlesex? But start of the second over, and Higgins from the pavilion end. Very sort of industrious cricketer. Great cricketer in all formats of the game. Here he comes, in and bowls. Nice arch, this one. This one's defended, there's no run. Ben Compton on strike. Yeah, he was having a coffee this morning with Jack Leaning. Very relaxed before play this morning. I didn't go and interfere, Kevin, don't worry. That has been occasions my my social nature, but I felt as though they were deep in thought about the game rather than talking about the footy or anything else. I'll leave that for another day. But sure they were wondering when they'll be out to bat this afternoon or today. Higgins in. Oh, and this one's left alone, but rather late. Through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, I was out there for a little wander. I wasn't intending to, actually. I was intending to just go on the mound and just sit over there near the ice cream van and maybe get tempted by that. But I went out to the wicket because it's lovely here at Canterbury. You can wander around at lunchtime. And I love the fact that the very knowledgeable crowd come and just inspect from a distance the wicket and give their verdict. Higgins in, bowls. Nice arch this one, and this one's defended. There's no run. They're getting some swing here. Nice movement. Nothing too extraordinary, but getting a little bit of movement from the pavilion end. But also, the Kent coach, Adam Hollyoake, was out there as well. What I found really interesting, he was having a FaceTime conversation, Gavin, as he was walking out. And then he was on the wicket also having this FaceTime conversation. I don't know who with, but also instructing the ground staff what to do in terms of roller. Next ball, delivered in. Nice shape to this one, and left alone. Compton wants none of that. Yet to get off the mark, Kent. But we're nicely poised, aren't we? I think the first hour is going to be critical. Did you have a nice lunch, Kevin?
Yes, just had a gentle, quiet sit down. I was actually taking in some of the pictures on the halls on the staircase up to our commentary position here, and paintings in this pavilion as well. It really is quite lovely to just have a look. There's lovely pictures of the cricket being played over the years at Canterbury with the cathedral in the background.
Next ball in, Higgins in. This one's left alone as well. No runs off this over so far.
Which I think.
Who did you spot?
Well.
Who didn't you spot, I suppose?
Lord something the 7th of somewhere. But yeah, one thing I don't think I've ever taken in all my years coming to Canterbury is the view of the cathedral from the ground, which Dan took a photo of it on the first day and showed me. Yeah, at the back of the stand you can see clearly the cathedral. And here's Higgins in.
And a dot ball there to end the over. I love it. Love the commitment to the over. Yeah, it's absolutely stunning cathedral. My entire family were on a tour there last weekend, having a lot of fun. Anyway, end of the over and another maiden over. So yet to get off the marker, Kent. They're definitely being quite observant. Yeah, I was working hard last week while the rest of my family were having a lot of fun. So just me and the cat at home. So there we go. That's my life. Anyone else? But I'd rather be here any day in terms of watching the cricket. I mean, it is I know we're very lucky to be here, but what a wonderful city this is.
Here's Roland Jones starting his second over, so consecutive maidens to start up for Middlesex. He's in bowls, and I reckon there was a bit of bat involved in that as Crawley's forward defending rolls up to mid-on where Brooks does the fielding. They all started to go up and quickly settle down, but you'd fancy a thick inside edge.
So you didn't come to Canterbury last season, I'm thinking, or
Not
did you?
For a 4-day, no.
No. So nice to be back. You must have some favourite haunts, do you? Restaurants, other places around here?
Oh well, I mean that high street and this little side roads off it. It's a wonder, isn't it? A marvel. As here's Roland Jones bowls outside the off stump. That's crunched away in between point and cover for 4. Little bit of width. That's Crawley at his best, isn't it?
Beautiful. Lent into that and absolutely like a rocket who went out to the boundary. The short boundary on the offside for Crawley. Didn't even move, quite frankly. Didn't need to. Driven beautifully. Lovely time. It was quite a way away from him. He did have to reach for it, but it was there to be hit. 4 runs on the board to get Kent off the mark.
If you're tuned in on the website and app and not watching the stream at the moment, think that first ball of the Ashes. When he nailed 4 through the covers. As here's Roland Jones in a game. Bowls, and that's down the ground for 4. Well, is this Crawley's moment? Back-to-back boundaries for the Kent opener. A little light on runs at the moment, but goodness me, if there's ever a batter made for this chase. 316, this would be a way to put the form book right, wouldn't it?
Sure will. That's a way to get some runs on the board and feel very, very confident. Get yourself into form, they say. And just only slightly maybe over-pitched, but beautifully dispatched right back past the bowler. Another 4 runs on the board.
Adam Gilchrist joined Middlesex for a short stint in the T20 many years ago as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and Crawley's forward struck on the front pad, high up though, up above the knee roll and up above the pad probably to the thigh guard. It falls into the offside, there's no run, and he said form's just one cover drive. You know, it's that one ball out of the bat and all of a sudden everything's clicking again, everything's moving again. Form, it's just one shot, don't think about form. Well, if one shot was needed, that cover drive, say it was the Ashes all over again for Crawley, that one. It was a lovely shot.
Yeah, big summer of cricket ahead for him and for England, of course.
Roland Jones in, bowls, and Crawley's forward, tentatively driving into the offside. Did that sharpen the mind of Middlesex as well? Don't think this is going to happen easy, these 10 wickets. Zach Crawley could take an almighty chomp out of this target that Kent have, and he can do it in a flash.
Yeah, Kent certainly bat quite a way down. You think sort of 6 or 7 really. Grant Stewart's pretty handy with the bat as well.
Compton's just come a long, long way down there. You don't often see it. He's come to prod away at the surface where Crawley is batting and has batted exclusively so far in this innings as Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and that's left alone. A little bit of shape outside off stump, a little bit of wobble. Through it goes to Jack Davies. And it's the end of the over, 8 without loss. Interesting that from Compton though. Look, he's going to go and prod away at the surface again, but he was clearly saying something to Crawley at the end of the over there. Don't get carried away, don't get out, whatever. I mean, whatever he was saying, it was quite interesting that he came all the way down, walked across to the offside, came down, prodded away on a length and had a chat just before the final ball of the over. 8 without loss, all 8 to Zach Crawley. Compton's have strike.
This is the beauty of cricket. You have these moments, don't you, during the game. You think it's just about batting and bowling and fielding. Actually, there's so much more psychologically going on, and Compton doing his bit there just to calm down his partner, who's doing rather well. Higgins in. Nice shape to that one, but left alone. Well left by Ben Compton. So far, 7 deliveries yet to get off the mark. Yeah, Crawley got out for a duck, didn't he, in the first innings, so it felt better for having 8 on the board so far in this innings. 27 years old. He's got India coming up this summer. With my Indian heritage, Kevin, it's a test match series that I sit well and truly on the fence for. Here comes Ben Compton on strike. This left alone. Beautiful shape on that one from Higgins, and darted back after it passed the stumps. Well left by Ben Compton, who comes down the wicket and prods, as you say, at that little bit. He's a man with a lot of experience and, of course, heritage as well. Talking of heritage, you can't get much better than grandson of Dennis, son of Nick. Here he is on strike. Higgins in. Oh, and just a little step down the wicket by Compton. Defended, there's no run. It's not like Compton either, is it, to take a couple of steps down, but showing his intentionality.
Well, that's the thing, chalk and cheese out there about this chase, these two. Yeah, and heritage you mentioned, Compton. Cowdrey, sorry, stand away to our right-hand side, Colin Cowdrey. Picture of Graham downstairs in the members' room. Absolutely. Beautiful day here in Canterbury. Wispy clouds up in the air, no sign of anything that will halt play today. Only maybe the light later on, last night rather. Bad light did stop play a little bit early. Higgins in again,
And this time defended by Compton once again. In fact, the keeper up to the stumps. I think that's a good bit of play there, because Compton took a couple of steps out of his crease on that delivery beforehand. So helmet on for the keeper. Don't try that again, mate. It's basically the thought process there. A few half jumpers on though. I thought it was pretty warm out there, but maybe it's a bit of superstition there. Some jumpers still on. Anyway, Higgins in, looking for a maiden over. This one's defended and no run. And indeed, oh, I nearly counted that wrong. No, one more ball of the over to go. I was going to tell you all it was a maiden over. Of course, I can count to 6. By the way, Rita Green and Kevin Hand here in the commentary box. You're listening to BBC London, BBC Kent, and maybe even listening to us on the BBC Sports app as well, which is rather good. I'll give you the correspondence, email correspondence in a few moments' time. Right, to finish off the over, Higgins, here he is, coming in. This one's pushed into the onside and there's runs. Compton takes 1 and goes back for a second as well, and he's off the mark. And it goes down that hill rather quickly. Ball's thrown back in and they take 2. So Compton is off the mark. And at the end of the over, Kent 10 without loss. And by the way, that email address, I hope you've got your pen ready. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Do get in touch.
10 without loss. It's a long, long way to go. 306 more runs, but I'll say some big names in this Kent lineup. Beltram and similarly can take a big bite out of the target in pretty good time as well. Compton will sit in and play the long game. Here's Roland Jones to Crawley, got it off the mark with that cover drive, and he goes driving here. I thought he'd gone a little early on that one, but checks the drive, checks the shot. It's fielded at mid-off. It's Higgins up there at mid-off now. He's gone into third. It's Geddes. Thought it was Higgins at third slip for that one that dropped short. Maybe it wasn't. I was just assuming, that's where he usually is. I've got Eskenazi at slip. Deploy is at second. Geddes at third. And Roland Jones turning. Crawley away. It's back held high behind him. And as Roland Jones bowls, it's edged again. And through the vacant 4th, 5th slip, that flies away for 4 runs. Thick edge on this occasion, though. He moves to 12, Crawley. 302 more required for victory. Kent are 14 without loss.
We know what they say. If you're going to hit it hard. That's what he did. Big, thick outside edge. And through the vacant area. Shows that he's not holding back today, is Crawley, I feel. And actually, Compton came down the wicket again and just had a little chat. 4 more to the total. Maybe how he's going to play. He's going to rack up quite a few runs if he plays like this for a sizable time this afternoon.
Roland Jones bowls, nips one back. He's a tall batter, and that's hit high up on the pad. It's back to us, but my instinct would be that's hitting at very lowest, the top of the knee roll. He's already a tall man playing on the front foot, Crawley. Whether there was any bat involved or not, but yeah, it's hit very high up. Even Compton.
That'd be pretty much my face height, that one.
Yeah. I say even Compton, maybe if it had struck that high, he'd still be thinking it's a little higher, but for Crawley for sure. 14 without loss. And Roland Jones, midway through his run-up from the Nackington Road end, bowls just full of a length, and that is whipped off middle and off for 6 over mid-wicket. Well, if you want a statement from Zach Crawley, there's one. He moves to 18 from 16. Kent to 20 without loss. And the requirement to win is below 300. It's a very, very small milestone, but they've almost knocked off that annoying 10th wicket partnership of Middlesex already.
What a stroke. He took that from well outside the off stump and whipped it into the onside, which was completely vacant. Actually, didn't care less, quite frankly, if there was a fielder out there. All the way for 6. What extraordinary stroke at this stage of the game. He's showing his intent here, is Zach Crawley.
3 slips go down. Roland Jones bowls a lifting delivery. Fine comeback from the Middlesex captain. He's lifted that past the outside edge. And really good from the visiting skipper, having been clumped for 6 the ball before, and they prod away at that length, don't they? There's seam movement, there's bounce, but there's aggression and positivity from Crawley to meet it in this second innings.
Yeah, what a great reply there. Still in business there, still showing that he's got to be careful, Zach Crawley, or I'll be on you, says Roland Jones.
He's in now, bowls, and forward goes Crawley. It's a length ball, and it's inside of the bat as Crawley looks to drive towards mid-off. It trickles up towards Brooks at mid-on, and a dot ball to end the over. 20 without loss. That's where you've got to leave it as a bowler. You can't go too full on these pitches. We've seen many a time, there's been some exquisite drives, and we've just seen a wonderful clip for 6 over mid-wicket for full straight delivery from Roland Jones. So the game is quite clear. Can Middlesex keep it tight to the top of the off stump? And that's brought plenty of joy for the bowlers in this game. If they do, who will blink first? 20 without loss. Crawley has crashed along to 18 from 18, and Compton will have strike on 2.
Indeed, sort of a fresh new over, but Higgins continues from the pavilion end. 29 on his back. Real all-round cricketer is Ryan Higgins. London Spirit last year, 2024. Played a bit of the 100 as well. I enjoyed watching him play in all formats of the game. He's bowling to Compton. This one's down leg side and just pushed into the onside and down the hill. Is he going to go all the way? Wow, would you believe it? This time of the season, even the outfield is absolutely blisteringly fast, and 4 runs to the board on the board. Another 4 towards that potential total, but plenty more time to come. So 24 without loss is the scoreline for Kent, but that was pretty much a gimme, you know, down leg side. Low risk cricket there from Compton, pushed it into the onside to the deep point region, and 4 runs. Nicely played. Next delivery, Higgins in, round the wicket, pushed to the onside, and there is no run. Higgins opening the bowling. Last time I watched Middlesex, I don't think he opened the bowling, and with Ethan Bamber now in Warwickshire, I wonder whether he has more of a role to play, does Ryan Higgins, in terms of bowling as well as batting. But yeah, with the loss of Ethan Bamber, what are your thoughts there, Kevin? Maybe to come in a few moments' time. Higgins in, round the wicket. Sorry, over the wicket rather. He's definitely keeping me on toes, Higgins. This one was over the wicket and defending no run. What do you think about Ethan Bamber?
Dan asked me a question, so I missed the question. What was it?
I thought you were giving me that look of, next question, please.
No. Sorry, Dan had asked me something off mic, so I'd missed your question.
Okay,
sorry, what was it?
Maybe it wasn't as controversial. I thought Ethan Bamber.
Yeah.
Moving on to Warwickshire.
A sad loss, yes.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, definitely.
What a character and what a player.
Yeah. Well, they got Brooks coming the other way, although not at the same time. They got Brooks first, but Bamber did have a quieter year last year for Middlesex.
Higgins. In. Oh, left alone by Compton. What do they say if you're, as a batter, very good leave if you don't hear the bells being whipped off at the fielders around him. Knew that was close, but a good leave by Compton.
But yeah, sometimes a fresh start's needed, and Ethan clearly felt he needed that and wanted it. So yeah, good luck to him. I'll go with the best wishes of everybody at Middlesex. And it's a shame in the sense that I thought, you know, Ethan Bamber is going to have a very, very, very long career, and he took so many wickets to begin with for Middlesex at a relatively young age. 2 slips and a fly slip as well here. Higgins in, full delivery, and punched into the mid-wicket region. There's no run. That you'd have thought, you know, he's going to be a long, long way up that list come the end of his career. Because if you think Merter's so high up, and well, he didn't start taking wickets until he was 27 for Middlesex, having moved across from Surrey. So yeah, it's was he 27? Actually, maybe he was a little bit younger. It was 2007 that he moved across. Maybe he was 25 or so at that point. But anyway. Ryan Higgins in. It's Compton, left-handed Compton defended. There's no run. Bamber, yeah, you know, from teenage years taking wickets. He got his first 100 wickets at somewhere around 20, an average of 20 in first-class cricket, which, you know, is pretty impressive stuff. And he thought, if he isn't quite good enough to play for England, which is part of his move to Warwickshire, you know, he feels fresh start, let's get the game going again. But if he isn't quite good enough to play for England, then he'd have quite club career, wouldn't it, or county career, and first-class career. But yeah, best wishes to Ethan Bamber. It's a real shame. You know, always a smile, always a positive and pleasant word.
His post-day interviews as well, I thought, were always full of energy, life, and quite entertaining in many ways. I remember having a few conversations with Ethan Bamber on random staircases and other parts of the ground. Anyway, that sounds interesting in itself, doesn't it? But he was always a very sociable guy. Yes, just to be clear.
Roland Jones is past the umpire, he bowls, and ball's beautifully driven down the ground. There's another one for the collection of on drives in this match, and Crawley moves to 22. Kent are 28 without loss. They're one shy of knocking off the 10th wicket stand for Middlesex. It was 29, wasn't it, for Zafa Gohar and Brooks? So yeah, that's a, you know, again, we talk about milestones. 288 to win. Middlesex would have been thinking minimum 280. 300 would be nice. 316 was good. But right now it's down to 288 to win. A solid start here from Kent as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and Crawley goes after the drive. Through to the keeper it passes, targeting that cover boundary again. Crawley not quite as square on the drive as he crunched the opening shot of the innings. This one was looking more between mid-off and cover, I fancy. But it beats the edge, and Compton's down to talk to him again. There you go, he replays it, and he's looking at exactly that, driving up to the hospitality boxes at the far side of the ground. But Compton with the natter for him. Can keep it on that length, then even Crawley will have trouble driving it. The bounce and pace is good on this surface, but it's the seam movement that brings the doubt in, as here's Roland Jones bowls, and a little fuller. Crawley's forward, driving to mid-off. Therein lies the game. Roland Jones, vastly experienced, hugely talented, and Crawley, not quite in form, as we've said, coming into this innings, but almost the peak of his powers in terms of the prime of his career. And these two protagonists could play, or this particular matchup between these two protagonists could play a very, very big part. If Crawley gets off to a flyer here, Roland Jones into his 4th over, then as we say, that target will have a fair chunk taken out of it. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and Crawley clips him through mid-wicket for 4, over-pitched by the Middlesex skipper, and Crawley, who's already whipped him for 6 through that region, this time pushes it in front of what is now a deep square back on the boundary, just in case Crawley thought about doing that again. But no mid-wicket in place, and Crawley, well, even if it was, that went so quickly off the bat, didn't it? 32 without loss.
Roland Jones just slightly offline, slightly down leg side, full delivery, going onto the pads, and Crawley was onto it like an absolute flash. 4 runs, beautiful, just lent into that one, really, deflected it through for 4.
Roland Jones, 2 balls left to the 7th over, he's in, bowls, and Crawley drives him through the covers, that's 4 more. Leans into that one, he's tried to get it away a couple of times. He got the one through cover points. More of a square drive. This one, glorious through the covers, and it wasn't a half volley for sure, but Roland Jones will just want to get that length back slightly here, because there's a clear statement of attempt from Crawley. 30 from 23, and this is a cracking start now from Kent. 36 without loss, 280 the target's down to. And already, well, we're out of our seats. Everybody will be on the edge of their seat now. This is feeling like a very, very big matchup right now. Roland Jones and Crawley. How will he finish out this over? His 4th. He's gone for 30 so far, having opened with a maiden as well. He's in now, Roland Jones bowls, and Crawley works him off a shorter length down to long leg. It's a single to end the over, so Crawley will keep the strike, and Kent are 37 without loss, 279 more required for victory. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London live on the BBC Sport website and app. And after a few words from Rita Green, it will be Dan Whiting.
Oh, I'm enjoying this one. If you're just joining us, it looks as though that Zach Crawley is definitely in the mood. 31 from 24 deliveries, a strike rate just shy of 130, and he is in the mood. He is going for it, quite frankly, and seeing the ball rather well. Couple of swings and a miss, though, and Roland Jones he's a experienced character that knows this ground pretty well and knows the division pretty well as well. So it's quite a contest going on out there, Dan. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Afternoon, Rita. Yeah, it was, we spoke at lunch, didn't we? We said, how are Kent going to approach this? Will it be an extravagant or a conservative approach? And, well, I think we know the answer. And that 6 he whipped over mid-wicket, well, Jesus wept.
Higgins from the pavilion end, starting you over. This one's defended by Crawley, and there's no run. The keeper's up to the stumps.
And this is Toby Rowland-Jones as well. He's Middlesex's best bowler. He's the experienced county pro. He's bowling a little bit too full, but you've still got to put it away and not nick it off.
Well, he's trying to give it time to swing, isn't he? And a couple of swings and misses in there, but anything that's been there or thereabouts in the wheelhouse for Crawley, he's thumped it.
Yeah. I'll come on to my thoughts in a second.
Enjoying this contest. Higgins in. This one's left alone. To the keeper, Jack Davies. And there's no run.
I would already take pace off the ball, get Zafa Gohar into the attack here, I think. I think it's...
This early?
Yeah, I would, because I think that we saw Leaning getting quite extravagant turn at times, and I think, the new ball will just spin faster, and Zafa is a wonderful protagonist of slow left-arm bowling.
Tor Crawley on strike. Higgins in, bowls, and defended, and there is no run. He's been quite cautious here, Crawley, against Higgins, who hasn't faced too many balls against Higgins so far. Just eyeing him up.
He wants pace on the ball. Look, we're in the 8th over here. There's already 37 on the board, and both these bats just love it coming on, don't they? They love it coming on.
Absolutely. Anything that's slightly offline, especially, he's been given the treatment. But Higgins getting nice shape here. Consistent line and length in and bowls. Defended again. No run. It's almost like a carbon copy of the last 3 deliveries. And that's what Higgins is trying to do here. He's really trying to tie up one end. As you say, the pace is something that Crawley and Compton have been looking forward to, I think, in this innings.
Yeah, I think Higgins' role here is to be miserly, isn't it? It's to be like our correspondent Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle at the bar, parsimonious.
Oh, Martin. Afternoon to you. Sorry, not here to defend yourself against that.
Kev and I have gone to town on him, don't worry.
Next ball, in. This one's pushed into the onside, just slightly offline, and they go through for 1, they go through for a second because there's a man in the deep. 2 more to the total. Zach Crawley adds 2 more to the total, which is 39 without loss. And no, it's not the end of the over. Gosh, I'm doing it now. Is it catching? Done.
That's.
I'll give it. It's a bonus ball to come. Don't worry.
Yeah,
but nicely done there.
You have the same maths teacher as I did, Rita. That's Zach Crawley's highest score of the season. Beats his 31 at Northampton in the second innings.
Will there be more? Kent fans will want that. This one's in and pushed into just a big, thick outside edge into the offside. They go through for a single. So he's going to nick the strike, is Zach Crawley at the end of the over. 3 from that. End of the over 40 without loss. I'm just waiting for the manual scoreboard to turn the 3 to 4. Yeah, let's go to the left.
Yeah, I think, Zach Crawley, I think it's imperative that he goes on now. As an opening batter, you get your fair share of good balls, all right? You're going to get out for early scores. It happens because you're facing the new ball and you do get a seed of doom occasionally. However, once you're in, once you get a start, that's when you've got to go big and cash in and not just get 100, but a big 100 here, a match-winning 100. Not just a 70 that's going to see you close, but a big, as Graham Gooch used to call them, a daddy 100. Here's Rowland-Jones to Crawley, who just tickles him down to fine leg for a single. We spoke earlier, Rita, about your Easter 11. I've got somebody else for it.
Uh-huh.
Used to play for Somerset. Errol Last Suppier. Or Sapire. If you've got any for yourself, send them to us at bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Keep us entertained over the afternoon, and we'll read out the best ones.
Dan's here all day today and tomorrow and next week as well, which is wonderful. Wonderful.
Rowland-Jones in from the Nackington Road end to Compton, who just Nurdles that one into mid-wicket and doesn't pick up any runs. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Rita Green live on the BBC, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport app and on the Kent YouTube channel. And what a thriller we've got in store here.
Yeah, even Stevens pretty much, wasn't it, in the first innings from both parties, and then Kent now given the target of 316 to win. 275 more they need.
Man they call Rojo comes in, and Compton shuns that one. We've had an email actually from a lovely chap called Patrick Kingsley. Thanks for the commentary. Interesting, Zafa Gohar's only played one test. He went wicketless in Christchurch against New Zealand in 2021, where he bowled 32 fruitless overs in an innings loss. He did play a second international game, a one-day international against England, way back in 2015, and took a wicket. As Roland Jones comes in, Compton pushes the ball back to the bowler. Can you tell me who Zafa's first international wicket was, Rita?
Who was it against?
England, 2015. It's not a bad first wicket.
Sir Alistair Cook?
No, but it's still quite a good first wicket. Still playing for England.
Well, would it be our...
Roland Jones in. That's just pushed again back to the bowler.
Mr. Stokes, I'm thinking. Ben Stokes.
No.
No. Oh, okay.
But Northern.
Oh, rude.
Rude. Yeah, he hoiked a Zafa Gohar full toss straight to deep square leg. The second one was Alex Hales, edging a much better ball to slip. Zafa's figures were 2 for 54 off 10, but England still cruised home by 6 wickets. Patrick Kingsley, lovely. Thank you for that wonderful email. Keep them coming. bbckentcricket@gmail.com as Roland Jones comes in. And that's left alone. And give us your Easter 11 as well. We want them. It's the Easter holidays. Give us your Easter cricketers we've had. Who did we have earlier? We had Kevin St. Peterson. We had Errol Last Sapphire. And we had Matthew Cross from the Scotland wicket keeper back in the day. So keep them coming to us.
Was that Patrick that emailed in?
Yeah.
Hello, Patrick. How are you? Hope you're doing well and enjoying the commentary. Yeah, you mentioned that test match. And Zafa, in terms of the wickets, he was wicketless. Yeah. But in terms of with the bat, a 34 and a 37 in that innings, which is probably what he remembers the most from that game. So, as he showed earlier on today as well, pretty handy with the bat. And the keeper, Davies, up to the wicket once again, which I think is a good call here.
Yeah, I like this.
Is that those psychological games going on there?
Yeah, firstly it brings the stumping into play, obviously, but it also brings LBW because Crawley then can't get right forward.
And if you're a chatty keeper as well, it annoys the batter. Higgins in. This one's driven to a mid-off, which is slightly deeper, but they don't go through for a single. No run.
You do get gobby keepers. I'm not saying Jack Davis is one at all, but you do get gobby keepers,
yeah,
don't you?
and it's more often than not, definitely, when I'm batting out there and you've got a gobby keeper and, you know, they are, I mean, that's part of it, you know, just to have a little chat and be you can either partake in the conversation, ignore them, but when you ignore them, it gets even worse, doesn't it? Higgins to Crawley. Oh, defended, and there is no run. Like, this is my moment to talk about the Berkshire link with Jack Davies.
Go on.
Reading born.
Go on. Yeah.
And the former Berkshire player as well, and part of the double cup and league winning season of 2017. So thank you to you. As a former Berkshire cricketer myself, we have that link, and I've got it out. I think poor Kevin hears this from me every time he's with me. So I'm reeling that one out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Crawley on strike, who's in the mood. And this one down leg side and tucked to the deep point region. They go through for a single, just down leg there to be pushed into the offside. They go through for a single. The score is 42 without loss.
You know, listening to you, Rita, is like, you know, David Brent in The Office in the final one. You know, where he starts going through sort of Ascot, Wokingham, He goes, Winnersh. And it's like a Berkshire compendium of names listening to you. It's wonderful, wonderful.
You get a better variety of, of voices and information on other days as well, but it's my moment, I suppose. Compton, left-handed batter and strike. Higgins in, and he drifts this one into to Compton. Defended, there's no run. Look, there's, as you say though, from Berkshire actually is a non-first-class cricketing nation.
But they're one of the better national counties, aren't they?
They are, for the women's game, pretty good as well. I'm just going to take a moment just to talk about the umpire who's gone down the wicket a little bit there and inspecting Higgins' follow-through. Nothing official has been said as far as I can see. Higgins, once again, he's very much wicket to wicket. In. Bowls. This one's defended, there's no run.
Jack Shantry, you'll know all about that as a left arm over bowler. When Worcestershire had the likes of Gareth Batty in their side as well, so create a little bit of rough. I don't think that's cheating. I think it's part of the job of a left armer, just to create a little bit of purchase area, shall we say.
Are you more of a bowler than a batter then?
No, I was a batter, but and I'm an umpire, I'm level 2, and obviously you don't want someone running straight down the pitch.
Higgins in again. This one's defended, there's no run. Compton's very, very vigilant here. Just selecting the ball he wants to hit. 6 from 26. End of the over. Crawley on 36. Compton on 6. 42 without loss, Kent.
But yeah, I think it's part of the game.
So as an umpire, do you get has the game changed? And now you get a little bit more chit-chat, so to speak. Because in my early days, you wouldn't even dare giving the umpire a glare. Like, why on earth did you not give that out? But now they want a full-blown explanation.
What's changed, right, is sides don't tend to have a beer with each other after the game, right? In our day, when I played...
Lemonade, is it?
It was just as bad. Yeah, but sides had a beer with each other, and it sorted out, and he thought, oh, that bloke's not such an idiot after all, as Roland Jones comes in. And that's just worked through square leg by Crawley, ambles through for a single, 43 for none. Yeah, and it was all sorted out. Now sides don't tend to have a beer with each other, and they go running off to the league going, oh, he said this, he said that, yeah. And that's what's changed. But sides, the jug is missing from club cricket. Bring it back. Bring back the jug. Here's the campaign. It starts here. Bring back the jug. Post-match cricket.
I feel like you might generate some T-shirts with bring back.
Yeah.
Actually, you've got to be careful with that on your T-shirt.
Roland Jones to Compton, who just pushes that into the offside.
Could be a fruit juice jug, And
it could be any sort of jug.
But I take your point, okay, on a serious note, though. It's about that camaraderie on the pitch and really battling it out once you go over the boundary rope. But being very much one with the game, and even talk about those moments together afterwards. I mean, still in my club world, and certainly in the county game I used to play, absolutely that was super important.
What's your club?
Sonning.
Sonning?
Yeah, certainly George Clooney's residence village. Compton
just nurdles that one into the onside.
He doesn't play for us.
Sounds dreadfully posh,
doesn't it?
Yeah. Am I in the presence of royalty here?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you that, but...
No.
He's got a bigger house than mine.
Well, I look forward to coming around to yours and driving across your drawbridge. Dave Evans has been in touch. Dave from Sidcup, lovely to hear from you. Easter isn't complete without Alan Lamb. Oh, love it, Dave, love it. Fingers crossed for Compton still being around at the close. Thanks for your email, Dave. As Compton adds 1 to his 6 he's got at present, moves on to 744 without loss. Keep them coming, bbckentcricket@gmail.com, and we'll read out the best ones. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Rita Green, here BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, on the BBC Sport app and on the Kent YouTube channel.
Compton at the close. Hello to you, by the way. So who's that
Dave from Sidcup.
Dave. Hello, Dave from Sidcup. Oh, lovely part of the world.
Yeah.
I know it very well. Compton at the close. I think, gosh, I think there's something in that. If you've got one of the openers still there at close, you think that Kent are very much in it.
Roland Jones into Crawley, who gets up on his toes, works him to mid-on, no run. Yeah, I think Compton is going to be the glue that holds this Kent innings together, isn't he? I think everyone's going to bat around Compton. Compton's job is to be there, and even if he's got a 70 not out and can't get to the total, he's done his job. It doesn't matter how many scores, he just needs to bat and bat and bat more.
Let's take that, so have a little patience, and that's what's needed today. Glorious sunshine here in Canterbury.
Roland Jones from the Nackington Road, and ooh, Crawley's just playing around that one a little, scissoring across the ball, but no harm done from a Kent perspective. Crawley's got 37, Compton's got 7, Kent at 44 without loss. They need another 272 to win. And what a thriller this is. This game has just ebbed and flowed, and to quote the Smiths, oscillated wildly.
Yeah, that last ball of the over squared up Crawley from Roland Jones. There's a real battle going on out there. Two quality sides, two quality players up against each other. They really, you know, as a professional cricketer and indeed an amateur cricketer, you'd be looking forward to those matchups and those battles. Compton 7 from 29, and after the early fireworks from Crawley, now 37 from 37. Start of another over from Higgins from the pavilion end. Two slips, a fly slip as well in play. We've got a mid-wicket, we've got a point, mid-on, mid-off, a cover as well, and a man in the deep at deep point in Higgins, down into the onside indeed. Mid-wicket goes round, they go through for a quick single, easy does it, one more to the total.
Yeah, Zach only needs 4 strides to get down the other end.
I'm quite jealous. I have very tall teammates, and when they run it's far more graceful, a lot more like a sort of, you know, giraffe as they go down there, rather than my tiny little strides. Anyway, it's not about my play, I promise you, Dan. But yeah, Crawley and Compton, very different openers in style, but working very well at the moment from a Kent perspective. Middlesex looking for their first wicket. Boy, oh boy, would they love either of them. Probably especially Crawley, maybe. Yeah, Crawley on strike. So. 3 slips in is Higgins, and this one is defender. There's no run. Yeah, Crawley's the one. They probably feel like, you know, he can explode, and before you know it, there's, you know, 60, 70, 80 runs on the board.
Well, he's a dangerous customer, isn't he? He's you know, he's somebody who can take a game from you quickly, and he's an international player. You know, and you want to get the world-class player. You know, I mean, I'm not saying he's a world-class player, but you want to get the international players out. They can be a thorn in your side, can't they?
Higgins in again. This one's driven, but straight to mid-on. Got you excited there, everyone. No run.
Got me excited, Rita.
I thought it was a bit... I do love an on-drive. I thought from this angle it looked like an on-drive.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's one of those fine things in life, like a perfectly poured Guinness, or, you know, use of the semicolon in writing. It's just a beautiful thing. That's
completely true. I'm thinking of the drink that you just mentioned as well now. Back to the cricket. Higgins. Crawley drives straight to mid-on once again. Beautiful day here at Canterbury. I keep saying that. About 18 degrees out there. Little bit of a breeze. Nothing too major in terms of breeze. I'm looking over at the retirement homes on the left-hand side, which is my future residence, I think. What a spot to live in and watch your cricket as well. But the parasol over there just fluttering a little bit. But I love this ground. Massive drop. A slope here as well. I'll come on to that in a moment. As Crawley faces the next delivery in. The back foot punch is time to mid off, and there is no run. But that 12-foot slope, and I was out there at the lunch break, and you can really feel it. You can really feel that slope. I know Lords has the slope, which everyone goes on about, but it's less of a slope than here at Canterbury. 12 foot here and about 8 foot at Lords. And, you know, this is one of the oldest cricket grounds in the world. 1847 it all started here. A little bit before my time. Crawley on strike, Higgins in. This one's punched to cover, and there is no run. End of the over.
I think with regards to those flats, Kent have done them tastefully, haven't they? That's the key here. We see other clubs who've had to build flats. Gloucestershire have had to do it. Bristol, Somerset have had to do it.
Has Gloucestershire got the hotel as well? Is it a hotel as well, or is it flats only?
Flats only.
Okay.
Yeah, flats only. But these ones are nice here at Kent. They look I mean, Gloucestershire is quite a big one that sort of finishes off the Ashley Down Road end of the ground, and it's a lot bigger than that development. I think they're about 5 floors or something like that, whereas they're 3 floors, those ones over there. Right, we're going to see a change of bowling. Blake Cullen's going to come into the attack. Another Berkshire boy.
Well, I did my research there. So, Blake, hello. I know you're playing right now. Do come and chat to me after the game about your Berkshire links. So, everyone's probably switching off. Oh gosh, he's going on about Berkshire again. But yeah, we have generated quite a few men's and women's greats of the game. I used to play alongside Claire Taylor-Tales, one of the greatest women's cricketers of all time.
Cullen in from the Nackington Road end, and Compton defends. Got an email from Sean Parry-Jones. Really enjoying the commentary. I couldn't believe the mention of sonning. Hey. I used to live quite nearby and visited the French Horn wherever we celebrated a big occasion. Rita's nodding in agreement here with you, Sean. Really tightly points game at the moment. Middlesex need a wicket, and I agree. I think time to give Gohar a go. He will still be buzzing after his equal top score in the Middlesex second innings. Best wishes, Sean Parry-Jones. As that's clipped into mid-wicket. Well, lovely email, Sean. Thank you. And, you know, who knows how this game's going to go, but get yourself down the French Horn. Have a little livener this evening.
It is. Hello, Sean, by the way. Yes.
Do you know Sean?
I don't. Not that I know of. But hello, Sean. Yes, a lovely place to have a very fancy meal where you go for a pint at the Copper Club opposite as well. That's rather nice.
Just worked through the onside there by Compton. He's going to get at least 2 here. Oh. As that's pulled up just short of the boundary. Up the hill. And 2 more to take. It sounds frightfully posh.
Sorry, other establishments are available. Dan, I made a funny sound there because actually what you couldn't see because of the stand, there was a bit of a fumble in the deep, and the fielder almost threw the ball over the boundary rope, but managed to reel it back in. So hence the oohs and ahs. But yeah, other for such a tiny village, it's got quite a famous resident there.
Cullen. Compton defends, gets forward. Dan Botton's been in touch. We're watching the Kent live stream. Bit posher than he was expecting. I don't know if that's me, you, sonning, or just the camera work in general. But hello, Dan. Hope you're well. And fingers crossed your beloved Ipswich can stay up. Cullen. In, Compton drives aerially, but it goes through the covers, but that was in the air. He picked the gap, but it was in the air for a long time. And that is the Kent 50 up in 12.5 overs. And Kent are almost a sixth of the way there.
Yeah, whisper that one if you're Kent fan. You wanted just to keep going. But 51 runs. The run rate was up to 5 when Crawley was blasting it around. Now 3.71s, but still a decent run rate. Compton airily, as you say, driving that one. It would have been absolutely, well, an easy catch for probably an extra cover out there. But Compton playing it slightly dangerously. He's probably just was slightly early on the shot, and hence it being a bit aerial. But 4 runs nonetheless.
Timing, great timing. So that's nurdled into the onside again. There's going to be a couple here. Compton just works one off his hip. Moves the score on to 53. Compton moves on to 16. Crawley's on 37. And Middlesex need a wicket. No sleep till Compton.
Kent going on along nicely here. 53 without loss. 263 more required, in other words. And if you're just joining us, well, welcome along to our coverage here in Canterbury. Beautiful conditions and an absolutely brilliant battle going on in front of our eyes. It's like seeing a blockbuster film out there. It really is. We're on a knife edge here. Kent have started nicely from a Kent perspective. Crawley sort of easing off a little bit in terms of the runs, but still there and facing the first delivery from Higgins, who continues from the pavilion end. In, bowls, defended, and there's no runs. Got 3 slips. Got point, he got a mid-on, mid-off, cover, a deep mid-wicket, and also a rather wide fine leg rather. It's very wide third man as well. So a bit of protection on the onside up the hill for Higgins, who does swing the ball and has that lovely movement. But if he gets one slightly offline, then there's a bit of protection for him. In, bowls, and this one's cut into the offside. They go through for a single. Nicely run. Nicely weighted to the point region, but point had to move a little bit, so one more to the board. And this is what Kent need to do, and Middlesex just need to keep plugging away. I think Roland Jones is probably the closest in terms of getting an error out of the Kent batters so far. Couple sort of swinging in, wrapping the pads, half questions to the umpires, but nothing really to talk about in terms of risk so far.
It's got to be time for Zafa. These two love it coming on, don't they? And the ball's not really nibbling about, but we saw extravagant turn from leaning at times, and Zafa will get even more out of it.
Change of fielding positions for Higgins. He's bringing in again a wide, fine leg. Got a point, got a deep mid-wicket as well. Bit more protection now for the left-handed Compton. You've got to remember this slope, and it is so prominent when you go out there. You don't exactly fall over, but it's definitely a slope to deal with. Higgins in, bowls to Compton. Oh, and a swing and a miss. Just want to say that it's risk-free cricket. And Dan's laughing at something, I don't know what, not the cricket.
Tresbon, well beloved, he's added somebody to our Easter 11, and he's the Kent bowling coach. He said, ahoy, ahoy, cricket exciting. I hear you're Easter cricketers and raise you Robbie Joseph of Arimathea. I thank you. Tresbon, brilliant, absolutely superb, love it.
Compton on strike, Higgins in, bowls, defended, and there is no run. Yes, keep them coming. So BBC Kent Cricket at gmail.com is how you can get in touch. Dan Whiting, myself, Rita Green, you can find us on X. You can post us on X, I think is the exact terminology.
Yeah, at the Middle Stump and Rita Green UK.
Indeed.
Yeah, and Kevin Hand Sport. I've got another one.
Oh, you're good at this. I'm terrible. I'll listen to them gladly. But
Alfonso Doubting Thomas. Kevin Hand likes it.
Change of fielding position again. Gosh, there's lots of fielding movement in in this very over. What are they plotting, Middlesex here? They're looking for their first wicket. Higgins in. This one's left alone, wide outside the off stump. But Compton wants none of it. He's a very patient cricketer. And the umpire once again coming down the wicket, just seeing Higgins's follow through. Just having a little prod with his very white trainers, does the umpire Chantry. And Higgins didn't even look back. Yeah, probably as a bowler, you probably just want to just troop on until you're actually told anything. Just keep on going. Ryan Higgins continues in his over. From the pavilion end, in, bowls. This one defended once again. Line and length every time, Higgins. And a really good over, just I think a single off that. Yeah, just 1 to the over. And after the fireworks at the start with Crawley, Kent 54 without loss, and Middlesex searching for their first wicket. And I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Kevin Hand.
Yeah, Alfonso Thomas has got a coaching gig. Has he gone to Leicestershire, I believe? Is that right? Maybe one of the listeners. I've got a feeling he might be at Leicestershire because there was a little bit of a coaching merry-go-round there, wasn't there? Paul Nixon left a couple of years ago. But meanwhile here at Canterbury, Kent have made the best possible start to this reply to Middlesex. However, they still need 262. There's a long way to go in this game of cricket, and I think it's going to go down to the wire. One side goes hard, one side edges into the lead, the other one comes back as Cullen comes in, and Crawley lets that one go into the gloves of Jack Davies. And welcome back the fantastic, the brilliant, the amazing.
No, you can't track it back now.
Mr. Kevin Hand.
You went excellent, Rita Green, this morning, and Kev. You can't drag it back now. This won't. You're right. This will not happen at a canter for Kent. Even if they do it, it will not happen at a canter. But what they have done is they've given themselves a serious chance in what was probably a long shot, 316.
Cullen in. Crawley just opens the face, works it back with a square. He's going to come back for 2. That's good cricket, good placing, and good weight of shots there from Zach Crawley. You heard it from Kevin Hand. There'll be no canter in canters. Keep your emails coming into us. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. 56 without loss. Crawley has got the bulk of them. He's on 40. Compton's on 16. No extras. Good disciplines from Middlesex. As Cullen comes in, and Crawley just drops that one into the offside. They think about one, but is that Zafa in there, or Fernandez? Comes in and cuts off the single. Henry is watching us in rainy Tenerife. Well, you should have stayed at home, Henry, because it's...
Is he on holiday, though, or does he live there?
I don't know. But he's enjoying the coverage, and as we have been for the last couple of days. Cullen. Oh, that's like watching Viv Richards there. He's taken that from middle and off and just worked it through a wide mid-on. Really good shot from Crawley. Plays with the slope. But Henry's saying he has been enjoying the coverage the last couple of days, envious of the sunshine as we join the YouTube stream from a rainy Tenerife. Come on, Kent. That's from Henry and Alex Smith. Well, Henry, get back to Canterbury. Come and watch the game against Gloucestershire next week here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Join us on the stream.
I say they won't do it at canter, but if Crawley's there at the end, then they probably will have done it at a canter. 44 from 48. It's a stunning start, this, from Crawley, and it's shifted the game quite dramatically. And
yeah, but it's only a start. If Crawley gets out now, you know, as we've said all along, quick bang bang, and you know, it's game on.
But he's turned a very big chase into what is now, with 10 wickets standing, 256 in a very short space of time.
Cullen. Crawley just gets a little late on that, and the ball dribbles down to second slip. Is that Higgins in there at second slip?
Deploy.
Deploy at second. Eskenazi's at first.
Yeah, Higgins
has been lurking in the slips during this
usually
game.
third. He's usually third.
Yeah.
But Geddes was in there on my last stint. What I meant to check back on the stream was whether the edge from Crawley that dropped short of third slip early in the innings, whether it was Higgins at the time or Geddes that rolled across.
Cullen. Crawley drives vigorously, venomously, but can't get it past mid-off. 60 without loss. End of the over.
This is a big test for Cullen now. Cullen versus Crawley in this match situation. He's quick. Cullen, he's got the potential, I think, to be the quickest of them. Although, again, Brooks, early in his career, 90-mile-an-hour clocked. But Cullen certainly has the potential to be up there as well. He's probably closer at the moment to being at his peak, I guess. And it is going to be Brooks who takes off his cap and his sweater, hands it to the umpire, and Higgins none for 12 from 7. Quite a stark contrast, isn't it, Higgins' start? But he's done for now.
Stuart Liebird's enjoying us from the United States Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. Is the weather in Canterbury better than over there? That's what we want to know. Stuart, thanks for your email. And
it's clouding over here.
Yeah, Michael Kemp's been in touch as well. Nice to see 3 young players who started at Nonnington Cricket Club doing so well this season. Jason Van Dyke, Kai Smith and Megan Sturge. Well, Megan's got a few runs today for Kent women. And Brian Coulter's been in touch, and he's got one for our Easter 11 with a Kent connection. Sam Northeaster. There we go. Bottom. Really enjoying your commentary. Thanks, Brian.
Here's Brooks beginning his first spell of the second innings. He's right arm over. He bowls down the leg side to Compton. Attempts to clip this one away off his hip. It swings through to the gloves of Davies down the leg side. Just coming through at a nice height. So a shuffle of the feet. Put him into position.
Brian's also calling us from a tropical island in the middle of the sea.
Isle of Man.
Yeah.
Brooks, 2 slips in a gully. Past the umpire, he bowls, and Compton plays that off the back foot. It doesn't get up, and it shoots low off the outside edge of the bat, all along the floor down to the vacant deep third. It goes quite fine, only 2 slips in place, but off the edge of the bat it was very, very low down, and they come and prod away at a spot on the surface now. Eskenazi got done by one that kept a little low yesterday, didn't he? Would have been a similar line and length to that one. Right arm over to the right-hander. This was right arm over to the left-hander. Edges low off the stumps.
Yeah, the old one's snaked, isn't it?
Brooks in, bowls, looser one wide outside of the off stump, and through it goes. 64 without loss. Kent, 252. Goodness me, we were talking about they get it below 300, you get it below 250. Didn't think in the 16th over we'd be saying they nearly got it below 250 already.
People keep emailing us from tropical islands, Kevin.
Oh yes, sorry, Isle of Man, go on.
Yeah, and then Peter Finch as well. He's listening in from Minster on the Isle of Sheppey. He's hoping Kent can win, combined with a Charlton win yesterday, make a great weekend.
Brooks bowls short, he's hooked by Compton. It's a good tumbling stop. Luke Holman at mid-wicket, low to his left, saves the boundary there. There's nobody back on the onside bar long leg who'd never have got anywhere near that, so he's done his mate Brooksy a big favour there.
Yep.
20 for Compton from 44 balls.
Peter's been listening since day one. This is good to hear Kevin Hand on comms with you. Is the ball swinging or seaming? Well,
Both.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think it's time. I've been saying for about 6-7 overs now. It's time for Zafa Gohar.
Brooks is in, he bowls, and there's a little bit of shape through the air on that one, coming into Compton, who defends back to mid-arm.
But thanks for your email, Peter, and enjoy your afternoon on the tropical Isle of Sheppey.
I mean, yeah, with regards to Zafa Gohar, that's what has been bubbling up all match long. That from that first day when you fancied this ball's going to take a bit of turn and there's a bit of bounce out there, then if Middlesex can get anything of a lead for the final innings, it'll be fun. As Brooks is short and he's pulled hard. Holman set back for this one, but he's pulled in front of the fielder for 4. That's set up nicely, and well, with this pitch, you know, there have been wickets in it, 16 in the first day, but even on that first day, you over pitch or you drop short, the pace and the bounce have been pretty true. Yes, there have been 1 or 2 that have started to keep low now, but overall, you know, you put a half volley up there, or you put a half volley on any track, but you know, if you over pitch slightly or you drop short, batters have been able to cash in, and the key for Middlesex is hanging consistently on the top of that off stump with their seam pack. But then yes, at some point, Zafa Gohar will enter the attack, and that will be the very decisive moment. If they can get on top of Gohar, then Middlesex could be in trouble here.
And that will define whether it was a good toss to win because the wickets got better and better, or has batting last been a gamble and then you have to deal with a turn with it. That will be the conundrum. Cullen in from the Nackington Road end. Bit of width from Crawley, throws his hands through the ball. Goes out to deep backward point. Middlesex gone on the defensive somewhat here. Ian Warren's been in touch. Hello team. He's been enjoying the Berkshire chat. He came down yesterday from Ascot with his daughter Eleanor. Had a great day out. Last year she was the first female player ever to play a men's league game for Royal Ascot Cricket Club. So well done, Eleanor. Lovely to hear from you, Ian. He's loving the live stream comms today. Keep up the good work, and hope you enjoyed your trip to Canterbury yesterday. Ascot is Ajit Singh Dale at Gloucestershire. I think he's from Ascot Cricket Club, isn't he? Here's Blake Cullen. Compton, just going about his business, doing Ben Compton things.
Yeah, it's quite the contrast either end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the tortoise and the hare, isn't it?
They could well both win the race in this one.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of twists and turns in this Canterbury tale, though. I really do.
Middlesex will very much hope that they're from Zafa Gohar.
Compton defends. James Lord has been in touch on X. Loving the commentary from yourself and Kevin Hans Sport. Your Easter 11 could have Alan Lamb, the Reverend Dave Shepherd, and Ollie Pope. Your commentator will, of course, be Mark Church. Love it, James. Love it. Thank you for your... Do you still call them a tweet? Your post?
Post, yeah.
Yeah.
Cullen's got a problem. I think it's just his boot, though.
Cullen's got an issue where he's feeling his foot there.
It might be one of the studs because the umpire's paying attention as well, so he might just be, he's tightening the stud. He's handed it back to the umpire now.
Now, what are those things called? You know, those...
Yeah.
Does anyone
It's
know?
not a screwdriver, is it?
No, it's not a screwdriver. There's like a stud tightener.
Stud driver.
But what are they called? They must have a name. That's down the leg side from Cullen. Compton, there's a little flick at it, but doesn't get anything on it. 69 without loss now. Compton's on 24. Crawley's on 45. Cullen's done for 15 off 2.4. Brooks has gone for 8 off his solitary over. And you're listening to Dan Whiting. Kevin Hand live here on the BBC in what looks to be an absolute thriller. Short, wide, crunched, 4. Can't bowl there. Can't bowl there. Can't give width at all. You've just got to bowl down the corridor. Patrick's been in touch as well. Greetings from sunny Broadstairs. Currently loving watching Crawley do what he does best. Do you see both of these sides finishing at the very top of the division this season? Loving the commentary. Paddy from the Isle of Thanet. What do you reckon, Kev?
I think, yes, these two sides will be the top half of Division 2 for sure. Whether they're in the top 2, I think Lancashire, James Anderson, they're going to take some stopping if he plays a considerable number of games.
Cullen. That's gone out to mid-off. See, I don't think Lancashire will be up there. Everyone thinks they will, and I'm going to go against the grain. I've seen a Dale Benkenstein side at Gloucestershire get relegated out of Division 1 and finish then 18th. And I just not quite sure they've got the minerals. I mean, they're not performing particularly well against Northamptonshire at Old Trafford. And I'm not sure Lancashire will be up there. I think Middlesex will. I think Kent will as well, because I think this brand of cricket they're playing under Adam Hollyoake is they're gonna lose some games playing it like that. They're gonna win a lot more than they did last year, and their bowling looks like it's got a bit of bite. Well, I think it's sort of quite exciting. I mean, he's looking at they're preparing more interesting wickets here at Canterbury. They're not conceding 500 in games. Their bowlers look a lot more potent. And, you know, Adam spoke the other day about an innings shootout, one innings shootout. And I think it's good, exciting cricket.
Here's Brooks, right arm over, he comes in, bowls, and this is clipped away out to deep square by Crawley for a single, 74 without loss. I wasn't being facetious asking that, genuinely. You know, Adam Hollyoake, the personality, the cricketer that he was, the captain that he was, and now coach as well. You can imagine his brand is going to be aggressive, positive. We're going out there to win from ball 1. You know, there's not that any side doesn't, but we're going out there with a serious intent from ball 1. But what Middlesex would love to do right now is do what Kent did very well in the first innings, and that was nag the top of that off stump.
Yeah.
150 for 8. They just did not leave that spot. That first morning, it could have been 4 or 5 wicket morning. It was 3. And then bang, they went at them in the afternoon session when they did start to get those wickets going. Brooks has pulled across square leg to point as his right arm over to Compton. The left-hander leaves alone.
Yeah, I think Middlesex now need to frustrate Kent. I think they need to bowl one side of the wicket or the other. And, you know, I think what Kent did well yesterday was that Middlesex, I think the wicket had a little bit more in it than he's got currently as well. So I think that helped them. But I think even when Middlesex threatened to get away from them, they nagged away and didn't let them go for too many.
I think the length is the key here. They've got to stick to a good length. Compton's upset by something in the stand to our right. It's the Frank Woolley stand, isn't it, to our right. He's happy now, whether it was somebody down below walking away. Brooks bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Compton again. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. But yeah, I think length is the key here. When the shots we've seen so far, the pulls from Compton dropping short, Crawley just leaning into drive after drive, clips. Middlesex have gone too full. I think this is a pitch where batters get full reward if you're even marginally off length.
Yeah.
So length is key for me.
We've seen Roland Jones was too full early on, and then Cullen and Brooks have maybe been a little bit short here.
Brooks in now, bowls. There it is, just there. He's
Better.
just got to leave it there. A little bit of shape in towards the left-hander who defends to mid-wicket. And there's no run. I mean, this should be a really fascinating chase. And it will be now because there's no way that Kent should be able to do this with ease. No. Middlesex will be absolutely furious with themselves if that happens. You don't chase 316 with ease on a pitch, you know, where there's been assistance. And you've got Zafa Gohar on the side as well. That for me, already is becoming the crunch moment. When they bring him in, I think there's a lot of time in the game, and it won't be long until he comes in now, I'd imagine, as into bowl is Brooks on a line and length. But if Crawley in particular gets on top of Gohar, then Middlesex could have a problem. Now, getting on top of Gohar would be quite the achievement, I think. Yeah. And there's plenty out there for the spinner, and he's a wily spinner, yeah. So he's got a big part to play in this one, but equally, the seamers, Higgins has had a good start. He's going at less than 2 and over, isn't he? His economy, but the others are a little expensive at the moment. Cullen's 6.3, Brooks is 4.9 as he is about to end his second over. He bowls to Compton, who strokes this attractively off the back foot, but only as far as point. And there's no run, so he's gone for 9 off his 2. So even I can work out that's an economy of 4.5.
He's a cunning old fox, Zafa Gohar. He's Henry Smith's been in touch with Tenerife. There's a pitch inspection at 3:30 with the rain out there. So yeah, Stuart Liebird as well. He said he's a big fan of Daniel Bill Drummond, and he said Kent 100% for this match. Well, I'm not sure I can share your confidence right now, but they've given themselves a good start, but I wouldn't say they've broken the back of this chase by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, if you wanted to go off the swingometer, you were saying for the Kent fans it will be swinging to hope right now. For the Middlesex fans it will be swinging towards nerves, because this is a fine start, but here may well come our moment that we've been waiting for. Note, Zafa Gohar is stood at the Nackington Road end practicing his action, but he hands the ball to Higgins because Cullen will be continuing.
You're listening to Dan Whiting and Peter Snow here on the BBC. Kevin Hand there with his swingometer. They're missing a trick, not getting you in for general election night, Kev.
Yes, I think our political chat killed off any aspirations that yesterday.
I think so. Yeah, I do think so. Cullen's going to continue. Is that Cullen or is that Roden Jones?
Yes, it's Cullen.
Cullen, yeah. Going to continue from Nackington Road end. 74 without loss. Crawley going to face 4 short of a 50. As that's just worked to mid-wicket where Max Holden, the mulleted Max Holden. It's not a bad mullet though, if there is such a you know, there's a bit of a paradox.
I'd suggest they're more flowing locks of Max
Holden
than a mullet.
It's not like Ollie Carter at Sussex. I mean, that is just dreadful. Just dreadful.
I haven't seen it.
Have you not? Cullen. Crawley drives up to mid-off.
We talked about Roland Jones and Crawley being a huge matchup at the top of this innings, the start of this chase. Crawley coming out on top. For Cullen versus Crawley now, it's a huge test because he's quick, Cullen, but if he's off slightly, as we've seen, then there could be, real problems against someone like Crawley, who will look to be positive and look to score quickly and look to punish.
Oh, that's just a little bit of extra bounce there, and that's quite well played by Crawley. Just doesn't push into that one as hard, because I think that's the sort of delivery that's got him into trouble. And it hits the splice, but Crawley's played it with soft hands, and it just goes out into the offside. Just showing Kevin a picture of Ollie Carter, and he's grimaced. You can't stop looking at it.
It's a beaut, isn't it?
It's an absolute perler, isn't it? Blake Cullen, driven again pleasantly by Crawley. I need to pick out, is that Roland Jones, the skipper at mid-off? .74 without loss. This is sort of a hush across Canterbury, apart from one or two individuals. Crawley just works that one into the offside, picks up a single. Apart from one or two individuals, but there's a sort of a... People are just transfixed in this game, aren't they? And I think it's been a wonderful game of cricket. Both sides have played their part. And what's the sad thing about these wickets, you know, we saw it in Northamptonshire last week, is both sides play their parts in really good games of cricket, but the losing side will walk away with 3 points. And it doesn't seem fair to me. But you've got to have a point system one way or the other, haven't you? You know, it doesn't... we spoke on day one as Cullen is in to Compton again. A little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of extra lift. Compton rides it. We spoke on day one about Middlesex and Kent sharing a county championship back in 1977 when you only got 12 points for a win. And they've meddled with the points over the years, haven't they? They've, you know, 5 points for a draw, 8 points for a draw, and they've tinkered and meddled with it and fiddled with it, and still don't think they know what's the right thing to do. But you know what the rules are of the county championship at the beginning of the season. You just get on with it.
Cometh the hour. Cometh Zafa Gohar for Middlesex. He's on at the pavilion end. He'll be left arm around the wicket to Zach Crawley first up. Toby Roland Jones, hands plunged in pockets, talking to the left arm spinner now, orchestrating this field. And well, herein perhaps lies the game now for these two counties. Final innings of the match. If it were the fourth day and any talk of potential divots out there and how things going for the spinner, but from the first day we felt there was turn, there was bounce, and there was fun to be had for the spinner. Middlesex will hope that he will have an awful lot of fun today.
Yeah, I think this is the moment, isn't it? I think this is the crux of the game.
Up against Crawley as well. This could be quite the blockbuster affair between these two. He's got a slip in place, Gohar. There's a backward point heading around towards a deep gully now. Deep cover is set back, extra cover, deep mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wickets is quite straight. Roland Jones has a short leg and a deep backward square leg. Here is Zafa Gohar, short sleeves, shirt untucked, his left arm around, and first ball's down the leg side. And Crawley looking to sweep, doesn't manage to make significant contact. The ball just deflects away, backward square on the leg side. Higgins from slip runs over to collect, and no run.
Has he got a little bit of bat on that?
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell whether it was
I mean,
strangled back of the bat but into the ground or what it was, but
it would have been a marvellous catch.
Gohar. 2 go down around the bat. Bowls to Crawley, who looks to clip a full ball through mid-wicket. He's missed it, and goodness me, Gohar was going up big for that, and the umpires come to speak to Gohar about his landing foot after delivering, as he might have just gone in a little bit too tight in the danger zone there, but I guess because it didn't pitch, it may well have turned and hit the stumps, but the umpire would, on the trajectory of it, would have to feel it's probably drifting down. And even if it did, I'm pretty sure it didn't pitch. Gohar's head was in the way. I couldn't see as he bowls again now. And this is leg side again and tickled away fine. And it's going to be 4 runs for Crawley. And that is his 50 from 60 balls, 84 minutes. Strike rate of 85, 8-4, as well as that 1-6, dropping Roland Jones over mid-wicket. And well, he's changing the face of this game. Here's at Crawley with a pretty distinctive Crawley masterclass at the moment.
Yeah, Zafa and ex-Middlesex man John Simpson had a bit of a hoo-ha down at Hove last year, I believe.
Here's Gohar to Crawley, bowls, and this is played defensively into the onside. There's no run. And
it came from Zafa's appeal for LBW, where he does run backwards down the pitch, and this can get him into a little bit of trouble at times. He's just getting excited. I don't think there's any malice in Zafa whatsoever. I think he's just a wholehearted competitive cricketer.
He steps in now, bowls, and Crawley goes early with a premeditated sweep and just paddles him down to fine leg for 4 more. And Zafa, I think, is saying that everybody needs to go around a little on that onside. In fact, he's going to send the skipper all the way down. Roland Jones from mid-wicket, he's sending him to fine leg. Off you go, Skip. Oh, he's going to, not to fine leg, but he's going to 45. Deep square, moving around a little straighter now as a result from deep backward square. Gohar. He's got the wind blowing heavily onto his shirt at the moment, and it's blowing in the wind. Is it blowing the way you want it to? Actually, it's blowing with the turn from right to left. So he comes left arm around now to Crawley. Now this is going to be close. He's played around that one again, starting too much leg side, says umpire Chantry. Not doing enough, not turning enough. But boy, oh boy, that's a couple of times now that Crawley has looked to play around the turning delivery from Gohar, and that will excite Middlesex's spinner. End of the over, 8 coming off of it. Down to fine leg, all 8 of them, 2 boundaries. Middlesex, Kent, my apologies, are 83 without loss.
Yeah, both deliveries there. Crawley trying to work it square. I think he's best off playing in the V here. Not trying to flick away a ball on a turning wicket. Yes, sweep, or, you know, to go square the wicket. Sweep, reverse sweep even to go square the wicket, but generally try and play with the full face of the bat in the V.
Change of ends for Brooks. So he replaces Cullen, none for 9 from his 2 so far. Cullen was going at 6.7, wasn't he?
I'll do one more over and Rita Green can come in.
Do you have a 3 o'clock on a Sunday?
No, I've got no more updates at all. I'm updateless. So we can dance the light fandango, Kev. Brooks, will a change of end work? Here he comes from the Nackington Road end, and Compton covers up. Compton's going to be the glue, isn't he? Here, I think everyone's going to bat around Compton here. Do you think?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'd be ill-advised to go after anything different in this innings because of the time left in the game. Still 4 full sessions to play. 2:33 more required for victory. Whether we'd go into a 4th day or not.
Brooks in, and that's defended by Compton. There's what 49 left in the day, isn't there?
Yeah, so it's just over 4 and over, isn't it, to win it from here? 233.
Yeah, I mean, I think
if Compton hangs around, if Crawley hangs around,
I think we're going into a fourth day. I think there are a lot more twists and turns in this. Kent fans getting excited, but the rhythm of the game, that's short and wide and pulled with aplomb by Compton through mid-wicket, and you can't bowl there. Kevin Hand was just talking about lengths, and that's not one to bowl.
Yeah, I can't imagine Middlesex at the moment are particularly pleased with their lengths. They've got to test the top of off stump more. What are we only into the 21st over? Roland Jones was looking to set the tone, quite rightly, on just full of a length, trying to bring LBW, bowled, caught into play, keep it in play, but at the moment it's got to be nagging on the top of off stump.
Yeah, here's Brooks. Compton just nibbles that one around the corner on the leg side for a single.
So I say you have to push Compton back because he plays late and he plays on the back foot, doesn't he? So the bumpers that they've used to him, but clearly there's a theory there because they have tried to bump him a fair bit. I saw Holman push back in the last Brooks over. But
how do you go him? Short, 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 full. You go push him back, bumper, bumper, and then full one. Do you think that's the way to bowl at Compton?
No, I think they've got to be nagging the top of off.
Yeah, okay. Here's Brooks. Crawley. Nurdles him back with a square. He's got it into that pocket between the two fielders out there and comes back for 2. Score goes into the 90s. Crawley on to 57. Compton's on 33. Middlesex need a wicket.
You know, it's almost the classic Australian mantra, isn't it, for this one? You bowl at the knees, not at the hips, in England, and this is a pitch for it. You can't be bowling half volleys, but
Brooks short, and Crawley pulls. Holman doing the fielding out on the deep square boundary. He's always used as a boundary rider by Middlesex, isn't he? Anyway, that completes the over. Rita's going to come in. Kent on 91 without loss.
Thanks, Dan. Dan Whiting has been alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on the mic for this last little passage. 91 without loss it is. Crawley's 58, Compton's 33. And Middlesex will be desperate to take a wicket right now. 225 more required for victory. 21 overs in, 91 on the board. Lunch couldn't have come at a better time for Kent, that's for sure. I'm saying that Middlesex could have just hung on to lunch, made it a little bit awkward, brought Kent back out this afternoon, not give the Kent openers 40 minutes to put their feet up and prepare as Zafa Gohar comes in, he's bowled him! He floats one up there, and it floats past the edge of Crawley's attempted whip on the front foot, and it takes the top of off stump. Huge moment in the match. Boy, oh boy, did the visiting team need that. Kent have been given a brilliant start here by Zach Crawley. 58 from 66 deliveries. It's changed the face of this chase for sure. It's taken a significant chunk out of it. A shake of the head from Crawley as he walks off. But that's been a really magnificent innings under huge pressure from the Kent opener. And it's making a real game of this now. But the mode of dismissal, the manner of dismissal, and the man who's picked him up as well, Zafa Gohar, even from a neutral perspective, I'd suggest, Rita, that is a moment that anybody who's tuned in looking for a tight encounter here on the chase, that's what they'd have wanted to see, Zafa Gohar in the game.
Zafa's done the business there. Crawley trying to pull it across the line, always very dangerous.
Well, we saw him play around a few in the last over, didn't he? Wrapped on the pads, or a couple of appeals. This one was certainly straighter. It's taken the top of off. But he's tried to take it from a straighter line. Even the ones that he played around in the last over, surviving those appeals. The second one was probably a good appeal. The first one, not so much so. That's not to say it was out, but it was a better appeal, the second one. A better one than the first. That one, he's misjudged the line there because he's whipping that off the top of... you know, as you say, he's almost looking mid-on, mid-wicket from the top of off. And against Gohar, that's dangerous. But boy, oh boy, what a wicket to take. What a manner to take it. And the celebration from Gohar and the relief from Middlesex. It was a release as well. They're in the game now. 91 for 1. Crawley's done an awful lot of damage though, but 225 seems a lot further away as Zafa Gohar strikes with his 7th ball of the 2nd innings.
Could that be a pivotal moment in the game? Many may say it might be, well, we'll never know. But Crawley, as you say, has done quite a lot of damage already, but quite a way to go for the Kent batters if they want to get over line. Over 200 runs still required. Some batters to come for the Kent lineup, but wow, what a wicket there. We knew that Zafa would be, well, important player, but that wicket was crucial.
Daniel Bell-Drummond is on strike. There's a slip and a short leg, and Zafa Gohar, his left arm around the wicket. He bowls him! Goodness me, he's on a hat-trick! He floats that one up onto the top of off-stump as well. The Kent skipper looks to drive at a ball that wasn't there for it. His off-stump's not there anymore either. Zafa Gohar is in the game, and he's got 2 crucial wickets as Bell-Drummond will walk back. And Kent now, having had a fabulous start, will be starting to feel the nerves a little themselves.
Beautiful delivery there from Zafa. Lovely drift in and just tempted Bell-Drummond in on his very first ball at the wicket, and pretty much through the gate. A little nick on the bat as it went through and hit the stumps there. On a hat-trick. Wow, and Zafa went off for a little run, didn't he? Celebrating that one. It wasn't really the type of line and length to drive, but certainly Zafa deserved that. He's been nagging away, isn't he, all morning. Sorry, not all morning, all afternoon, rather. It just wasn't the right... He didn't get his feet to the ball, did Bell-Drummond, but yeah, nonetheless a wicket and a hat-trick ball to come.
Yeah, he's pushed a long way outside the off-stump there. And as you say, there may well have been a slight little inside edge on that. Whether it was the arm ball from Gohar to go past the inside edge or to take the inside edge, indeed. But off-stump, rocked back, and Mier walks out. Compton on 33 at the other end. Well, the glue, the rock, however you want to perceive him at the other end, it just changes everything this now, because all of a sudden Kent will need to go into their shell slightly against Gohar. They will not want to stand toe-to-toe with him. His tail will fully be up now, and it will not drop down, I'd imagine, before the end of this match. And it may be very difficult to get the ball out of his hand, indeed, for Middlesex now. We're into the 22nd over. It's fast-forward cricket since day one in this match. 16 wickets on the first day, 10 on the second. And so far today, well, what did they resume? 6 down, Middlesex. So we've had another 6 today. How many will we have before tea, let alone before stumps? 16.4 overs to go until the interval. 2 slips in place for Mier. First ball, hat-trick ball for Zafa Gohar. It's pushed defensively back up the track by the right-hander, who just plods forward and strokes it, waits it on it patiently, pushing back. There's a short leg as well as those 2 slips. Gohar moves in from the pavilion end. He bowls. It's a forward defence from Mier, and it's a fabulous passage of play this. Well, Middlesex were waiting for the Gohar moment, really, with Crawley having the cracking start that he had for Kent. Everybody was looking to see what this man could do, and boy oh boy has he done something. He bowls now. It's driven back by Mier, and Gohar gets fingertips to it as the ball deflects into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Compton was back in his grounds. Yeah, just looked over your shoulder there at the replay. It looked as though there was a little tickle, didn't there? But it certainly wasn't a gripping, turning ball from Gohar, whether it was an arm ball angling towards that off stump and looking to go past the bat as it did. Whether it just took that inside tickle. Here's Gohar, bowls to Mier, clears that front foot and drives down the ground. It's a good tumbling stop by the skipper, holds them to 1. Just had a little bit of ground to make up there. He was wide at mid-off, so had to make sure it didn't get through, or that would have been another boundary. Mier has 1, Compton has 33. Mier will keep the strike with the single. That's the end of Zafa Gohar's 2nd over. He has 2 for 9, those 2 being Crawley and Bell-Drummond. First ball duck for the skipper. 92 for 2, Kent.
Well, Kevin, how the game has just suddenly changed. It's not completely over, of course not, but 2 very quick wickets. In fact, 2 wickets in 2 balls for Zafa. And Dan was thinking that Zafa should come on as soon as, and he's done the business. First with the Massively dangerous man, that's Zach Crawley. 58 from 66 balls, Zach Crawley. And then the very next ball, the skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond, bowled. Probably a little nick from his bat as well, but onto the stumps. And a hat-trick ball for Mier to face as well. So what a dramatic over, Kevin. And I'm not saying that everything's completely changed, but it feels as though the momentum has just shifted towards Middlesex. Started with a fresh new over. Brooks in. Oh, and this one's a big, thick inside, sort of thick edge. Goes to mid on, and there is one run. You can hear the wind now. There's a bit of a breeze in the air, but yeah, things have changed a little bit, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, does it change the outcome of the game? It might. We'll wait and see, and we'll relish what comes next. What it has done is change the immediacy of the Kent chase, which has gone from... We did say it's never going to happen at a canter. You don't chase 316 runs at a canter. If Kent win it, then there's going to be a twist and turn along the way. But boy, oh boy, what a twist, what a turn from Zafa Gohar. 2 in 2, and it will slow Kent down considerably now.
Brooks in. This one's defended by Compton, no run.
And it's over to the seamers to back up the work of the spinner now. They've got to stick to the top of off stump. They've got to put away the bumpers to Compton, I would suggest. It'll top edge one now, only they'll be justified in their chase.
But they've got to build up pressure from both ends, right, as you say.
I think right now Middlesex need to be drying these runs down to dirt. There's no gimmies, no 4 balls, no gimmies for Kent, just perseverance on the top of that off stump.
Brooks down the slope into Compton, who just pushes this into mid-wicket area, and they go through for a single. Got to build up the pressure for Middlesex here. They'll be looking for 3, 4 wickets, quick, and then that target just feels like an awfully long way away. 94 for 2, the scoreline for Kent.
What is it, an hour to tea? 16 overs still. We've had, yep, 48 overs remaining of this match. So there's a 16 over spell now till tea, where Gohar will bowl another 8 from this pavilion end at the far end. You've got to be saying as the seams, because they'll all be lifted. You know, the energy in the match has changed in this moment.
Short mid-wicket in play. Brooks in. This one's Mier's first ball for Brooks, and defended, no run.
And that's where I want to be. He has to stay there. Mie's got nowhere to go. He can go back and across and defend as he did there. Keep doing it. There's been nibble off the seam on this surface. There's been a little bit of swing at times as well. But Middlesex won't mind that. Defend 6 balls on that spot. Dry up the runs fully. And then let Zafa Gohar do Zafa Gohar things at the other end.
There's something brilliantly simple about line and length. Here's Brooks in to Mier, and it's pushed to that short mid-wicket. And there's no run. Exactly that. This is what Middlesex will be looking for. You know, to be fair, they were very, very patient with Compton and Crawley out there. There was no panic in the air, was there? It was like, let's do our stuff. Let's get Zafar on at the right time with the life of the ball. And sure enough, a couple of quick wickets. But they've got to back it up now.
I mean, what I'd say in terms of how it's changed the energy, how it's changed the complexion of things for the moment. From here, this will be a brilliant, brilliant victory if Kent can pull it off.
Mier defends this one, and there is no run. Indeed. I think, though, as you say, from the 316 to win any game with over 300
they were so
in the county game, you've got to do great.
They're so close to not bringing it down below 200,
yes.
And it was happening in a flash until those 2 deliveries. It was going to be from 316 to below 200 inside 25 overs nearly at the rate they were going. But it's 2-2 more to win. They've had 23 overs now, and it's Zafa Gohar just down below. That 2-2-2 looks a long, long way away. That was the Middlesex first innings score. Kent managed 218 in their first innings. Middlesex this morning were resuming on 222 for 6. It's a figure 2-2-2 in this match, which has dominated.
I feel a little bit of a sprightly nature to your tone now, Kevin. Gosh, how things change with a couple of wickets.
Well, it does. The energy changes. The energy changes fully. The energy in the fields, and as I say, the energy for the seamers. They'll all have got a lift. Crawley, was doing so much damage to the figures of all of the seamers. Here's Zafa Gohar, left arm over his first ball to Ben Compton, who's over the top of this, turning to Max Holden at mid-wicket. Sun's out again. It had just disappeared behind a cloud as that wind picked up on our effects mic. There's a slip and a short leg. Deep mid-wicket, deep square he is around there. Backward square leg. Holden, who just fielded the ball at mid-wicket, mid-on as well as Gohar's in. He bowls, and this is work to Holden, a dot ball. Mid-off cover and a backward point completing the field. Eskenazi's the backward point. He's been at slip throughout the game, but Higgins is the slip fielder for Middlesex when the spinners come on. They've got quite the spinner at the moment as well in Gohar. Left arm over. He bowls now with a lot of flight and smothering that into the onside. A big stride forward and across from Compton. 94 for 2. Moment's pause from Gohar. He sets off now. Bowls a flatter delivery and down the track comes Compton! Oh, and wow! Gohar picks up the ball on the bounce and throws quickly back into the gloves of the keeper, and Compton then had to get back into his ground with a dive. Well, wow. How the game has changed in just a couple of overs.
Yeah, direct hit. I think it would have been out, but just wide, and Compton survives.
They hoped that this man was going to be a game changer for him this year, and it seems to be that he might just Gohar as he bowls now to Compton, a forward defensive with bat and pad together. The ball rolls back down the pad and into the offside, and that was the ooh and the ah from those around the bat. One, could he have beaten the inside edge? Could he have got through the gate? Or two, with that inside edge dolly up towards leg gully. There's going to be a leg slip now as well coming across from point.
Yeah, good idea getting in that leg slip. Short legs definitely in play.
Gohar. And again, bowls, and this is tickled to mid-wicket. Tumbling stop by Holden. You can just see the complete change in the energy out there in the field of Middlesex, where they'd have been very, very nervous with that start that Crawley gave Kent. Maiden over for Zafa Gohar. It's 2 for 9 from 3 with one maiden. And it's 94 for 2, Kent, with Compton on 34 and Mier to have strike on 2. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. Also on the streams via the club's websites. Kent and Middlesex, two teams that were at it in Division 1 2 years in the relegation scrap. They're at it now, early season, in a match where, well, they walk away from this one. They meet again actually in a couple of weeks at Lords. There's a quick turnaround where they'll go again at each other, and whoever comes away with victory from this one, you can guarantee the opposition will be coming biting back at Lords.
Nackington Road End. Brooks continues in and defended by Mier, and there's no run. How the game has changed here. Zafa's over is just pure drama, isn't it? The delivery, potential run out, and having that leg slip in play, and that short leg is definitely a wise move. Compton's doing a decent job actually by just varying up his movement, coming down the track a little bit, but of course that comes with danger as well. But you get a short leg dolly up, and that's out. Into the onside is Mier. A bit of a misfield, bit of a fumble. That'll be annoying to the bowling side, and they go through for 2. That's slightly annoying, but no drama. Mier gets 2 more to the total, 96 for 2.
Yeah, Nathan Fernandez just dived over that one slightly. Higgins having a chat with him, might be. I mean, it is quite a quick ground here. We've seen that. And
you've got those old wickets as well there, haven't you? They can be bumpy.
Yeah, and I was going to say the square obviously can be even quicker, can't it, as well? The odd bump or two maybe along the way.
Brooks in, steaming in, past the umpire. Mier defends this one. No run. And I think this is a rebuild, so Kent fans out there, this will all be about rebuilding once again. Mier, just 24 years old, quite young in his career, but he's been around the Kent game for a few seasons now, 2 or 3 seasons, and full of quality, full of exuberance, and really creative stroke play as well. So if he gets going, then Middlesex will be back on the back foot once again. Here's Brooks in. Mier on strike. Oh, and a swing and a miss. Or was it a leave? He'll say it was a leave.
Yeah, that was a lifting ball from Brooks, and we've seen a bit of that in this match, haven't we? Just talked about the seam movement, but there is lift in this surface, and where he's been targeting that off stump, you know, that wasn't a wide long hop from Brooks. That was a back of a length delivery just outside off, and Mier nearly sucked into it. punching at something that he shouldn't at this stage of the innings.
He's doing what all good batters do. Just take your time, redo your boots, swivel the bat in your hands and just be ready again. Compose yourself, ready for the next delivery. Brooks in. This one's pushed into the onside. Think about a single? Nope. Straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. I think you were spot on earlier on as well, Kevin, on the length ball, just nipping that off stump. That's where Middlesex need to continue to get to, actually, in this innings. Even with the Zafa brilliance, if they just bowl it in there or thereabouts, at least 5 out of 6 balls in the over, they're in business.
Well, this was a serious bowler's pitch on the first day. 16 wickets, and there could have been more. There could have been more, but if you're as a bowler on this pitch, if you are off length, there are runs to be had.
Brooks, Mier. This one's going to mid-on, and there is no run. Indeed, this is well, probably day one feels like a long time ago. but
well, it does.
In some ways, it does, doesn't it? Because it all comes down to, well,
the one innings match,
yeah,
and
exactly.
It does feel like a different game, first innings to second, in terms of the 2 first innings of this match were all about the bowlers. It was all about the pitch and all about the bowlers, but the Middlesex second innings, Eskenazi's 50 from Geddes, and a 50 from this man that we mustn't forget, he scored a 50 as well, Zafa Gohar, which pushed them onto that 316. He's just had a long chat from Toby Rowland-Jones there. I wonder what the skipper was saying to the wily left spinner that Gohar is. Slip, leg slip and short leg. Compton on strike, the left-hander. Gohar is left arm over the wicket. And he's in now bowling to Compton. Scampered single to Rowland-Jones at mid-on. That's well played, well run. Yeah, the on drives in this game, the cover drives, when a pitch is doing too much or potentially the pace is a problem, then you don't see those on drives and you don't see that many cover drives either. The playing through the V is pretty difficult. But throughout this match, if the bowlers have just gone that little bit too full, the on drive comes in. Second slip coming in at the moment. That's Eskenazi settling down alongside Higgins as Mier awaits. He had to face the hat-trick ball a couple of overs back from Gohar, who's left arm around the wicket now. The right-hander's forward and pushing back to Gohar. That was a good length. He had a big stride in there, Mier. Had to wait on it slightly as he pushed back. I did wonder whether he'd just been drawn forward by that little piece of string and the ball was going to rip past him, but he got in behind it. Gohar again goes a little wider with it, and so too that front pad of Mier thrusts forward and across. He nearly falls over out of his crease as he gets right over the top of that ball. Holden fields at cover. You cannot take your eye off this game for a moment, especially while this man's ball in hand. Gohar again, he bowls, and a little fuller just allows Mier to free up a little bit of room on that front foot and drive a single down to Rowland-Jones at mid-off. 3 to come of Gohar's 4th over, and what a 4 overs they have been so far. That certainly they've changed the passage of play. They could be game changing now. Cloud covers fully come over Canterbury. The wind blows the shirt of Gohar. He steps in, bowls a shuffle to the pitch from Compton, and he'll drive a single wide of a tumbling Rowland-Jones. They'll get back for the second. And as the skipper was running out of room there, he had to have a late plunge down to get a hand to it. So they get back for 2, and that's the 100 up for Kent, which, well, that was happening at a canter a few moments ago. We said the chase will never happen at a canter, but the 100 was well in sight. And indeed, as we said, bringing the target or the runs required below 200. Well, it's at 216 at the moment. How the tempo has changed. Slip and a short leg, and a short mid-wicket now for Compton as the left-hander backs up and turns to short leg. End of the over, 100 for 2, and 26 overs completed. There are 44 remaining of this, the 3rd day, which means it's 12 to tea, and not that they will go into a shell. It's far too early to be thinking about tea, but they will be thinking no more wickets down before tea. They'll be prizing their wickets very, very highly at the moment. They can't be thinking play for tea at this point, but just the whole nature of this innings and the match, Compton and Mier will be saying we cannot give our wicket away cheaply at the moment.
Cricket's about little milestones, isn't it? And having the tea lunch breaks, etc., even the drinks breaks through the game as well, can be psychologically quite strong for a batting side, but sometimes they come at the wrong time, quite frankly. But Kent will just be wanting to continue this little mini partnership that's building. Compton's going to play a massive part in dictating how, if Kent were to get the win, will it be Middlesex? This one's in to Mier, onto the onside, and that's a gimme. Onto the pads, into the deep point region, and 4 runs. Nicely done. Mier just lent into that one beautifully. He has a very open stance, incredibly open stance. So anything slightly down leg is just meat and drink. Just lent into that, 4 runs.
Yeah, leg stump half volley and put away. I wonder, is it time for Higgins from the Nackington Road end just to build that pressure? He was going at 1.8 when Crawley was thumping through those runs early on. Brooks has brought his runs per over down to 4.8 in the last couple.
Brooks in. This one's trying to be another hoik into the same area onto the onside, but I think Mier just missed that one, quite frankly.
Yeah, that was a bit of a naughty shot from Mier. I think it was a fraction short of a length from Brooks, but hit the deck hard on that one and hit somewhere hard amidship from Mier. Fortunately, it was somewhere well protected and well padded because he's not rubbing anything.
Yeah, it was well and truly down leg side again. But Brooks is just struggling a little bit with the slope maybe here.
Oh, there you go. He's making an adjustment now. I think rear thigh, inner thigh guard maybe.
Thank goodness for the inner thigh guard. Here's Brooks in. Mier lets this one go. And there is no run. Thank goodness for that padding, absolutely.
There's an adjustment again. It could well have been the worst place of all, but if it was, he's got away with it, Mier, because he's not bent double, which it really thudded, didn't it, that ball from Brooks. And again, the passage of play, Compton's come down and have a couple of chats with him there. It's perhaps, look, don't get carried away with that leg stump half volley. You know, the next ball doesn't need to be deposited into the Freeman flats to our left, even though it was a fraction short of a length. They've dropped back deep square, which is Fernandez.
Yeah, probably a good move. Down that slope as well, it's going to whistle away, and it just gives Brooks a bit of protection. Next one from the Nackington Road end. Brooks in to Mier. This one's clipped into the onside, and that man in deep's going to have get round pretty quickly, and indeed does. A diving stop, and they go back for 2, but save the 4 there, and that man in the deep. But that's where the skipper feels pretty good about themselves, isn't it? Yep, that's what I wanted, a bit of protection out there. But Brooks isn't getting his line right here, and as you say, maybe he needs a bit of a rest. 106 for 2.
I'd say it's his length as much as anything. You just, you know, you can't serve it up there at that length on this surface. It's not swinging at the moment either. You know, if that ball's swinging, then yes, you've got the license to go that little bit fuller.
A little bit gloomier here in Canterbury. Still a nice day. Here's Brooks in, and again, Mier is just targeting that onside, trying to pull it into the onside. He's definitely been hit somewhere, but he's as hard as nails. Is Mier.
Compton's coming to have a chat with him again.
Yeah.
That ball probably merited a little bit more the hook shot than the first one did, I think. But Compton, I think, is coming to say to him exactly that. Look, this isn't about, you're not going to score 210 like Crawley did. So
and take your time, just pick off the bad balls.
Don't get in. And
playing across the line is high risk cricket with high reward, of course. Brooks in. This one's punched to mid off, and there is no run. End of the over. 106 for 2. How many more do they need? 210 to win. So quite a distance to go, but Middlesex certainly with their tails up.
Yeah, we've got. Higgins is taking off his sweater and his cap. That's not to bowl because Zafa Gohar will continue. It's 28 minutes past 3 on this lovely Sunday afternoon in Canterbury. A few better places to be when the sun's out, is there? And one more over from me. And I'll make way for Dan Whiting with 10 overs to go until tea. So yourself and Dan may well be going through to tea after this over from Gohar. Roland Jones pauses things again and comes to have a chat with Gohar. What's he saying? I'm going to look towards the leg side for Compton. 106 for 2 it is. Tell you what, it's going to be a late finish as it is today, but this over's taking nearly 2 minutes to start. Slip and a short leg and a short mid-wicket. There's an orthodox mid-wicket, a deep square and a mid-on, and there's also a fielder at backward square. Not quite a 45. Here's Gohar, left arm over to Compton, who's over the top, nurdling the ball to mid-wicket on this occasion. There's a slip in place, as we said, with the short leg, completing the offside field. It's backward point, and a deep-ish but certainly wide mid-off. He's trying to cover a number of bases on the offside. Gohar in, bowls, and good length again. It's not really in play, that mid-off, because that length, there's no way that Compton's playing inside-out against the spin to access the ocean of space that there is on the offside.
I'd have a fly slip, 100%, and yeah, definitely a fly slip, but that mid-off's not going to be in play.
Gohar bowls, reverse sweep, and that one is away through what would have been a fly slip for 4. Good shot from Compton. I wonder at the moment, they'll feel they've got runs to play with. Are they quite happy letting Compton play that, or will they? Well, it's not block a gap. There's not a gap there at all. Maybe they just move backward point a little bit finer. Whether they indeed move. Oh, throw comes in. Where's that? Does it just bounce back off Compton? I don't think it's hit the helmet. Hit his back, or they were shouting duck. Compton did. The ball then deflected away into the offside. I don't think it was bouncing back out of the gloves of the keeper. I think it was bouncing back off Compton. He's not rubbing anything though. Had it have hit the helmet, I assume he'd still need a concussion check, wouldn't he? If, same way everything that hits the helmet now with a ball, even a throw from the boundary. Here's Gohar bowls to Compton, who turns a single through square leg. There's a sweeper out there in the deep. Nathan Fernandez, left-handed bat, slow left arm tweaker like Gohar as well. Strong right arm throwing that ball into the gloves of Davies. 2 to come of the over. Mier onto strike on 11. Right-hander should be heavily challenged here by Gohar, turning it away. Slip and a short leg, no 2 slip. The second slip's been removed. It's a deep backward square for Gohar to Mier. He's asking Brooks to go a little bit finer from what was a fine backward point, more a deep gully, I guess. Left arm around, Gohar from the pavilion end, he bowls, and that's a nice line and length again. Well forward, prodding away into the offside, Mier.
I think Compton's going to contend with some foot marks as well for Zafa, so he's got plenty more to think about, isn't he? But so far, he's trying to get creative, isn't he, with that reverse sweep.
Gohar, last ball of the over. Bowls, a nice bit of flight on that, and singles dropped into the offside through points. 1 more to the total, and Mier will keep the strike. He moves to 12. Compton moves to 42. We have 10 overs to tea on the 3rd day. 204 more required for victory for Kent. There are 112 for 2 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the streams via the 2 counties' websites. So a few words from Rita Green. It'll be Dan Whiting.
Thank you, Kevin. And wow, what an afternoon's play it has been here in Canterbury. The sun's back out again. 112 for 2, the scoreline for Kent, but the most important part in terms of the game, Kent need 204 more to win, and it is very finely poised, this game. It was finely poised as I came to the ground this morning, and it's certainly there again. Crawley got off to a blistering start, 58 from 66. He blasted around the ground, some beautiful shots. Here you go. Brooks continues, actually, from the Nackington Road end. On off his toes, Mier pushes this, punches this into the offside. They go for 1. They come back for a second. Nicely played there from Tuanda Mier. 2 more to the total, 114 for 2. Uncle, welcome back, Dan Whiting.
Yeah, good afternoon, Rita. Dave in Sidcup has been in touch. It's raining there.
Well, I was going to say, I think earlier on, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, but rain had bad light stopped play at the Oval earlier, which is amazing to think. Brooks in to Mier. This one's left alone, no run.
He said it's coming your way. He said it was quite dark 39 minutes ago. Very precise, Dave. Very precise. He said it hasn't stopped play at the Oval, though, which...
Well, I think bad light did. I'm not sure if the rain did. I'll have to double check if it's back on again, but bad light definitely did.
Yeah, Eli Coatesdale's also...
Oh, there's rain. Sorry, hot off the press. Rain has stopped play at the Oval.
Yeah, I think it's coming this way. Don't want to be the voice of doom.
Brooks in. This one's punched into the offside. They think about a single, but Compton sent back. Thank you very much, Dan, for getting in touch. Oh, was it Dan?
Dave.
Oh, Dave, sorry.
Dave Sidcup.
Okay, I thought there was another Dan. Okay, hello, Dave.
Yeah.
Good afternoon to you.
And Eli Coatesdale's been in touch, loving the commentary. Nice to see Crawley get a 50. Yeah. Well, we've got an absolute humdinger lined up here at Canterbury. We hope rain doesn't spoil the afternoon's entertainment.
Yeah, hard to believe. Sunshine, blue skies here. Brooks in. And this one's, uppishly cut into the offside. Is going to be a chase on? Is it going to be 4? Yes, it is. I pulled a little funny face and a little bit of a cry because it was uppish into the air, but nicely played into the gap. Mier 4 onto the total, 118 for 2.
Yeah, that was a pleasant shot. Just pure timing, wasn't it? Pure timing. He's a pretty player. I
think Higgins is probably going to take over from the Nackington Road end after this over from Brooks. Last over from Brooks was a little bit erratic in line length as well, but here he comes in to Mier. This one's pushed into the onside, down the slope, but there's a man in the deep and they go through for a single. Brooks hasn't quite got his line length right in this spell, but let's hope that rain just stays away, of course.
Yeah, of course. Forecast for tomorrow is good, though, as well. So, you know, this game will reach a natural conclusion one way or the other. It's because it went on fast forward on day one, where 400 runs were scored and 16 wickets were taken. So there's plenty of time left. There's 41 overs left in the day today, along with 96 tomorrow.
Plenty of cricket here on the BBC. Brooks from the Nackington Road in. This is very late cut into the offside by Ben Compton. They go through for a single. That's a man that looks like he's very much in playing that type of stroke. One more to the total, 120 for 2. 196 more runs to win for Kent. I mean, the game's on a knife edge. You know, obviously Middlesex are searching for their next wicket here.
Yeah, and if it's Compton, even better, I think, for them. He's the solidity in this Kent batting lineup, and 120 for 2. They're more than a third of the way there now, Kent. So they'll be quite pleased with this start, but Middlesex will also be pleased with those 2 wickets in 2 balls from Zafa Gohar.
And indeed, Higgins does take the next over, but from the pavilion end, so Zafa's going to have a little break here.
Interesting. It has clouded over a little, though. It has to be said. Well, ish. Maybe the sun's just gone behind a cloud. No, it hasn't. The sun's come out again. I'm talking absolute rot, Rita.
Well, no, I mean, things can change, as we know in
yes.
in our wonderful springtime in England, very, very quickly. But so far, so good for today.
Higgins then into the attack from the pavilion end. And he comes around the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who gets in behind that and just pushes it out to mid-wicket.
Higgins is such a versatile cricketer, isn't he? In the short form of the game, the longer form as well, and a thoroughly nice guy. So I've interviewed him a couple of times and always happy to share a few thoughts. He just plays that role, doesn't he, in all formats and all parts of the game. Mr. Cricket.
Here he is past umpire Jack Shantry, down the leg side. Little half shout for caught behind. It was more of a polite inquiry though, really. But whose shoes would you rather be in at this stage, Rita?
You do ask me some tricky questions. Can you give me about an hour to think about that and I'll let you know?
Give me till about 12 o'clock tomorrow, I'll tell you. Compton just withdraws the bat there.
Thought that was close.
Yeah, he left it late. Tim Murter and Angus Fraser will be pleased with what's going on off the pitch as their beloved Liverpool are leading West Ham 1-0 at the moment.
Are Ipswich still ahead against Chelsea in other news, ladies and gentlemen?
Higgins in. Down the leg side, that's a big appeal. Got to be doing a lot with the ball though from around the wicket. You've got to be pitching on the stumps and straightening it. And I'm not sure that one had enough going for it. It was also quite high as well. Higgins was quite confident, but I don't think it was Really a lot going on. Jack Chantry just explaining his decision to him.
He's releasing the ball so wide off the crease. You have to be a brave umpire to give that. And yes, indeed, Ipswich are leading Chelsea by 2-1 in other news. But Higgins doing a job here.
Higgins, Compton drives. Only up to mid-off, though. Just got a little stuck, haven't they, since that Crawley was out? But they don't need to motor. They just need to keep wickets intact.
And you're spot on about Zafa. What an impact he played. But I think Higgins is doing a good job. He doesn't have blistering pace, of course, but he's just varying up and giving the batters something to think about.
It's just defended into the onside. No run. Yeah, it's bad light and rain at the Oval.
Well, if you're listening to us, come down the M2.
Come and join us.
Yeah.
Come
Probably get a few out, well, a couple of hours play here.
Yeah, it's raining in North London as well, according to our meteorologists. Brian Cohen, who was down here first 2 days, he's listening in, and happy pass over to you, Brian. And he's said it's raining in North London.
Well, Zafar's back. Didn't think it would be too long, but this time from the Nackington Road end. So down the slope, down the hill. Yeah, probably the wind behind Birno. Yeah, the wind might play apart from leg to off. But here we go. This sort of heightened sense of anticipation with Zafa just about to bowl. We've got a slip, a short leg. Mier on strike. I think it's first time facing Zafa. Here's Zafa past the umpire in. This one's a short. Oh, and a nick, and it goes past the flying slip there, and through for 4 runs. Oh, that was not convincing. 4 runs. Well, all that will be recorded in the scoreboard and the scorers mark, but that was a little nick there. And if there'd been a second slip, it probably would have gone straight to him.
Yeah, we've got an update as well from the Michael Fish of BBC Cricket. Mr. Kevin Hand reckons the rain might be going to the north of us, which is good news.
What, you mean sort of Whitstable way? You mean that way?
Yeah, it's sort of coming
North
up a little bit, probably from the west,
way.
but maybe going slightly southwest and hitting London and going slightly north over the Thames estuary.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. Wow, good knowledge there. Zafa in. This one is left alone by Mier, and there's no run. Lots of oohs and ahs there. Even a leave behind is getting the fielding side rather excited, and the umpire's just taking a little look at the follow-through marks of the bowler. Nothing official, no official warnings or anything like that, as far as I could see, Dan.
No,
but just a prod.
Just a little look is often enough.
Zafa in, faster delivery. This one pings through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. He's really varying it up, is Zafa. From the other end, from the pavilion end, you can see beautiful flight. He's now using the wind from leg to off, I think we feel it is. Or maybe it's actually, for the right-handed batter, it's more off to leg. Here's Zafa again, defended by Mier, and there's no run.
What he's got, Zafa, and I saw quite a lot of him at Gloucestershire, is he has got no discernible change in arm speed coming through. So it's as if he holds the ball back in his hand, but his arm comes through at the same. So his more flighted delivery, maybe he holds the ball back further back into his hand.
Next delivery in, defended by Mier off the back foot, and there is no run. How long have we got until tea, do you think, Dan?
7.1 overs.
Okay, so still a fair distance, so the Kent batters need to just plough on. And Middlesex searching for their 3rd wicket. Zafa in. This one's defended by A, straight back to the bowler, and there is no run. So just 4 off the first ball of the over 4 more to the total in that over. 124 for 2 is the scoreline, 192 more runs to go. And as you say, Dan, it's definitely slowed down a pace, isn't it, since the Crawley and Beldrummond quick wickets.
Yeah, but it's absorbing, intriguing cricket, isn't it? Can't take your eyes off the action. Just got to soak it all in. Stick with us on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, on the BBC Sport apps and on the Kent YouTube channel, because you don't want to miss a ball of this. You really don't. Higgins from the pavilion end to Compton, who just has to watch that all the way onto the bat. 124 for 2 here. What a game of cricket it's been. Really good entertainment and decent crowds actually on virtually all of the days, and they've been treated to an absolute feast. Compton rocks forward. You know, you can get, there's T20 competitions all around the world. TV companies love that, but you know, you can get your diet of fast food, and I agree it's got its place in the game, but this is lobster thermidor cricket.
Very classy, yeah. It's like watching a game of or playing a game of chess, isn't it? And things can change very, very quickly.
Yeah. Higgins around the wicket. Compton opens the face. It's going to run away for 4, I think. Down to the Cowdrey Pavilion. No, that's well chased. Brilliant stuff. Zafa Gohar sliding and hauling the ball back in from the boundary there. But they get 3, but Zafa has saved his side. A run.
Compton's absolutely crucial for Kent here. He's seen the ball really, really well. He's very much in, close to his half century as well, and just rocked back onto the back foot there and edged it towards the boundary rope. It just shows how much he's seen the ball really nicely, and that he's confidently in play.
Yeah, County Championship cricket, one for the connoisseurs. As Higgins comes into Mier, who plays that into the covers.
Mier is quite an extravagant player, isn't he? You got 29 in the first innings. So we're looking. He's got 23 not out from 37. He'll be looking to build on that, for sure. He's wanting to very much cement himself in the first team properly. I'm sure he feels he is. This is a real opportunity for him to do that under pressure. And the keeper now up to the stumps. I think a good move from a Middlesex perspective.
Yeah, Higgins, penultimate ball of the over. Mier drives handsomely. That's a great stop though. In the covers there. Extra cover, diving across and saves a certain boundary. Broadstairs Paddy's been in touch. He said he's loath to praise Mier and bring on the curse, but he feels he's done superbly to face the storm, calm the waters and score over 20 already. Come on Kent, he says. As that's going to be 4 runs. Mier playing that with soft hands. Ball goes downwards and runs away down towards the Nackington Road end for a boundary. And Mier is now on to 27. Kent moved into 130s with that. And Paddy, I think you're right. I like the look of him. He played a really good innings at Northampton last week. He got 72 on a wicket that was... It was a good cricket wicket, but it was bowler friendly, and he made it look like a batting paradigm, made it look like a shirt front, Rita.
And Kent could do with that again. Middlesex searching for their 3rd wicket, and Compton on strike, the 31-year-old, born in South Africa. Favourite sportsman? I think he likes his boxing. Alexander Usyk, apparently. I know, I've got all the facts here. All that you need, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
Likes his boxing. As with so many cricketers, though, they love all types of sports, from racing to boxing to football, of course.
Do you like boxing, Rita? Who's your favourite boxer over the years?
well, when I was younger, definitely more of a Tyson kind of fan.
Yeah, yeah.
Showing my age here, I think. Everyone thinks I'm 21. I'm certainly not.
For me,
22 actually.
For me, it was marvellous Marvin Hagler.
Oh, okay. Right, Zafa in. Compton defends this one, and there is no run. This is another game of chess going on out there. We've got one slip, a short leg. We've got mid on, mid off, mid wicket, cover. Sort of a wide third man, it's fair to say. But here's Zafa in over the wicket. This pops up a little bit, and Zafa goes down onto his knees. I think, ooh, I was in business there. Compton just composes himself, comes down the wicket, prods at the little part where the ball hit the wicket, looks around and ready for the next delivery. With 2 on his back, Compton. He's got a big part to play here for Kent. Zafa in. Defended into the onside. And they think about a quick single. But is that Jack leaning? Could possibly be. What do you think, Dan?
What's that?
Oh, no, sorry. What am I talking about, Jack leaning? He's definitely ready to come out and bat. Who's looks like him? Eskenazi.
It does look like Jack leaning. Eskenazi's bearded up these days.
His twin. Anyway, Zafa in. Compton comes down the wicket and drives this one to mid on. And they go through for a quick single. Actually, nice cricket there from Compton. He's trying to take out the spin of Zafa just by skipping down the wicket a little bit.
Yeah.
High risk cricket. Misses that. He's going to get a stumping, but in the end goes through for a single and just rotates the strike. And of course, with this right-handed, left-handed partnership here, it mucks around with the fielding positions and with the bowler as well. 132 for 2. Zafa continues from the Nackington Road end. Just a slight shift of the mid-wicket fielder in and bowls. This one's left alone and there's no run. Yeah, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Leaning hasn't suddenly sort of come on the pitch. That would be quite a story.
Quick loan spell to Middlesex for the 4th inning.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll move on quickly from that. Zafa continues. Nackington Road end in. Quicker delivery into the onside. Nicely played by Mier. Down to the deep fine leg fielder, and they go through for a single. End of the over. 133 for 2. When Mier on 28 from 41 balls. He's played rather well. I think very, very patient, very observant, isn't he? And, well, Compton just continues. 47 from 90.
Yeah, this is a game of chess. You're right. Zafa Gohar's move. But at the other end is the immovable object that's Ben Compton. Thou shalt not en passant.
So you like your boxing? You're definitely football guys. Well, we had a good chat about football earlier.
Yeah. I like most sports, really.
Any sports you don't like? Is that a better question?
Yeah, synchronised swimming, I'm not the biggest fan of. It's got to be. I think any sport with a ball. I think it's got to have a ball. I mean, I don't mind horse racing, but I think, I don't mind motor racing, but I think if it's sport's got a ball, I'm all over it.
What about diving? Do you like that every 4 years in the Olympics? I've got into that. My son does a bit of platform diving.
Does he? Yeah.
You have to have guts, definitely.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I can't even go up there, let alone dive.
No, here's Ryan Higgins. As that's defended. I'll be out of breath just walking up the stairs.
That was a no ball, I think, on that delivery. So just overstepping there, Higgins. But yeah, so it has to have a ball. Okay. That.
Yeah, I think so.
Polo?
Don't really go to too many games of polo, it has to be said. Not sure my North London dulcet tones would fit in too well at polo games, as Mier pushes that back down and comes through for a single. 136 for 2 now. Mier 1 short of 30. Compton 3 short of 50. Middlesex need a wicket, don't they?
They do, but it just shows the wicket is a good one. Yes, there were 2 very, very quick wickets with Crawley and Bell Drummond, but it continues to be a wicket where there are runs to be had. 180 more to win for Kent, and the Kent rebuild is on.
Yeah, here's Higgins around the wicket to Compton, who walks down the pitch, and that goes to show the placidity of this wicket, but also Compton looking to smother the movement that's there.
Yeah.
So not allowing to be trapped in his crease and allowing the ball to travel another 2 or 3 yards where it can move prodigiously. Higgins is going to go over the wicket now to the left-handed Compton. 136 for 2. Kent needing 180. Well, like darts as well, Rita. Higgins in. That's just pushed back to mid-on.
You're a Luke Littler fan.
I look
like
a bit
most.
like him. He looks
What,
older
17?
than me, though. He looks a bit older than me. Allegedly.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've never been to the darts, so my family members go every year, and they go, like, Rita, why aren't you come along? It's absolutely great fun to go along to those massive arena events.
Yeah, well, Middlesex fans listening in, I'm sure there's plenty who've been up to Ali Pally up in North London, situated sort of Muswell Hill, Crouch End, that sort of area. I know a few cricket clubs around that area. As Compton nurdles that one, opens the face, but good stop there by Deploy. Saves a certain boundary. But going to the darts, I mean, the board looks like, you know, it's a million miles away, and you're really watching it on the screen anyway. It's just about the atmosphere and possibly about
Being with your mates.
yeah, having a libation or 3 perhaps. Higgins just aborts his run up there. But
yeah, I mean, brilliant. Okay, just back to cricket. 40. I've just got my abacus out actually. I think 45 is the partnership between these two, and that has, in some respects, whizzed by. Mier now on 29, Compton on 47, and it just goes to show, doesn't it? If you're patient and you put the bad balls away, or balls that you want to strike into the zone, there are runs to be had.
Higgins, short and pulled, and Compton's got that in the gap. Is it going to run away down the hill? The answer is yes. Kent now 140, and there's 50 for Ben Compton. Absolutely brilliant from him. 94 balls, 2 hours, 24 minutes. There's been 8 fours in there, and he deserves to drink in this applause from this knowledgeable Canterbury crowd.
Yeah, great knot there from Compton. And he'll want to keep going. 51 from 94. That was not a very convincing stroke. It was more like a baseball stroke. Actually, took his hand off the bat at one point.
Higgins in short and pulled again. Compton's got hold of that. He's got it quite fine, but Fernandez is down there and down at fine leg and keeps him to a single. Yeah, Compton will know that the job is far from over.
Yeah,
Still 170 odd needed. Fernandez, I've noticed, is one of those Jack Leach types, isn't he, that throws it in with his right hand and bowls with his left arm. There's a few of those around.
Very ambidextrous.
Yeah.
If that's the right term.
Yeah, I'm ambidextrous.
Are you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can drink red or white wine, Rita.
I mean, that is the talent in itself. But back to Compton's innings, really, really thoughtful. Yes, he got a little bit lucky there. The ball was very much in the air for that ball that went through to the boundary rope, and it looks like he's got family members on the boundary, on the far side from where we are, and they'll be delighted to see him doing so well. But he'll want to keep going, and Zafa continues from the Nackington Road end for Middlesex. Kent, 141 for 2. Zafa in. This is pushed into the onside by Compton, and he goes through for a single. He'll be pleased with that to get off the strike. And just rotate the strike. One more to the total. 142 for 2 is the scoreline. Mier on 29, Compton on 53. And now Mier faces up against Zafa, whose shirt is being bombarded by the breeze. Zafa in. This one's defended. Think about a single. They think twice, and they do go through for a single to the vacant wide cover area. One more to the total, and this is what Kent really need to do. They just need to gradually create themselves potentially to victory. A long way away. 4 o'clock here on a Sunday in Kent, in the Canterbury sunshine. 173 more runs needed by Kent to win. A long way to go. This open stance of Compton faces up to Zafa. One slip, short leg, and here comes Zafa in for the Nackington Road end and into the onside. Again, another single. Are they going to think about a second? No, just a single into the onside. Up the slope, one more to the total. I'm Rita Green alongside Dan Whiting, and you're listening to BBC London, BBC Kent, and you might be listening to us on the BBC Sport app website as well. Very good place to listen to your cricket. bbckentcricket@gmail.com is where you can get in touch with us. We're on X as well. Would love to hear from you. Zafa in, and this is pulled into the onside very aerially. And has it gone all the way? Indeed it has. 2 fingers go all the way up in the air. He rocked back onto the back foot, did Mier. It was short, it was wide, and it was pulled into the onside for 6 runs, 6 more to the total. Wow, where did that come from?
Sorry, I'm laughing. 2 fingers went up in the air there.
Oh, Dan.
Shanmugam wasn't giving a rude sign. I promise you, he's signalling a 6.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it was definitely a 6. Zafa in again to Mier onto the back foot. Oh, and is there a nick behind? Oh, they asked the umpire.
They weren't overly confident about that, were they?
I think they just wanted to make a point there that you missed that one, Mier,
Yeah.
and through to the keeper. Yes, of course, I was being obviously completely innocent. The umpire signalling a 6, put it that way. Zafa continues from the Nackington Road end in. And defenders smothered that one. And it's the end of the over. Quite an eventful over. 6 in there along the way as well. Mier, his eyes lit up. Rocked back onto the back foot. And probably one of the biggest boundaries on the pitch. Hit a 6. And 6 more to the total. 150 for 2. So 150 now up for Kent. What do they need now, Dan? 166 more.
8 more runs and they're halfway there. But Kevin Hand spoke earlier about bowling lengths, and Zafa, that's the first real bad ball he's bowled, and it was toffee. It was halfway down the pitch, and Mier put it away with aplomb. Middlesex need a wicket though here. Couple of overs left or 3 overs left to tea. Higgins in. No, he's not in. He's just adjusting his field. 35 overs left in the day. 35 overs have gone as well, as that's pushed out to mid-off.
Is it still raining in London? Because it's really hard to believe, isn't it? Bright and sunny here in Canterbury. Actually, I'll do that, Dan. You'll concentrate on the commentary. Let me do the weather forecast update.
Yeah, you have a look at that. Short, wide, crunch through the offside. Again, you can't bowl there. And Compton puts that away. Cuts it back with a point.
Shot of the day there, I think, from Compton, which is arguable after the onslaught of Zach Crawley earlier on today. But rocked back onto the back foot and cut it to the boundary rate. 4 more to the total for Kent.
In comes Higgins, just nurdled into the onside. Trez Bond's been in touch. They're playing superlative bingo with us. It's disappointing you gave up on the superlatives for this exciting match to discuss boxing and arrows. Arrows. You missed an open goal with Alan Minter for an Easter Sportsman, by the way. Can we have more superlatives and comparatives, please?
Want more? Okay, I thought there might be a watch the cricket, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Higgins around the wicket. Compton push. Welcome back to the Costa del Canterbury, as Kent are going to resume on 164 for 2 in this game against Middlesex. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and I'm with Kevin Hand. Kevin, nice tea?
Yes, it was lovely, thank you. And you?
Yeah, well, Rita Green, who's our third voice today, and a very good one at that, she used to work in the chocolate industry, so...
Used to?
Used to, she doesn't anymore. But I remember this from last year and I'd forgotten. And spending a day with Rita is enough to bring on type 2 diabetes. It really is, with all the chocolates that are floating around this box. But meanwhile, Middlesex needs some wickets here. And the mood amongst Middlesex fans won't be improved by hearing that John Simpson, who moved away to Sussex just over a year ago and scored his second 100 of the summer, as they look on top in their game against Somerset. So Toby Rowland-Jones, the skipper, is going to lead from the front and see if he can weave some magic, because Middlesex certainly need it.
I've got little things just flashed up on my laptop. Today in history.
Oh.
Handel's Messiah debuted today in history. It was premiered in Dublin.
Oh.
Toby Rowland-Jones soft and the Messiah for Middlesex. They need him now, don't they?
They certainly do.
At the moment, he's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Average of 5.7. Here he comes. His right arm over the wicket. Slip crouching down. He bowls and... oh, a little inside edge from Mier on the front foot. It rolls away into the offside and there's no run. 164 for 2.
Dave Evans has been in touch again. Dave in Sidcup. He's got some Easter cricketers. Crown of David Thorns, Warwickshire batter from the 80s. Nail O'Brien. Like it. Can I roll Ollie Stone in front of the tomb?
Rowland-Jones, he's in. Bowls, and this is bumped back by Mier. Up to mid-off.
He tells us it's still very wet in Sidcup as well. Well,
I was trying to work out if that was an Easter gag or something.
No.
How did Sidcup come into it?
Absolutely none. Absolutely none. But thanks for your email, Dave. Good to hear from you. All your emails have kept us going over the last few days as well. Thank you for all your input.
Mier on 39. Quite an open stance. Closes it slightly as the bowler bowls with his trigger movement, bringing that front foot a little bit more in line with the back, which starts somewhere around middle and leg. And ball's fielded off the defensive push at cover. 152 more required for Kent. They're halfway there. Rowland-Jones. Glorious sunshine now. Had a bit of cloud cover earlier. Rowland-Jones is in. Bowls Mier. Works out to deep square, a single. Moves to 40. 165 for 2.
You said halfway there. I thought you were going to launch into a bit of Bon Jovi there, Kev.
I was waiting for you. I was like, quick, keep talking before he does. Compton awaits. Rowland-Jones into Bolton. First ball after tea for the left-hander, who is forward defending into the offside, and there's no run. Certainly a bit of that zip has come out of it, hasn't it? Out of the surface. There's the odd one still that Rowland-Jones is extracting some bounce. It's not seeming as it was. He talks about if it seems it will spin. Probably hasn't ragged as much for Zafa Gohar as potentially Middlesex were hoping.
No.
But the bounce is the other matter as well. I think that wind, I assume that was the change of ends, was the wind. As here's Rowland-Jones pushing into the offside. Is Compton, there's no run, and it's the end of the over. 165 for 2, and it will be, I reckon, Ryan Higgins, but no, maybe it's Zafa Gohar. It is Zafa. He's going to come back to the
I think that's the
pavilion
right
end.
move. I think that's the right move.
Well, that wind really got up, and I don't think it was helping him.
No, but I think you've got to... Zafa's your strike bowler, especially in the 4th innings, and you've got
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant the change of ends coming back to this one.
Oh, no. But I just think you've got to bowl him now because, you know, in 70 or 80 runs, it's too late. So I think you've got to get him on now. Bowled 9 overs so far. Solitary maiden. 2 for 36. Those 2 in 2 balls. We bowled Zach Crawley. And then got rid of Daniel Beldrum, the Kent skipper, first ball. Zafa's just tweaking his field, having a little conflab with Toby Rowland-Jones. Man from your neck of the woods, Mr. Hand. Down in South West London.
Rowland-Jones, Sunbury, isn't he?
I think that was his cricket club, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sunbury? Yeah.
Where's he
I think
from then?
I think he's from Hampton originally.
He went to school there for sure.
But Sunbury...
Was it
although-
Ashford that he was from? Ashford, isn't it?
Is it Ashford? Rita says Ashford. Here's Zafa. Tosses it up, and Mier plays him out to the aforementioned Rowland-Jones and comes through for a single. Sunbury are a strange one because they provided a lot of cricketers to the Middlesex side over the years, and yet they play in the Surrey Championship, don't they? Sunbury south of the river, isn't it?
No, it's north.
Is it north? Still.
Yeah.
Here's Zafa over the wicket to Compton, who used his feet and drives to mid-on, but no run. But they provided Rowland-Jones. David Nash, I think, was a Sunbury lad.
Yes, we've never forgiven them for that.
Good wicket keeper. Compton again plays that to mid-on.
Pain in the backside.
Was he?
No, he's lovely, Nashy. Love him to bits. Great fella. Really, really good to me in the early days when I started doing this. One of the nicest chaps you can meet.
Zafa floats this one up. Compton's got outside the line. Half an appeal. But Compton gets himself outside the line of off stump. And if you're playing a shot, you can't be out. 166 for 2. Compton's on 59. Mier 41. Compton uses feet again, works one to mid-on. The target is now under 150.
The point I was making about the wind as he's there bowling, and similarly to the right-hander now, the wind is pushing the ball from leg stump to off, and of course he's also turning it from leg stump to off. Now you would think, oh, that's aiding it then.
But you want some drift the other way, don't you? Oh, misfield from Zafa allows them to come through for one.
Yeah, at the other end, if you could get it to drift on the wind, bowl it to the wind's going against the direction you're turning it, that's where you could really have some fun. I'd assume that was why, having taken 2 wickets, he was quickly sent up to the other end, because it really did pick up at one point, that wind.
Probably the same wind that blew my notes out of the window. That drifted on the wind.
Well, fortunately, because that's... let me see if I've got my direction right here. That wind is coming in from the south. It's coming in to our right. That's the south, isn't it? The north is to our left. The city centre is behind us in the west. Rowland-Jones begins the new over. He's right arm over, a 4 defence from Mier. No run.
I think the wind that blew my notes out the window, though, was from the fan behind us.
Well, there's that as well. There's that as well. But that southerly, which we've got, is what's keeping that rain to the north as well, isn't it? It's blowing it up. Because we were told yesterday the rain would be coming in from the southwest and heading to the northeast. Was the forecast yesterday, wasn't it? That's what seems to be happening. Blowing up across London and, as you say, up towards Essex. Mier awaits as Roland Jones bowls, and a thick inside edge runs down to deep backward square. They're going to think 2, but it is just a single. 169 for 2. Yeah, the driest county, isn't it, Essex? But not today. What rain heading up there?
Do you know where loses more hours to cricket than any other in the country?
I mean, the wettest county is Lancashire, so I'm assuming it's there, but...
No, it's Cardiff. Yeah.
Here goes Roland Jones. Bowls a lifting delivery. Pushed into the onside. I wonder, is that Lancashire wettest county thing? Is it the wettest county in England? Is that where?
Yeah, well, everyone's.
Is Cardiff a wetter? Is Wales wetter than Lancashire? I mean, it makes sense. So it's the west.
Yeah, I think so. It's,
I mean, by all those theories, though, it's obviously Somerset's even further west than, or Devon and Cornwall, I should say. Roland Jones is in, bowls, and this is run down to backward points. Throw comes in from Fernandez. They have a single, just fine of the fielder.
Right, let's go around the country where Durham are making a bit of a bad third innings here. They got 387. Warwickshire responded with 325. Durham and then 171 for 6. They're leading by 233, but they're not quite in the ascendancy that they were.
Roland Jones in bowls, and forward goes Mier defending to point, no run.
Nottinghamshire 151 for 3 on top of their 347. Essex got 367. Nottinghamshire there leading by 131 runs. Surrey, I think they're back on at the Oval. Are they back on? Yeah, I think they're back on. 283 for 4. They're leading Hampshire by 317. Hampshire look like they might have a bit of a job to try and save that game.
Roland Jones bowls on the back foot. Mier defends to mid-wicket, no run.
Sussex 294 and 501 for 7. As I said, John Simpson there with 100, his second one of the summer. Somerset 201 and 21 for 2. They don't travel very well, Somerset. They like their home comforts of Taunton. Worcestershire, I mean, they look like they're going to lose there. Yorkshire 456 and 315 for 4. Worcestershire 162 and 88 for 4, still needing 522 runs. Lancashire have followed on against Northamptonshire, which is interesting. Northampton's 496, Lancashire 228 and 69 for 1. They're still trailing though by 199 runs, and Zafa Gohar comes in over the wicket to Compton, who drives pleasantly through that gap in the offside. Just the one, but he moves on to 62. With that, Kent 171 for 2. 145 still needed to win. Is Zafa. Oh, that just skidded on to Mier a little in the East Midlands Derby at Grace Road, or whatever it's called now. 484 and 244 for 6 for the hosts. Derbyshire 393. Leicestershire leading that by 335 runs. Floated up. Mier drives that beautifully. That's 4 runs. An on drive of the highest quality, and Roland Jones couldn't quite get across to it. And that's a gorgeous shot from Tawenda Mier. Finally at Bristol, Gloucestershire 546. Glamorgan bowled all out for 385. Glamorgan trailed by 161. Will Gloucestershire make them follow on? 150, the follow-on mark in the county championship. Zafa to Mier. who gets forward onto the front foot, pushes it out to Max Holden. Extra cover. Zafa with that little skip and a jump, and Mier gets the bottom hand in and just works it past short leg. Picks up another single. Middlesex really need a wicket. I had a little chat with Don Shelley, the Middlesex scorer, at tea. And he said Crawley's innings was excellent. He was very impressed with it. Said it sort of set the platform. And after that blistering start, you can then just work the ball around at your leisure. It's defended by Compton. That completes the over. 176 for 2. Kent still need 140 to win. But would you say that's a fair comment from Don?
That it was an excellent innings? Yeah, absolutely. It was outstanding, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. But
Yeah.
the consensus in the media centre, in the press box over there, was that catch in the first over, Roland Jones to Crawley carried. We all thought it dropped short.
Ooh, okay.
We're going to have to scrub back on the stream, aren't we? And I thought it was. I thought it bounced up on him. And let's have a closer look.
I thought it dropped short, but the slips have got their backs to us here from our position, so it's hard to tell.
Roland Jones begins his 9th over. He's in short and he's hooked by Mier. Down to long leg. The right hander moves to 49. This partnership came together with the score. What has it gone? Last wicket up there. Is that saying 101?
92.
What's happened to the last wicket up there? Last wicket.
Dunno,
Something 0-1. It's gone awry.
Yeah. 91 it was.
Ah. So the 9's flicked down to a 0 on the scoreboard over there. They just didn't realise. Here's Roland Jones around the wickets. Compton, one slip in place. Goodness me, there's a hush around Canterbury at the moment as Roland Jones is in, bowls up on his toes. Compton turns a single to long leg. He moves to 62.
There's a pessimism amongst Kent fans. They just don't trust their side at all. They just don't think it's, they just said to, a few people, it's looking good. It's looking good for you. And they're like, well, we'll see, long way to go. This is Kent.
Pessimism's the natural birthright of all county fans, isn't it? This is Roland Jones in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away to cover. Dot ball.
Tresbon, not a fan of our South London counterparts. Said, bonjour gents, Surrey is the wettest county. Look at the state of them. All the best, Tresbon. You don't mind Surrey though, do you, Kev?
I don't mind anyone, me, Dan.
No.
When it comes to county cricket, love is in the air, isn't it? We love them all. Roland Jones in, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, just fine of cover. And a single takes Mier to a fine 50. 83 minutes, 71 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6 for Mier. It's been quite the innings from the Kent number 4.
Yeah, second 50 of the summer. Got 72 at Northampton last week. And now has added to that here.
Around the wicket comes Roland Jones and brings Compton forward. The left-hander defends to mid-off. On 7-9 for 2. Wind's picked up again, as you can probably hear on the effects mic. Blustery for the first time this game. Does that mean it's going to be cold tomorrow? It feels like it's creeping towards a proper springtime in England now, doesn't it?
Yeah, although the ice cream van is still here. Saying that, the one at Bristol turns up in about 8 degrees. Old Paolo and Anna there at Bristol.
This ball's on a length and run away down to deep third. Four by Compton, goodness me, just in front of the fielder. That's a magnificent flowing stroke from Compton. Compton here at Canterbury doing some serious damage to Middlesex. Richmond was his club, wasn't it?
Compton?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was. Old Deer Park. Middlesex played there a few times. He's playing Glamorgan there quite regularly, didn't they, with the London Welsh connection?
They did. Hampshire got a few games there as well.
Yeah.
Just to upset Kevin James, our BBC Radio Salem colleague, former Middlesex and Hampshire all-rounder, of course.
Yeah. Edmonton boy, originally, J-Mo. He's found solace on the south coast. Retired down there. No, he did very well for Hampshire. Got 104 wickets in 4 balls against India, I think, in 95, perhaps, 96. Here's Zafa Gohar bowling to Mier, who plays a gorgeous shot there. Wristily works it through mid-wicket and brings up another boundary. And Middlesex's heads are on the floor here, unfortunately.
Well, it appeared as though Zafa Gohar brought the game to life, didn't it?
Yeah.
With 2 wickets in 2 balls, and indeed he had at that point, but these two have settled it down well again for Kent.
This wicket, though, has got easier and easier as the game's gone on. I think it's a very good toss to win as Mier gets forward. You've still got to bat well on it, though. You know, you've still got to bat properly on these types of wickets.
Oh, it did carry, didn't it? Just looking at Crawley.
Yes, it did. Is that deploy?
Geddes.
No,
this ball's defended into the offside, fielded at extra cover from Zafa Gohar to Mier. Yes, the catcher I'm referring to, it did carry the last ball of Roland Jones' first over.
Zafa in as that's worked into mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I thought that had chopped short, but there we go.
Yeah. There's a tough chance. It was dying on him, though. But I think if that was taken, yeah, you can see from Roland Jones's body language, that scream down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4 runs over, long off. And that's the 100 partnership up between Tawenda Mier and Ben Compton. Mier's got 58 and Compton 34 in 137 balls, and it's taken just over, or just shy of an hour and a half. 191 for 2. Kent needing just 125.
Goodness me, and you look back now and see that it did carry that.
Well, that would, I don't want to make Ben Geddes feel bad, but I think that would have got Middlesex tails up, wouldn't it, straight away, as that's just defended into the offside. That completes the over. 2 4s off the over for Tawenda Mier, and he's in, looking dangerous and looking ominous from a Middlesex point of view.
Yeah, the way it bounces up out of his hands is what had fooled me at first glance. So at first we're looking from behind, and the angle of it was always going down, but he got his hands down and underneath it, and it was almost as though he's palmed it up into his midriff, which, you know, you usually think, oh, it's bounced, hit the hands and then gone up. But
that was the last ball of the first over, wasn't it?
Yeah, rather than drop down, it ballooned up out of his hands.
Yeah,
but there was no chance at the second grab.
Sometimes they hit the wrists, don't they, and go upwards. But I think that would have lifted the whole sort of Middlesex side, and also what would that have done to that Kent dressing room as well?
Oh yeah, and the rate and the way that he went about it. Here is Roland Jones in bowls, and this is driven by Compton to mid-off, no run. Chanceless so far, Compton.
Yeah, played a very good innings, hasn't he? Very good innings. Kent's top. I think Kent's got a decent top 8. Middlesex have got. I think these are two sides who will have a say in the promotion spots at the end of the season.
Full ball from Roland Jones to Compton, defended to mid-on.
I really do. I think. And these two sides meet at Lord's in what, 3 weeks' time? That should be an absolute cracker, shouldn't it, Kev?
Yeah, I think whatever the outcome here now, as I say, one of these sides will be coming biting back hard at the other.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Roland Jones over the wicket, he bowls, and Compton forward. Has just lost the zip, hasn't it, this pitch? Ball is played with an enormous amount of time by Ben Compton. Here's Roland Jones, he bowls, that's clipped just fine of square leg umpire. Fielder comes around from in front of the umpire. That's Holden, a single's taken again. Brooks is warming up at mid-off. Have we seen Cullen since his first spell? Not sure we have.
No, I don't think so. Gloucestershire have asked Glamorgan to follow on.
Roland Jones, midway through his run-up. 44.4 overs bowled. He bowls to Mier now, hooks him along the floor to long leg for a single.
Five wickets for Zaman Akhtar in that game. He's an England Lion. Another one who's come out the Saka programme.
Just reminded myself of the Geddes drop when he was on naught. Bell Drummond putting him down at slip. In comes Roland Jones, that's defended by Compton. It was a tough one. I don't think you could blame second because keeper standing up straight away makes it a tough one, but slip, it's your channel, isn't it? You have a channel, you're not meant to go left or right. If you're going to your, or the keeper is he's standing for the right hander. If you're going for your left, it was the keeper's catch. If you're going to your right, it should have been second's catch. But I think the angle of it, with Geddes drop, I don't think second could have got across in front of Bell Drummond.
No, I don't think it would have. Well, no, I don't think. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he probably pushes it further away. I think it was mainly Slip's right knee. By the time he's got down to it, that knee slipped underneath him. Was it Bell Drummond? Actually, it's Mier, isn't it? And let's see on the camera. Yeah, it looks like Mier actually who put it down to me.
Yeah, Mier's got the darker cap. Bell Drummond's is more of a faded sort.
Apologies, Daniel. You'd have swallowed that one, no problem in there.
Who, me?
When were you last called Daniel?
Probably when my mother was alive. Here's Brooks coming in from the pavilion end. That's driven firmly, but can't beat mid-off. Yeah, it's looking a little bit of procession here. Middlesex need to make something happen, and quickly, as Brooks bowls to Mier, who drives again prettily just wide of mid-off, comes through for a single. Mier, Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year 2019. Got 1,116 runs in that year. Got 2 double hundreds for Eastbourne College. And looks a very good player. Brooks coming round the wicket to Compton. Full, driven. That's a gorgeous shot from Compton. Going to go all the way up the hill for 4 runs up to the grassy knoll. Kent just shy of 200 now.
Yep, target to win is still 3 figures. Middlesex must cling to the hope that 1 brings 2, and then all of a sudden you chase him 100 with 6 wickets left rather than 8.
Brooks round the wicket. Compton deliberately opens the face, runs that down to 3rd for a single. Yeah, what Ken don't want to do is, you know, a quick bang bang and then the nerves start jangling, because pressure does funny things to sides, doesn't it? Brooks over the wicket. Mier over the top. Where's that gone? It's gone all the way over the top of cover. That's an amazing shot from Tawenda. Mier brings up the 200 and slices that one square over the offside. Tawenda Mier wants this done tonight. I'm going to make way at the end of the over. That was too much width there from Brooks, though. You can't allow a batter just to free his arms up like that. This pitch is now very easy for batting. The demons of the first day consigned to the history books. Brooks in. Mier flicks that one off his pads. He's going to get 4 for that. He has. He's got that fine of Zafa Gohar down there. And that's an expensive over back from Henry Brooks. Kent 209 for 2, requiring just 107. And I'm going to let Rita Green come and join you, Kevin.
Thank you, Dan. Dan Whiting. Make your way. BBC Radio Kent's commentator for this game. Rita Green, our 3rd voice, coming to sit down at the moment. It does feel a little nervy here at Canterbury, but it's only 107 more now for Kent. As we said, 2 for Middlesex, though. Certainly if they could get the 2 set batters, that would be even more so. Blow this open. Roland Jones in the shade of one of the floodlights as he begins his approach, then steps into the sun and off he goes. He bowls now to Compton, who clips him through mid-wicket. That's a lovely shot. Holden's giving a hard chaser and he might just stop that. He will. He flicks it back in. They've run 2 and he's going to get a serious applause from his skipper, whose head went down, and I think he thought that was 4 off the bat. But just slowed up slightly. 211 for 2. They've just got bigger as the game's gone on. The innings, well, fall short, aren't they, Middlesex? Kent in their first innings, but here is Roland Jones in bowls, Compton in behind it, but the first innings to the second has been the change. Day 1 really going onwards. Still a bit happening on day 2, but day 3 has been much the better day to bat again. Welcome back, Rita.
Hi, Kevin. Hi, everyone. Wow. Someone in a hurry to get this done?
Well, 105, that's what, 23.4 overs remaining. You could take the extra half hour as well, as Roland Jones is in, bowls, and that's driven by Compton up to mid-off. There's no run, of course. Yesterday evening, the floodlights went on and we had to go off with 4 overs left of the scheduled day. It was nigh on 7 o'clock, about 6:30, I guess. So whether that would allow for firstly the full 23.3 today, and then an extra half an hour should it be required or deemed necessary. Aaron Jones, he hits the crease now, bowls, and Compton works him off the back foot. Single taken to long leg. They're going to think 2, and they're back they come. Long leg couldn't get around quickly enough to deep square. 213 for 2.
Yeah, who would have thought last time, pretty much you and I were chatting in this commentary box, 2 wickets fell in 2 balls. That feels like a long time ago. 120 plus runs in this partnership.
Aaron Jones is in, bowls, and forward goes Compton, pushing to mid-off. 213 for 2. 77 to his name now, Mier 70.
Look, it's still 3 figures, isn't it? The total. The remaining total, that is. 213 for 2 is the scoreline. 103 more wins, runs remaining for the win. From a Kent perspective, of course.
Aaron Jones in, bowls, and that's driven away through the covers. Lovely, lovely shot. Just leans into that outside of off stump. Into the 80s now, Compton. 81 from 135. 217 for 2, and the runs required down to double figures. It's 99 more for Kent.
Wow, how the game has changed. And this is the beauty of cricket generally, isn't it? It can change so, so quickly. Brooks is going to continue from the pavilion end. I don't think he's quite got his line and length right today. Hasn't quite been on the money. I think Higgins has varied it up really nicely, trying to bowl in from a wide angle and then wicket to wicket as well to the right-hander, and just got the batters guessing. But Brooks continues. And it's damage limitation to a certain degree from a Middlesex perspective, trying to turn up the dial from a pressure perspective, stem the runs. But Mier, in that last over, isn't he? He just really opened up, over before, just really opened up his body and was even just flying his bat through, thinking, you know what, if I get a good bat to this, then it's going to fly all the way to the boundary rope, and indeed got a 6 as well along the way. But a good old chit-chat here between skipper and Henry Brooks. Is this the second season at Middlesex now, is it?
Yes, yes.
But a bit of a chat. Where do you want to bowl? Where do you want your fielders? Well, so fine leg's going to be deep fine leg right on the boundary rope. We know Mier has been tickling around the corner quite a lot, but here he comes, Brooks from the pavilion end into Mier. In, bowls. This one hits the pads. Half an appeal from pretty much square leg. And there is no run. I've got a wide slip, probably sort of second slip region. Got mid on, mid off. And yeah, it just feels from Middlesex perspective they need to make something happen here, but they haven't got the runs to play with. 99 to win. I think Kent would love to get this wrapped up today. Brooks in. A bowl to Mier, defended straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, lights permitting, with the extra half hour, you'd suggest they probably will. The run rate's 4.6. They need 99 more to win, 22.4, add an extra 8 to that for the extra half hour, so 30.4 overs to score 99. They'll, for want of a better phrase, they'll do it at a canter.
Oh, you never know, Kevin. You got to live in hope, Middlesex fans. I'm on the fence, of course, today. Brooks in. This one's push around the corner, half an appeal.
Kept low, didn't it? But it was going down the leg side though, leg by signals.
You're right. For once, a bit of a low one there, but going down leg.
It's been the odd one or two, but nothing too much. No, I say it tentatively like that because I said, one thing's for sure. You're not going to chase 316 at a canter. There'll be a twist or a turn. Well, the only twist and turn at the moment were those 2 wickets and 2 balls. Other than that, they are indeed doing it at a canter.
which is incredible. If that actually happens, you thought 316 is going to be hugely competitive. Compton on strike. This one's pulled into the onside, but there's a man in the deep. Right down the slope, so they'll just go through for a single. One more to the total, 219 for 2, 97 more to win. And it's not over yet.
No one means to drop catches, you know, that. You go back to that first over 6th ball then. Geddes had held that catch, but even still, I think Middlesex will know they haven't bowled well enough in this innings.
Right, yeah, in my time off, I did analyse that moment a bit more, Kevin, because I was with you at the time.
Yeah, we looked over your shoulder onto your laptop, didn't we? But
Brooks in. Mier pulls this into the onside, but all the way to the boundary rope. And the umpire asked, was it all the way for 6? Indeed it was. And the fingers, so to speak, go up in the air, and 6 more to the total. Mier is in the mood. In fact, the ball has gone so far that the fielder is over the mound. Is it into the car park? I think it is, because I can't see the fielder now. Has gone over the mound all the way into the car park. Wow, 6 more to the total.
He's over the hill and far away. That's nearly Kent in this chase, isn't it?
Who would have thought? Anyway, back to the analysis, the in-depth analysis, Kevin. You think I'm just swanning off and having an ice cream or two, etc. Anyway, I think because of the nature of the reaction, we both felt that it didn't carry at all, because it was almost a little bit downbeat, drab, and people just got on. It was the last ball of the over, etc. So I feel as though I'm justifying our reaction, but because of the reaction or lack of, I think it didn't feel that way. Anyway, the
it's probably last ball of the over that they all got up and had to move quickly then, so there wasn't that kind of usual scratching at the ground and so on. But no, I looked at it on the replay over your shoulder, and I just thought, but it was the way it obviously hit his hand and bounced upwards. Had to mistakenly made me believe that it hit the pitch, then hit the hand and gone upwards like that.
You haven't missed any cricket. We're retrieving the ball, ready to get on with it. So here comes Brooks. In to Mier. Oh, half a pill there. Did hit the pads, but down the leg side. And the umpire is definitely not moved. And end of the over. Brooks. Oh, he got a bit of a pummeling there. 6 in the deep. And do you think he'll be rested now? I don't know. We'll see. But what's the total now? 225 for 2 is the scoreline for Kent. But the most important bit of information is 91 more to win. Come on, Kevin. You know, believe. Be a believer.
Oh, I'm impartial for the BBC, of course. Here to follow the cricket with great enthusiasm. Cricket's the winner. Cricket's the winner.
Yes, of course.
No, cricket was the winner last week in a draw with Lancashire for Middlesex. Kent were indeed winners last week against Northamptonshire. And could the relegated side go back-to-back here? Just avoided relegation 2 years ago, went down last year. They could be sitting pretty at the top of Division 2 at the end of this round. Against one of their rivals as well for promotion. Here is Blake Cullen's return, none for 20 from 4. So he took some tap. He was at 6.7 at one point, his run rate in that, or his economy in that opening spell. So he dragged it back slightly, but it was Crawley basically giving them tap. Now it's over to Cullen to see if he can winkle one out here and just try and push that door slightly ajar for Middlesex. 48 overs gone, so this ball, life in this ball is coming to an end from the seamer's perspective. As Cullen's in, right arm over, he bowls short, he's hooked by Compton. Just a little tuck around the corner for a single. They do have a leg gully in place for Compton, no orthodox gully for the first time in this chase.
Yeah, the field is very much spread out. Long shadows now here at Canterbury. It is bright sunshine though, isn't there? So unlike maybe yesterday evening, play may continue for a wee bit longer. What time did you guys go off yesterday? Do you remember?
6:30-ish. We were 4 overs short, and I think we were on for a 7:45 finish. So about 6:30, 6:25.
That's really good going, isn't it? In what, early mid-April? That's pretty ridiculously good.
Oh yeah. I mean, the fact that it was bad light and with blue skies up above us that took us off. Or it was the artificial light overtaking the natural. But as I say, there is a conversation happening at the moment, or has been happening for a little while, that if they were to leave the lights off, we would probably stay on for longer, because this whole business of the artificial light overtaking the natural. Cullen's in, bowls, shorts, and he's hooked fine by Mier. It was almost one of those where you duck your head into your shoulders as you're just steering it around the corner. You get yourself into the position, get the head down, you're almost just flicking it off the top of your helmet, and gets it away fine in between the leg slip and the keeper for 4.
I mean, that's pretty painful for Middlesex. The runs are flowing now, and I mean, that stroke was not out of a traditional cricket stroke handbook, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. As you say, it just between leg slip and the keeper, 4 runs over the boundary rope.
Cullen in again, bowls short. Oh, and he struck him. Well, they're going with the bumper theory here for sure. It's hit him on his left bicep, tricep. There's a deep square, a deep mid-wicket, a long leg, and that leg slip as they attempt to bump Mier. They tried it to Compton as well.
They hurt a lot. That's where no one ever has padding there. And Mier is hard as nails. Wow, he's barely flinched. Ouch.
He waits now with his relatively open stance. In comes Cullen, and he's crunched off the back foot for 4. That's set up outside off. And punched hard. Well, the field's not set for the ball to go there, and Middlesex is starting to look a little resigned in the fields. Looking at deep square, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-wicket, heads down, hands behind back. Yeah, I mean, there's a big gap left there between mid-off all the way around to deep third. There's only point, so you sit it up outside the off stump like that.
That was a brilliant stroke. On the up, punched into the offside. Nobody moved, pretty much, including the batter. 4 runs. Great stroke.
Oh, with no slip in place, it's a relatively safe punch as Cullen comes in, bowls, and there you go. That's back to where you want it to be. That was on the nose of Mier. He tried to step back and uppercut that one. See ball, hit ball from the Kent's number 4.
Look, Kent aren't over the line, so Mier's Compton's doing the right thing now. He's just coming down the wicket. I wonder if he's just going to say, yeah, he just gave him a bit of a glance, didn't he? Of, no, we're not there yet. Still 82 runs to win the game.
Well, we're reaching the stage now, though, that it would take an almighty collapse for Middlesex to win this, and I think that's why the heads are starting to drop out there. The field's now as quiet as the Canterbury crowd, who themselves are nervy because it is the dangling carrot of victory not far away. As this is short, Mier hooks to deep backward square. They've got 1 and they'll come back for the second, just fine of the fielder. And 2 more to the total. There's the ripple of applause, so 11 off that Cullen over, and it's 80 to win for Kent, who are 236 for 2. Mier moves to 86. Compton will have strike on 83.
Well, Kent fans, I think it feels like a little bit of a procession towards a victory, but Middlesex are they're trying their best, but as you say, Kevin, heads are slightly down. Mier just 14 away from a potential ton. He'll be eyeing that up, and he's seeing it beautifully at the moment. And Compton, well, he's just been there from the very start, being measured and patient. 83 from 137 balls, and 80 to win is the summary of play today here at Canterbury. 20 past 5 o'clock, Sunday evening. We technically have 21 overs remaining. So plenty of time, you'd think. As you say, maybe even an extension of play if light was okay for there to be a potential victory this evening. But anyway, back to play. Plenty of time in this game to go. You can tell I'm the neutral party. Rita Green here with Kevin Hand, and Dan Whiting will be rejoining us pretty shortly as well. BBC Sport, BBC London, BBC Kent. We're all over it. BBC Sport app as well. You can listen to us as well and watch us on the YouTube channel for Kent Cricket as well. You're all very welcome. Zafa in. This one's into the onside, but straight to the fielder who's waiting, and there is no run.
Yep, this is the last throw of the dice. Back to Zafa. He got those 2 wickets in 2 balls. They're going to need some Zafa magic now.
Could it be on this delivery? In. And defended by Compton. There's no run. You're right. He's the special or the game-changing.
Well, he is now because the ball's not, and the pitch is not offering a great deal for the seam attack.
Zafa from the pavilion end. Compton rocks onto the back foot, but pushes it back to the bowler, no run.
And he's left arm around now to the left-handed Compton. He had been left arm over to the left-hander for the majority, but I think I prefer this line of attack. Zafa knows his game very well, knows what he wants to do and how he wants to do it, but from our perspective, lofty perspective.
Zafa to Compton, into the onside, into the gap, and they go through for a single. 1 more to the total, 2, 3, 7 for 2, 79 to win. And the umpire's continuously been going down the wicket and just prodding at the follow-through of Zafa. But nothing much to worry about. Just continue, Zafa, doing your stuff. Here's the right-handed Mier on strike, who's in the mood. In and bowls Zafa. Floats this one up, push to cover, there's no run. Long shadows.
Not sure that we've seen Zafa and Higgins bowl for a long period in tandem, and I do wonder whether the most economical 2 are the 2 to turn to.
Zafa, in. Box onto the back foot. Mier pushes it into the gap. Oh, they think about a single, but gets sent back super fast. Oh, I thought there was trouble there.
Well, there was, and Cullen didn't release the ball. He seemed to almost slip, and then there was indecision as to where he was going to throw. Yeah, I mean, it looks for all the world that it was keepers, because it was Mier who charged off. He kind of was almost skidding to a halt, 2 feet. The ball pushed to Cullen. He never actually released it.
And after not a glimmer of a wicket, really, for a long time, I mean, Middlesex don't care where the wickets come from, do they?
I mean, that was bizarre. Maybe he wasn't as far out of the ground as we perceived, but I think both of us thought he's in trouble here. And the fact that he stuttered as well as he nearly slipped as he turned to get back into his crease, Mier.
He was pretty much halfway down the track, Mier, but the ball didn't come flying in. Well, anyway,
I'm not even sure he did release it, did he?
No, he
didn't.
Just
looped it.
No, you know the rule, though. Chuck it back to the wicketkeeper if in doubt.
Cullen begins the new over. It's short, it's down the leg side, and it's taken by Davies. The chin music continues from Blake Cullen to Compton. I know there's definitely been a theory around Compton, the short stuff is the way to get him. But, yeah, at the moment, Middlesex have their work cut out here. They've got leg slip, deep backward square, and long leg, as Cullen once more turns at the Nackington Road end, targeting the helmet. There goes another one down the leg side, lifting the bat up out of the way. Compton, he leaves that as it passes through underneath his armpit, really.
I think that's a decent line. Sorry, I'm manoeuvring around, just trying to see if there's a man in the deep. We've got a slightly obscured view.
There's a deep backward square. There'll definitely be a long leg as well, unless I've miscounted the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the offside. So 1, 2, 3, yes, 4, 5. So the 5th would be the long leg obscured from our view. As Cullen steps in, bowls, and Compton. Now, has he gloved it through? Middlesex asked the question, was it the grill? I mean, they asked. Compton made some sort of signal. Yeah, he's looking at his, I think he's saying it was his grill. But then wouldn't the physio have to look at it if it's grill as well? Go on, Dan. Well, Dan is with Middlesex. He thinks he gloved it. Compton's pointing to the grill. They weren't too convincing in their appeal, and nor were they too disappointed when the not out came back, as Cullen hits the crease now. He bowls and a bouncer. He sways forward and ducks underneath it.
I think he just turned his shoulder, and it probably just edged off his shoulder, if anything.
He seemed to point to his grill a lot, though, didn't he, afterwards? A couple of times he adjusted his helmet as he walked away, and his instant reaction was to adjust his grill.
And there was a bit of a chat there between the slip fielder and Compton as well. Look, if in doubt, get into the head of the batter. Oh, you're lucky there, mate, and all that.
Cullen bumps Compton again. a grunt on release from Cullen.
Middlesex have just got to try something here. They can't just let this game drift away. If not Mier, if not Compton, are just going to take the game away from them. Mier, anything in the V's, just absolutely slamming. And I quite like this sort of super aggressive style here from Cullen. At least they're trying something here with not many runs to play with.
We're going to bring another one across and then ask Cullen to come right arm around the wicket now to Compton. So leg slip, long leg, deep square, square leg, mid wicket and mid on as Cullen's around the wicket. He bowls a bumper and through to the keeper it goes. End of the over, 2-3-7 for 2. Back to Zafa Gohar. Made no for Cullen without a single ball pitched in the batter's half.
And Cullen needed to get his line length absolutely perfect there. Yeah, that was super aggressive. At least it was something a little bit different. But Compton having none of that.
Well, it eats up another over this evening as such, doesn't it, for Middlesex? And it slows this run rate as well. So, yeah, if they're going to bowl that with Cullen and then say to Kent, all right, you've only got 79, but you're going to have to score all 79 off Zafa Gohar, good luck. So there's there's method to that madness. 2 slips in place for Gohar to Mier now. No leg slip. No short leg.
Yeah, no short leg to the right-hander. And 2 slips for Mier. A very deep mid-on and a long off in play as well. Zafa in. Floated ball. And in fact, that long off comes into play and they go through for a single. It turns now into almost like a one-day game, doesn't it, when you can just punch the ball down the ground for a single. 1 more to the total. 78 to win for Kent. They're looking to do it this evening. The left-handed Compton on strike now. Yes, and indeed, short leg comes back into play. Zafa in. This one's pushed into the offside. They think about the single. These two have been batting a long old time. They're not... They're pretty much on the same page, aren't they? But there have been a couple of moments where, should we take a run, should we not take a run? Hasn't been hugely convincing, but they stay put, a dot ball. Compton ready for the next ball from Zafa from the pavilion end. This one's a less loopy delivery and push to mid-wicket, no run. Long shadows here in Canterbury. A glorious day. No hint of rain or super cloudy conditions here. Compton defending this one straight back to the bowler. There is no run. It's not looking like you're going to have to come back tomorrow, potentially, Kevin. I hate to say it, but you never know. The runs have dried up a little bit in the last, 5 minutes? There we go.
I think
I'll
that's
give you hope.
Going to, isn't it?
Next one in. Push to mid-wicket, no run.
Which is why I was thinking Higgins at the Nackington Road end, but they've got Cullen with this bumper theory at the moment. There's only so long that he'll be able to continue to bang it in that fashion. The bigger boundary is if he bowls to the right-hander Mier, but Mier clearly plays the short ball far better and with quite confidence.
Zafa to Compton, who skips down the wicket and straight back to the bowler. There it is, no run. Nice.
Crash into his thigh pad.
Well, the truth, I think in this division, anyone can beat anyone, really, obviously on their day.
Yeah.
Hate to be roll out the usual cliche,
Well,
especially at home.
Gloucestershire lost to Derbyshire last week, and by about 8 wickets or 9 wickets or something like that, which I was quite surprised at. So I think Gloucestershire blow hot and cold. I think they like the home comforts of Bristol. So travelling on the road, that's, where it's hard to try and go and get results when the wickets aren't your cup OT, perhaps. That's down the leg side. Good pace, though, from Cullen. Davis taking that at head height, fingers pointed skywards. Mie's got 88, Compton 84. Mie far quicker. He's done it off just 99 balls so far. Compton 154 balls. Kent needing 77 to win off 17 overs. Listening to Dan Whiting, Rita Green, Kevin Hands with us, lurking around the back of the box somewhere. And you listen to BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, BBC Sport app, and live on the Kent stream.
To under Mier, rather, on strike. Big Man U fan. Man U in action at the moment, 1 apiece against Newcastle. I'm sure he won't care less about that right now. I want to make sure that Kent get over the line. He's on strike.
I quite liked him up until that point.
Zafa starts a fresh new over from the pavilion end in bowls. And Mier just smothers that one back to a field and there's no run.
I'm sure Kent fans will forgive him if he gets 100 and they win this game.
Well, I hope my sources of information are correct, but that's my in-depth analysis of Mier. This one's defended once again by Mier. And no run. Yeah, this is Middlesex have done I think a decent job here of just completely drying up the runs. 77 more to win. They know that the pressure will be on Kent to get there. This one's driven to extra cover, no run. I think they've done a good job here actually, Middlesex, of just turning it around and doing something a little bit different. Well, but will it result in wickets? And that's all that matters, really.
Yeah, I agree.
We shall see.
We've seen plenty of sides over the years. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Mier on strike, defenders this one, and there is no run.
Plenty of sides over the years that have just rolled over, got on the coach, back up the A2, back to London or wherever they come from, and finish it on the third day. But Middlesex fighting this one out.
Zafa in, skips down and then goes to long on, and they go through for a single. This is exactly the way that Kent should be playing. Just rotate the stripe, left-handed, right-handed combination here for any cricketing side. It's really annoying. But but Zafa to the left-hander probably will be looking forward to this, so maybe giving away a single, but you've got some footholds there to play around with, and Compton's tried a couple of different tactics against Zafa. Skips down the wicket a couple of times just to take out of play the spin. But here we go. Next ball from Zafa from the pavilion end. In to Compton on the back foot, defends this one, no run. 76 to win. End of the over, and Kent are 240 for 2. What is the partnership now? 149, so almost 150 partnership as well between these two. Who would have thought that, Dan, with those 2 quick wickets?
Yeah, definitely. I think they bat in such contrasting styles as well, don't they, Mier and Compton? But I think they've both been just as important to the Kent cause.
And not awfully dissimilar to Crawley and Compton. I think Mier is quite a positive and I wouldn't call him overly aggressive player, but certainly positive. If it's there to be hit, he definitely hits it.
Yeah, he's a lovely driver.
I won't be pleased. Newcastle just taken the lead against Man U. Again, he won't care less. He'll be wanting to get the win and then watch the highlights this evening, I'm sure.
Yeah, he can watch it on the BBC's Match of the Day later on.
Nicely done, Dan. Love it.
Cullen's going to continue. See if he'll go along with this bumper barrage. I think he will, the way the field's set. He's got a deep mid-wicket, deep square. There he goes. And he's got a deep backward square and a fine leg. Deep square's got to stay in front. There it is. There's the 150 partnership. Mie's contributed 90 of them. Compton 51. They've been together for 199 balls, and they've been there just over 2 hours and 12 minutes. Well batted to Wender and Ben.
Amazing to turn that around under immense pressure of those 2 wickets, and the lights are on.
Yeah. That's where Kevin Hand's gone. He's gone to put 50p in the meter. Cullen to Compton. That's down the leg side. I think the light has gone a little like it did yesterday. And it wouldn't surprise me if we've probably got about 20-25 minutes here. That's what we had yesterday.
Yeah, it's when the sun, now the sun's sort of dipped down a bit, isn't it?
The sun goes down behind
gloomy.
us. It goes down over the city behind us from our commentary position. And therefore, you know, it blocks it out. These tall pavilions at the Pavilion End. Yeah, Pavilion End. There's one to Compton there, just off the rib cage. Worked it down to long leg. Yeah, these, and it sort of blocks the sun out, and therefore the light tends to go. Seems to be, is that a cloud in the distance or a fire perhaps? Sort of black smoke over there on the way out. I think that's out towards Sandwich that way, isn't it? Cullen to Mier. Pulled. Oh, that's gone through the fielder. And that's sums up Middlesex's day. That's Ryan Higgins there. One of the best fielders on the circuit, actually. He doesn't let many go through him. And that's 4 runs to A8. Mier now just a boundary away from what would be a sparkling 100. Cullen. Will Mier bring it up with a 6? Pulled. Again. The crowd giving Higgins the bird, but he gets everything behind that. And hurls the ball in. Not often you see Ryan Higgins misfield.
Absolutely not. And there's not many many people that thought that he'd misfield that, but he made amends with the next ball. It just shows, isn't it, that when things aren't going your way, everything really doesn't go your way.
Yeah, last ballie over. Cullen to Compton. Bouncer. Compton ducks it. 247 for 2. Kent needing 69 to win. And the floodlights are looking bright, it has to be said.
Indeed. Do you think the old lightometer will come out? Luxometer, I think it's called, actually.
Is that what it's called?
Well, it's Lux is the
amount of light, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, the unit of light.
Unit of light, thank
Yes.
you, yes. So I assume that if you tag on the word meter off the back of it, then you get away with it. Got to get a lux meter
It's now
for
a
the
lux.
light.
It's
Yeah.
now a luxometer. We were wondering the other day, what are the the things that umpires put ball through to see if it's what's that called? I mean, Kevin Hand calls them handcuffs, but that's a murky world that Kevin lives in, I think. Zafa.
I don't know where to go from there, but here's Zafa. To Mier, who drives this one, and there's a short fielder in the cover area, and there's no run. Yeah, best not to question, I think, a lot of that. But I'm sure it has an official. It probably has a really boring term, like, I don't know.
Well, calipers?
Circle.
Is it calipers?
Well, calipers. Anyway, Mier on the back foot and pulled into the onside. Magnificent stroke there. 4 runs to the total. He's eyeing up 3 figures here, Mier. 250 now on the board for Kent. Who would have thought that after being 91 for 2? Kent have really turned this round. 250 for 2 is the score line, and Mier is in a hurry to get to 3 figures. 99 from 109 balls. Here's Zafa from the pavilion end. Mier just defends this one, not tempted to go for it on the next ball. And all the fielders have come in pretty much. Let's call it that. The offside fielder got a short cover, an extra cover, and another extra cover. Got a point. He got a slip in play as well. Zafa to Mier, who drives this one, but straight to the field. Oh, and a misfield, and he goes through for a single. And Mier actually goes back for 2 after a misfield. 2 more to the total. Congratulations to the young man. The 24-year-old takes off his helmet and puts his bat aloft. And indeed, he bows to the crowd.
Bows. He gives it the curtsy to the Kent members. And that's a really good innings from Tuenda Mier. 101 off 111 balls. Really good innings. He came into this with his side in a spot bother, 91 for 2. And he's played an innings of great maturity out there.
Fantastic innings from Tuenda Mier. When he came in, huge pressure, as you say, Dan, and really has turned it around, really taken it to the Middlesex fielders. But he needs to keep going from a Kent perspective. Here is Zafa. And this one's driven to exactly the same place to long off. And he goes through this time for a single. One more to the total. And 62 more runs to win for Kent.
Yeah, although the floodlights are looking ominous here. What are we doing tomorrow, Rita?
I'm afraid I'm not going to be around tomorrow. I'd love to, absolutely love to. I've got to do some other stuff. So I'll be watching from afar, put it that way, Dan. Here's Zafa and here's Compton. Skips down the wicket. They are in a hurry here. Oh, put the fielder Brooks under pressure. Misfield, a bit of a fumble, and they go through for a single. I think there's probably a single there anyway. But I'll be here next Sunday for the Gloucestershire game. Look forward to that one. But I've got to say, the forecast's looking pretty dodgy.
Oh, it's all right. It's a microclimate down here. In the Costa del Canterbury.
I have to say, that's completely true. By the end of the over, by the way, 255 for 2, 61 to win for Kent. I got married near here. And I grew up a little bit further away, put it that way. And it was pouring with rain where I live, well, my family live, but where I got married, it was bright sunshine. So just like today, at the Oval, rain and cloud, etc., and bright sunshine here. So as you say, that I think that is true. Certainly from the day I got married, anyway.
Well, speaking to the normal correspondent here, BBC Kent, Ben Watts, who's off on paternity leave, and Ben said often they're the game on BBC 5 Sports Extra because they're the only game in the country that's on with rain affecting the whole country. And, you know, it stops at the Rochester Riviera.
It's got a ring to it. That's what the estate agents around there call
I bet.
it.
Yeah, I bet they do. Right. Brooks is going to come into the attack. And Compton thinks about the uppercut, practices it, shadow bats the uppercut. But Kent needing 61 to win. 13 overs after this one remaining in the day. Are we going to come back tomorrow, Rita?
I think it's, look, as you say, there's no hurry. Gotta just get over the line from a Kent perspective.
Brooks. And that's just run down off the face. He's got it into a decent pocket there, Compton, and moves on to 88 with that one.
Could we have, though, a double centurion? So Compton's taking his time, 88 from 161 balls, but it's certainly feasible, isn't it, to have 2 centurions by the end of play, potentially.
Yeah. We possibly could have the extra half an hour.
Yes, depending on the light, of course, as
You're
you say.
overtime, Rita.
Indeed, yeah.
Brooks in to Compton. Let's that one alone. A little bit scrappy there from Davis. Middlesex unravelling a little bit here. There's been a few misfields, haven't there? And they're not looking as tidy as they were. Heads have dropped a little bit.
Understandable, really. But that drop in the very first over, you know, Sliding Doors. Ever watch that film? Anyway, one of those Sliding Doors moments. Who knows what would have happened? Good film, that. Or is it a bit of a girly film? I don't know. My husband doesn't like that film much, but I love it.
Oh, short. Compton has a little paddle at that one and comes perilously close to getting a glove on it. Don't throw it away now. He deserves 100, Compton. So do you make your husband watch, you know, other period dramas and stuff like that?
Married at First Sight, Australia. I'm afraid I do inflict that on him sometimes. It's
Rita,
awful. I know.
I expected better from you. Brooks in as that short pulled and just evades the dive of square leg. Conventional square leg, but goes out to Eskenazi patrolling the square leg boundary. 1 ball left in the over. Brooks, none for 61, off 1 ball shy of 10 overs.
Yeah, if I had any credibility, it would have gone by now. Sorry, Kent. Yeah, back to the cricket.
Kent 258 for 2.
Is it getting a bit brighter?
Yeah,
naturally brighter. I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Brooks. In short, Mier leaves it alone. It is getting naturally brighter. The sun's sort of come out again, but this is what happened yesterday, and then all of a sudden, you know, give it about sort of another 15 minutes and I'm expecting it to be sort of quite murky again like last night. That sun just dips down behind the city behind us, and it's, you know, the ground doesn't really then get much sunshine.
Yeah, maybe a short day tomorrow, potentially. It's looking ominous for Middlesex. Now, Zafa is going to continue from the pavilion end. Brooks has got his jumper back on. I don't know if he was considering bowling, but it's definitely going to be Zafa from the pavilion end. Compton, 89 from 164 balls. Very patient innings. Well, that's absolutely what you expect from Ben Compton. And Mier with a blistering 102 from 113 balls. It's been quite an innings. Here's Zafa to Compton. Into the onside, and he goes straight to short leg. Sorry, I thought he was going to squirt out a bit further, but short leg mop that one up. No run. And it's got a little bit brighter, but not much. But the floodlights are definitely on now. Zafa in, floated up. Compton defends this one. I think they're probably wanting to just see today out and come back tomorrow.
It's looking a bit murky over to our right, isn't it?
Zafa to Compton, who skips down the wicket, and a bump ball straight to the fielder. No.
Was that a bump ball?
I'll see that on the replay. There wasn't much of a reaction, so I didn't think it carried, but we shall see the replay in a moment. Bit of a chat between the umpire and...
It was a bump ball.
Bit of a chat there between the umpire and the bowler. Not sure what that's about. Here we go, next delivery. Into the onside, and they think about a single. Just push mid-wicket slightly to the left, but there is no run. How this game just ebbs and flows, isn't it? It's wonderful. As a neutral today, it's wonderful. Probably nerves are jangling for Kent at the moment, Kent fans. This one's smothered straight to short leg. No run.
Yeah, these two have just slowed up a little bit, but they don't mind just coming back and getting the job done tomorrow. They're professionals.
Certainly are. And it's a long old season. Zafa to Compton, off rocks onto the back foot, cuts it into the offside. Lovely stroke. Didn't quite middle that, of course, but the way that he rocks his weight onto the back foot, really good for young cricketers, well, young and my age, quite frankly, cricketers to try and copy that beautiful movement of the weight onto the back foot, into the offside and through for a single. Good. Anyway, there we go. I'm waxing lyrical about his technique.
Good all aspiring cricketers like Kevin and I, yeah?
Oh, we're all cricketers, really.
We're all good youngsters.
First proper game next weekend. Sorry, 2 weekends. Sorry, 2 weekends time.
Who are you playing?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I have no idea. I can't even remember. Is it Maidenhead, I think? It's club game to start with, and got a few games for the MCC this year as well. So that one, I know. Yeah.
So you're a playing member of the MCC?
I am going to be first season with them.
Here is Brooks to Compton, who ducks a bouncer. So first season playing for the MCC.
Indeed.
Oh, very nice. And got some nice grounds to play on.
Yes, I don't think I'm going to be let loose at Lords just yet, but I'm just hope they I do them proud. You know, you feel the pressure.
When you play for the MCC, you play on the nursery pitch. Is that right at Lords? Or
no, all over the place.
On the main ground.
There are 2 or 3 fixtures on the main ground. You're right. Yes, indeed. But you have to be around for 2 or 3 seasons for that. So I'm working up to it in my career.
I shouldn't imagine many drop out of that one on the main ground. No. Sure the skipper doesn't get a call on, the Saturday morning saying, yes, really sorry. All bouncer, Compton ducks it. That doesn't miss his helmet by much, actually. But yeah, the skipper sort of saying, really sorry, mate. In a spot bother with the missus, can't make this one.
Or feeling a bit ropey, sorry,
Yeah.
can't do it today.
Yeah.
No, that phone call never happens for those fixtures.
No, I bet.
No, but I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a real honour to get out there.
That's Compton, just works that one into the gap. That's lovely placement there from Compton. Really nice, short, wide outside the off stump, and just works it backward a point, plays it deliberately backward a point, and a lovely shot. Yeah, it's club captains have to put up with all this sort of stuff, don't they? People dropping out on them on a Saturday morning. He's like a Vietnam vet on the wire, isn't he? Every time the phone rings, a club captain on a Saturday morning.
It is nerve-wracking, isn't it? You want to make sure you... Well, any team, and ideally your best team out there, of course. But beautiful stroke there from Compton. It shows a man in brilliant form, actually, and seeing the ball really well, even in these slightly gloomy conditions, to play the dab almost, really nice and late, and to the boundary rope. So what is he on to? 94, so one stroke away from a century.
Brooks into him from the Nackington Road end. Short, pulled, and that is going to go away for 4 as well. That's a lovely shot. Compton just putting the ball where he wants to here. And really pleasant shot. The Kent now need under 50 to win. 267 for 2. This has been a beautifully paced chase. Textbook chase here from Kent. Full, Compton drives into the offside. Holden equal to it.
It's feeling like a little bit of a procession now.
Yeah, it is.
49 to win.
You do wonder if Middlesex are just thinking, let's get back to London. I'm sure they won't because they're professionals, but I can't see them winning it from here. Brooks to Compton. Just nurdles it back with a square. He's looking for 2. He's going to come back for 2. No, he's not. And almost runs Mier out. It's the biggest drama here. Compton, will he get his 100? Will he not? And screams no to Mier. And Mier had to turn back quickly. Luckily, he's a young lad. That was me, Rita. I've got the turning circle of the Ark Royal.
Is it quite comical?
I'd have just given up. I'd have just tucked the bat under my arm and walked off.
Surely not. You never know. I mean, the throw-in wasn't exactly on the stumps, and I think that's definitely saved Mier. I think he was pretty much going to be in, but but that was a man that wanted to get to 3 figures.
Certainly was. He ran the first one hard, didn't he? I mean, that's what all good coaches say to him.
Compton on strike. 99 not out.
Is Zafa Gohar. Field comes in now for Compton. Zafa over the wicket to Compton, who rocks onto the back foot, cuts it through backward point, and that is a really good 100 for Ben Compton. 103 off 177 balls. He's been there for 246 minutes with 15 fours, and it's an innings where he's just been the glue in this Kent chase, and what a fine knock it's been from the Kent opener.
Brilliant innings from Ben Compton, who's been there from the very start of the innings, even through the nightmare moment of 2 wickets in 2 balls, and he's just kept it cool throughout. Beautiful innings, well weighted, 177 balls for his 103. Next one in from Zafa and into the onside, and the runs just keep flowing here for Kent. And now 43 to win. Will it be tonight? The only question is light. Whether Kent will get over the line, I think it's fair to say. But look, the heads are slightly dipped from a Middlesex perspective, but they're still at it. They're still trying their best. Couple of misfields here and there. That's understandable with the state of the game. They probably felt like the game was there for the taking. And not so long ago, and an absolute thump down the ground from Mier, who is in a hurry to finish off this game. 4 runs, a beautiful stroke there. Bit of a stand and deliver, thump, 4 runs, more to the total.
Yeah, absolutely screamed that one down the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, lovely stroke, and he's seeing it beautifully. Forget the light, there's no problem, he's saying. Get on with it, and I want to keep these runs flowing. And Zafa's thinking, what's going on here? Yeah, I had Bell Drummond and Crawley in a mess. Here's Mier defending this one. Obviously, the ball is infinitely older than what it was all that time ago. 6 o'clock now on Sunday night in Canterbury. And the lights are on.
They are shining brightly. Just ask Kevin if he thinks it's similar to last night.
And another hoik into the onside. This is 6. Lovely stroke on one knee from Tuanda Mier. And he's trying to get the job done now. 33 to win, Mier. 112 from 116 balls. Wow, what an innings.
Yeah, Tuanda's. Maybe he's got a train to catch. He seems in a hurry to get this done and dusted.
Well, we all know as batters, I guess me included, if there are runs for the taking, you want to get it. You know, whether we like it or not, or deny it or not, rather, you look at the statistics all the time. And if you've... Oh, and the umpires are having a chat, it looks like, Dan.
Yeah, here we go. Maybe they're just... Yeah, they've got their... I think they've got the luxometer out. I think Chantry just had a little look at it. Jack Chantry, I think he's based over in like Shrewsbury or Worcester or somewhere like that. Long old trek home. So no doubt he'll be staying in Canterbury one way or the other.
Actually, I think they're just having a look to see where the ball is. Everyone's looking in that general direction. Is it a lost ball or is it in the car park? Can it be retrieved? I'm going to make way, by the way, very shortly for Kevin Hand.
Yeah, I think that one's
try and perk him up a bit.
That one's gone halfway down to Ashford, I think.
Yeah. Indeed. Part of the world I know well. Is that the spare balls box there?
That is the spare balls box, yeah. Yeah.
There and waiting. In fact, the...
Yeah, Ekant Singh's going to run them on, I think.
Yeah, looks like that might be called into play.
Hope that's...
it was a big 6, mind you.
That's where Daniel Bell Drummond parks his car down there. I hope Daniel's not going to have to go home with a smashed windscreen. He's, apart from his side looking like they're going to win this game, he hasn't had the best of days. That would just cap it off for him, wouldn't it?
I know you'll say he doesn't care, you know. It's all about the team and victory, etc.
Yeah, but you want to contribute personally. And
yeah.
Daniel will. He's a good. He's a class player. He will. .283 for 2. This partnership just short of 200 now. Breaking Middlesex hearts.
So a fresh ball comes out from the box. Fresh in the sense that it hasn't been used in this game. And we'll have to do something to turn this match around for Middlesex. Here's Zafa in to Mier and pushes it into the onside. Easy as you like for a single. And it's the end of the over. And a good over there for Kent as well. I mean, I think 16 from that over. Wow. A big one for Kent. End of the over. Over to you, Dan Whiting, and in a moment you'll hear from Kevin Hand.
Yeah, thank you, Rita. The umpires are... What's going on here? Zafa getting himself into a little bit of hot water there. Was Chantry... What's going on? Chantry seems to be having a word with Zafa. Has he got his light meter out, perhaps? Nathan Fernandez. So I wonder if they said to Middlesex, if you bowl spin, we're all right. Or, you know, I think Middlesex, they just want to get this done and dusted now, Kevin, do you think?
Yeah, we were just nattering off there at the comparison of last night. Standing out, it's not far off. I remember looking at the lights in the hospitality box over there yesterday evening, the light underneath the Basser on strike. They are starting to look a little bit brighter now, aren't they? But the shadows, the actual shadows of the players on the field aren't as pronounced as they were yesterday.
No, yesterday you had, you know, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, as they call them, where the four shadows go out, and there's none of that today. Fernandez from the Nackington Road end, short, wide, and crunched into the offside for a single. Mier, another one to his total. He moves on to 114. Compton 10 runs behind him on 104. Despite Mier scoring at almost double the pace. Compton at 58.4. Mier has almost gone a run a ball. Middlesex will be disappointed with this though. They were in the game all the way, and then Kent just twisted. Turn the knife at the fourth innings there. There's another single as Compton just works on off his pads. Good toss to win though, I think, Kevin, as well for Kent. It's got easier and easier as the game's gone on.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I'm sure Middlesex will be honest and say he didn't bowl well enough in this chase.
Fernandez to Mier, limited foot movement, but punches it out into the offside.
And look, catches win matches, but similarly, Geddes was put down on naught, Crawley was put down on naught.
Fernandez just bunted up to long on for single.
But I'd imagine that Middlesex will feel they're too good an attack to be hit at 4.7 and over. At Mier going at a strike rate of virtually 100 for his century.
Even on a flat one. They're used to playing on flat ones at Lords, aren't they? Fernandez over the wicket. That's been hoiked over cow corner by Compton, and it runs away up towards the Cowdrey Pavilion for 4. And that is a 200 partnership between these two. 2 hours, 41 minutes. It's taken 239 balls. Compton's got 76 and Mier 115. And it's almost seen Kent home. Not quite. Still 25 needed as that's just played into the onside, sorry. But the end is nigh.
Yeah, there's 9 overs remaining this evening. There's a potential of an extra half hour, but the greatest battle at the moment, sadly, at the end of this one for Middlesex is whether Kent will get it done before the bad light. As the umpires take them off this evening, you can see the floodlights glinting on the sunglasses of, I think it's Ryan Higgins, who's just gone to have a natter with Zafa Gohar.
Ex-Gloucestershire teammates.
I mean, you have to give huge credit to Kent as well. Gohar's been 2 for 81 from his 18, runs per over of 4.5. There aren't many that'll hit Zafa Gohar for 4.5 this year. He's left arm around the wicket now from the pavilion end, slip in place, bowls, Mier stretches forward and drives just in front of point. Goodness me, those 2 deliveries to get rid of Crawley and Bell Drummond of the 61.1 overs of this innings. Gohar bowls, flatter deliveries, punched off the back foot, and Roland Jones got a job to get around at deep mid on. He does, holding them to a single, but I don't think any of us, even Kent, could have thought that 61.1 overs and the only difference between a 10-wicket victory and what they're heading to at the moment is just 2 balls.
Yeah,
2 consecutive deliveries from Zafa Gohar, and from there to go on again. It's
about the rate that Kent have scored at, isn't it, as well? You know, I think these are 2 very evenly matched sides.
Zafa Gohar bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket by Compton, and there's no run again.
But Kent have turned the screw when they've needed to.
Gohar gives it a bit of flight. Down the track comes Compton and wedges that over long on for 6, and the cheers from the home support here. They're enjoying this now, aren't they? The smiles on the faces of the members to our left as they applaud every run and every milestone that these two pass. They're enjoying every minute of it, aren't they? I mean, it is quite the chase. You have to, 316. Wow.
Yeah, this is
early season statement as well from Kent. Back-to-back wins.
Yeah.
Gohar, left arm round, he bowls, and Compton dabs to mid-wicket, no run.
But we spoke about this being a new chapter for Kent under Adam Hollyoake, and they look a decent side. The bowlers have all been bowling well, and they're batting here.
Gohar bowls, a little tickle from Compton to Holden at mid-wicket, no run. 298 for 2.
Their batting here has shown that they are a side that mean business. They want to bounce back up from their relegation from Division 1 into from Division 2 back into Division 1 straight away.
They had a tough year in Division 1 2 years ago. Middlesex were really disappointed to go down that year.
Yeah, I remember.
Kent had a really tough year, but yeah, the difference between that Kent side and this is quite striking.
Yeah. Fernandez. Mier hoiks that one over mid-wicket, and that I think has gone all the way for 6 as well. Yes, it has. There's the 300 up in the 63rd over. Mier, that's just a short arm jab.
Thing is, as good as this 316 chase is, and it is, I think Middlesex will look back at 79 for 6 in the first innings and think that that was the point where they lost the game, when they let Kent reach parity on this pitch.
Yeah, I agree. That partnership between Finch and Stewart was crucial, integral to this Kent victory.
And they know they didn't bowl well enough to that partnership. Stewart in particular, who's done so much damage over the years to Middlesex, that was a really, really crucial century stand between those two, or near century. I think they were just short in the end, weren't they?
Yeah, certainly are. Fernandez, that's again a little bit filthy there from Mier, but he's got one.
I think he's allowed that now.
He's allowed that, isn't he, this time? So
they just want to get it done.
Yeah.
11 to win.
Not long to go now. Fernandez staying around the wicket to the left-handed Compton, who late cuts, deft. And that runs down, and Mier is going to call him back in for a third, and it's now down to single figures. 8 to win. What's that noise?
Something's being rolled along.
Yeah.
Celebratory bucket of beer.
Fernandez to Mier, who drives pleasantly. He's only going to get one. It goes out to Roland Jones out in the deep. And a single. 7 to win now. Still 7.2 overs. I think this is going to be done by tonight now. I'm fairly confident. I wasn't all the way. Compton just defends that back to the bowler.
I'm pretty sure that the umpires are not going to, even with the darkest of cloud. Now, I mean, all right, you have to be sensible about these things, and if they genuinely feel there's a danger that a fielder could be hit by the ball, not seeing it in this light.
Compton plays one up to long on.
But it's not that bad, is it?
No. No.
So, yeah,
especially
6 runs.
The spinners are on. 6 runs needed.
You better take the commentary from this end as well, Dan. It could be the winning runs with a big 6.
Well, you never know. You never know, but Kent will be pretty pleased with their start to the season under Adam Hollyoake. I think he's got them playing with a smile on their face as well. And Gloucestershire here next weekend. It wouldn't surprise me. Bank holiday weekend. where there's a decent crowd in here. I think the people of Kent will turn out, get behind their side. We saw a decent crowd here on Friday. Here's Zafa, bowling to Compton, who pops it back. I'm going to be doing this tomorrow morning, aren't I, Kev? Compton's just going to pop this back. Still 2 to win tomorrow. Zafa Gohar. Can he magic one up? Bowling to Compton, who works him into the onside to Max Holden, but doesn't get there. Doesn't get any runs.
Yeah, back to Lords for Middlesex. And they'll get under a little bit of pressure to win that one now.
Who have Middlesex got? Compton uses his feet, plays that down to long on.
Glamorgan.
Oh, that's right, yeah. And then Kent have got a week off the week after. And then they've got Middlesex at Lords, and that will be an absolute humdinger. I'm really looking forward to that. Should be a fantastic game of cricket. Zafa into Mier, who plays that into the offside and just walks a single. 4 to win. 1 boundary will do it. Compton plays it out to long on. Kent just notching off the singles here.
Dane Patterson should be in for that one against Glamorgan. They were expecting him for this, I think.
He'd have been handy on this pitch.
Yeah.
In the first innings, especially.
Well, I think both teams are a bowler down for this one, aren't they?
Yeah. Mier covers up. That completes the over.
Would have been over yesterday, Dan.
Would have been in the pub back in London, Kev.
Yeah, a bit like that first round. Jimmy Anderson sitting it out for Lancashire, and Dane Patterson missing that one as well for Middlesex.
Yeah. And obviously Keith Dudgeon missing this one for Kent. Going off injured on the eve of the game.
The Dudge, as I saw him called on the Kent social media channels earlier.
Oh, without a doubt. I took a photo of him in his slippers, and Kent social media said, "Don't judge the Dudge." Right, Fernandez to Compton, 3 to win. Compton leaves that alone.
Gotta love a bit of socials, haven't you?
Gotta love it.
Apart from when your team loses, and then you don't go anywhere near it.
No. Fernandez just firing that one a little bit quicker. Here he comes over the wicket, past umpire Shanmugam to Compton, who plays that one through the offside. I think that he's going to get 2 out of that. Scores are level now.
But yeah, I think this one will particularly hurt Middlesex because that first innings again against Lancashire, they bowled so well. I think they'll be a little disappointed with their second innings bowling in that, and they're going to be disappointed with their bowling in both innings in this one, I'd say.
Fernandez. Oh, Mier wants it. Compton doesn't. Don't need a comedy run out now.
Everyone up on the single.
Yeah. Scores level at Canterbury. An absolute humdinger of a game. Both sides have played their part. But Kent about to stroll to victory as there it is. Compton works it through the onside as the ball goes away for, well, just the one actually. And Ben Compton finishes up on 124 to Wenda Mier 125, a partnership of 225 has been absolutely outstanding. Both of them have just batted so serenely and they've broken Middlesex's hearts, but Middlesex have played their part in a fantastic game of cricket as well. But for Kent, that's 2 wins out of 2. Adam Hollyoak's side march on.
Yeah, the punch of the air from Mier there as he came running through to the keeper's end. He looked to the balcony, to the pavilion to our left, and a huge punch of the air to celebrate that one. And, you know, you think back in this innings, that start that Zach Crawley gave the innings was just something quite brilliant. It really was. You know, he took a big chunk of it out of, as we said, and it then changed it. You know, you're looking from a 316 chase in no time whatsoever. It was down to a 250 chase. That's a significant change. You know, all right, it might not sound a lot, 60 odd runs, but in double quick time, it went from what was a more than tricky chase on this, one that Middlesex would be disappointed to defend. The whole nature of the chase was changed by that. However, a double century stand for the third wicket, unbeaten. 2 Centurions walk off after 2 wickets falling, 2 deliveries. The gun player Crawley and the captain Bell Drummond, these two then to do what they did. Well done, here they go.
Yeah, look at these two milking the applause, and they deserve every ounce of this knowledgeable crowd's clapping, because it's been absolutely outstanding. This partnership between these two has just been wonderful. Compton, diligent, kept Zach Crawley company immediately, and then Compton and Mier provided the acceleration after coming in at a tricky time when Kent lost 2 wickets in 2 balls. Middlesex, meanwhile, they'll play Glamorgan at Lords. They need to win. Kent have got Gloucestershire here next weekend, and if they win that and win 3 out of 3, I think that sets out a statement to the rest of the country.
Yeah, and well, the rest of Division 2. I'm sure Division 1.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
No, I'm teasing. I'll take your point. The game against Glamorgan's a big one now for Middlesex. Then they go to Derbyshire after that. Then the game back against Kent at Lords, which, as you say, I mean, that's going to be an absolute cracker. You know, in such quick succession after this one. It's actually quite nice that it comes so quickly now. At first, it was a bit odd. It was a bit strange that the teams play each other again. But having just witnessed this game, let's hope the weather plays its parts, because that promises to be a really, really good game at Lords, and both sides will hope to be back to full strength as well, so firing on all cylinders. Yeah,
certainly does. Well, look, thank you very much for your company. Thank you for all your emails and all your interaction. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've loved having you on board. Thanks to Rita Green. Thanks to everyone who came on yesterday, all the girls who've had a fantastic result for Kent women today as well, and you can get your tickets for them on the Kent website. Thanks to Joe Denley as well. Hopefully we'll see him back in action. But meanwhile, from Canterbury and from Kevin Hand and myself, have a lovely Sunday evening, and I'll see you on the Kent YouTube channel on BBC Radio Kent next week for the clash against Gloucestershire. Go well.